Hey! Why is this hard drive over here? Am I unmuted? Can you hear me? You can hear me. Nice. Hello. You know, maybe I should have checked to see whether or not I was unmuted in OBS before I started talking. Why did I get a oh, I got a notification from my thing. Oh, Kawa hung up. That's great. Oh, it's just me. You think that soldier boy now, you... Okay. No, I like to talk before, like, when I start the calls. I like to just talk. Even if I'm muted on the stream, I always think it's funny. Just talking. Like I'm having a conversation. So, I like doing that. I think it's pretty fun. Grand old time, you know? Jolly good time, as they say. And I have a notification. Sub on Twitch to earn exclusive League of Legends rewards during the MSI. Well, joke's on you, Twitch. I have too much respect for myself to care about League of Legends drops. You know? I am in a stable enough position, or a healthy enough position in my life where I don't subject myself to the pain and suffering that is League of Legends, you know? Hello, Raeo. I cannot hear you for some reason. I think my audio got messed up again. Discord, why do you keep doing this? Okay, now I can hear you. It keeps changing my, like, Discord output to my second monitor for some reason. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Yeah, it's very bizarre. I think what's happening is every time I plug something in, Discord's always like, hey, we noticed you have a new audio device. Would you like to switch to it? And I always say, no, Discord, I really don't. And I think sometimes maybe I'm not clicking in the right spot and I click yes, or I don't click no, I just click off of the notification and it just says, we're gonna do it anyway. Did you see the document? Okay. I updated it. Well, I finished it like right after the stream or maybe the day before. 2 weeks ago. But I had made the second part of chapter 2. I'd like pre-made the like jump to this section of the document thing, and so I just put in random words. But I changed it to have some new stuff in it. So if you want, you can open it up and you can see what I replaced the filler text with. I think it's very funny. I think the casters on my chair are also slowly stopped working. Oh, there was something that was just announced and I thought to myself, man, I wonder if anybody else has seen this, and then I forgot what it was. A new game they just announced. I saw the trailer on IGN on YouTube. I didn't watch it, I just saw it, so I'm looking at the channel. Oh, what is it? Here's something. No, not Fortnite X Squid Games. Not DayZ DLC. Why is DayZ getting DLC? What? Why? What? No. Yeah, I saw there's a Bob's Burgers, Family Guy, and one other thing like collab going on in Fortnite right now. It's not Monster Hunter Wilds. What was it? Oh, Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah. Yeah, new Resident Evil trailer yesterday. I haven't watched it. I think the lady is Ethan's daughter. Yeah. I think it's Ethan's daughter. then, what was her name? It wasn't Mia. That was his wife. And then a Black Desert official console launch trailer. Interesting. Was it not already on console? Black Desert. I don't know if you ever cared about Black. I thought it was too, but maybe they're maybe they're relaunching it. It says. It just says official console launch trailer. But this says Black Desert, not Black Desert. But okay, it says Black. Oh great, they changed it from Black Desert Online, didn't they? And it's just Black Desert now. I think they got rid of online and they rebranded to just be Black Desert. Console launch trailer developed by Pearl Abyss. Black Desert's now available for PS5, Xbox Series X and S, alongside PC. Wasn't it always on PC? It was always on PC. It was always. They're like alongside PC. Like, you think they were gonna remove it from PC? Dying Light 2 X Balatro? Okay, that's kind of weird. Did you hear about the HoloLive Death Stranding collab? Yeah, Kokora is in Death Stranding too. She's one of like the navigators. And there's like, she has like a custom cosmetic that has like its own like buff, and there's like custom voice lines with her and Norman Reedus. Like I said, these collabs are getting out of hand. Hello Cisco. The stream came up on my phone with a bunch of zeros and ones. That's funny. I made the go live today. It's a binary thing because CHIHIRO, rest in peace. You never play Village? I think you'd enjoy it a little bit. It's very Resi 4-esque. But it does have some, you know, it's got its modern Resident Evil stuff. I feel like I don't remember anything about certain parts of Village at all. Like, I remember the beginning, and I sort of remember the end, like the very end. But I feel like the last bit of the game, I just don't remember anything about what happened. You don't like everything being Resident Evil 4, but with shiny new like ray tracing and stuff, so you can see the sweat. Right. You know what they should do? Hello, Kala. You know what they should do? They should go in and then like remake. Was 4 was the first one with that fixed camera angle, right? What they should do is they should remake 4 through 8, but with fixed camera angle. Just make all the games again, but this time all with fixed camera angles. You probably could. You probably could like figure that out with like a mod, right? I have faith that somebody could make a mod for the modern, especially the modern remakes. That's really funny. I'm gonna move over here so people can actually hear. I've just been talking to myself for the past couple minutes. Yeah. I always forget. I was like, I don't hear any of the very awkward text to speech, and then I realized it's because I don't even have that set up on the starting soon thing. It's literally just the background music and the mic. And to be honest, I don't even know why I have the mic on. But I will get the game launched and I will share it in Discord. I had a brief moment of panic when I took Xenoblade X out of... Oh, it showed up right there. Cool. We're going to hide that real quick so you can't see that. I'm going to project this onto my monitor and hide it in the stream so I can see it and you can't. Also, I don't know why NVIDIA is trying to shadow play capture OBS. That doesn't really make any sense. Why would I need to use a third-party recording software to record a recording software? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we have the game started. I had a brief moment of panic, like I was saying, where I unplugged or removed the cartridge for Xenoblade X, and I was looking around, and I was like, I don't know where my other cartridges are. I was like, they're not here, they're not there, I don't know where I put them, they're not where they're supposed to be, and I was like, what am I gonna do when I don't have Danganronpa, and I just have Xenoblade? And then I found it. But there was a brief moment where I was very concerned that I had somehow lost Danganronpa. I've also once again been reminded, since we had... Oh, look, it's Kyoko. Since we had that problem with the cutscene for Chihiro's death last time, I was made aware, not by anybody, just because I looked it up, that the Decadence version, the collection that they released, the Anniversary Edition on Switch, is actually, for some reason, it's a Switch port of the mobile port of the games. So Spike Chunsoft ported the games to iPhone, I guess. And then when they made the Decadence thing, even though they had already released them for PC and console, they said, you know what, let's port the mobile version of the game to the Switch. There's only one problem with that. The mobile version of the game is notorious for just running extremely poorly. And they just never fixed any of it. So when we get stuck... Yeah, and that's the thing. Apparently it's not that much of a problem in this game. We had that little bit of lag where we couldn't see the cutscene fully play out. There's apparently some lag that you can get in the second game if you hang around, if you like try to like run around all over the place during this one area of the game that has like a bunch of effects and buildings and stuff like that. But it's not that bad. There is something about like how one of the games is notorious. I think it's V3 is the one that's the worst. It's notorious for like just randomly crashing, so you have to save often. And I saw one person that just kept complaining about the fact that in one specific trial, there's one character sprite that clips and you don't see the full thing on the screen. It clips off screen, like part of it just gets cut off by the screen. And I was like, that's such a minor thing to complain about. But apparently it can get pretty bad in the third game. There's a specific part of the game that can get really laggy. And it's not even a Switch problem, it's just the mobile port was just so bad and they just never fixed it. So, we're still a ways away from any of those problems though, so we will continue. We will wait to continue. In the meantime... Oh, she's not even here. Where is she? No, Toko's not here. This is CHIHIRO. CHIHIRO, Fujisaki, a very nice apple. And she is unfortunately dead. She's been crucified, just like our Lord and Savior. And we need to figure out... That's the wrong thing. We need to figure out why and how Toko Fukawa here killed her. I mean, look at her. Well, I know why. I know why she killed her. It's because she's a certified hater. Toko is a certified hater. Not of CHIHIRO, just a hater in general, you know? Girl is just, she's just vicious. She is a hater. She's a career hater, you know? You've got certified haters, you've got career haters. She's like a competitive hater, you know? Like, she was born to hate. So, while we're waiting for Raeo, I will read off the recap that I wrote for The Deadly Life of Chapter 2, which you are currently in. I had some filler text in there, and I decided I'd replace it with something funny. So, in all caps, except for a couple of these, which are lowercase because I pressed shift while I had caps lock on, so it made them lowercase. I wrote, "Where is Toko and how did she do it? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I know she killed CHIHIRO Fujisaki, the ultimate programmer and creator of the world-renowned internet chatbot, Chad Gross Domestic Product, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I can't believe that Toko would kill my hero Fujoshi Saki Damiya like that. Comma, 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 comma. What will I do with my unamused gorilla NFTs now? Question mark, 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 question mark. She really hit her with the Jesus of Nazareth special. Shout out my man Jarul. How will this affect Byakuya's legacy?" And then beneath it, I made an arrow and said, "That's OD, whoever is editing this document is doing too much." You just missed out on a great thing where I read. Did you check out the document? Okay, I'm just gonna paste it in here. I just read it out for the stream. This is not me denying that somebody did something or saying that they did do something. We were just making jokes about this last time and I thought it would be funny. I think my favorite part of the whole thing is my hero Fujoshi Saki Damiya. I think that was my favorite part of writing that part. I had originally just written CHIHIRO Fujoshi Saki, but then I thought about changing CHIHIRO to my hero, and then I was like, well, I can't just call her my hero Fujoshi Saki. That just doesn't make any sense, so I had to add on Damiya. Anyway, we must now begin the investigation of the murder. So, who do you want to talk to first? We can look at the body, we can investigate some of this evidence, we can move the camera so they all get very flat. Do you like how I can't click on him even though I'm clearly... It's not working. We're gonna have to rotate. What?
Just a second.
Oh, I guess we can't. Okay, cool game. Wait.
Hey.
There's something written on the wall. Doesn't that concern you? On the wall? I guess we did kind of leave it at an odd point. I know we skipped a bunch of text at the end. Okay, I guess we gotta look at this. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood, ellipses.
So...
I don't think it's any kind of dying message. I would never have guessed. It's just too strange. But you know, that thing about writing bloodlust in blood. I hope it is not CHIHIRO's blood. Doesn't it sound kind of familiar? A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method, turning them all into Jill sandwiches. And at the scene of each crime, the word blood, I hope this is not Chris's blood, is written in the victim's own blood. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly then slipping away before the police can catch up to them, like that guy they just hung. Or hanged? And what nickname did the internet give to this mysterious serial killer? Why, of course. What was it? He had a name. What was he called? The guy that they just killed today. They just killed a guy in Japan. He's like one of the first guy they've sentenced to death in a long time. He's like, they called him like the Twitter killer or something. Apparently, he was like Jeffrey Dahmer. Apparently, they got him because they found a bunch of like dead people like chopped up in his freezer. Right? You know what they should have done instead? They called him. I'll explain why they call him the Twitter killer. It's because he was like stalking people on social media, looking for girls that were like depressed and stuff like that. So then he could like kill them, and people would just think that they killed themselves, and then he wouldn't get caught. But they really should have like named him like X, the social media site formerly known as Twitter Killer. I think that would have been a much better name. Can you imagine being like the Wikipedia article and it saying X, the social media site formerly known as Twitter Killer? Anyway, Shaggy here has freaked out once again. Genocide Jack, the murderous fiend whose grisly attacks were famous all across the country. The ultimate murderous fiend, creating a reputation of abnormal, downright cruel killings.
What is this?
Hold on. Then, this is... Yeah, it's Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Killer would be a really funny name for... You know what? I was just thinking about making like a really intricate like joke proposal for a new sitcom, and it was going to be called The Boat Daughters. And what I was going to do was I was just going to copy down verbatim various episodes of The Jetsons and just slightly change all of the names and plot points. And I feel like Jack the Killer would really fit into The Boat Daughters. Then, this is some copycat killer trying to imitate Genocide Jack's style. But why would anyone do that? Perhaps it is the work of the real Genocide Jack. It's him. Look at him. Look at him.
What?
The real? Wait, Zoinks man, are you saying Genocide Jack is like here in the school?
No way!
There's no way. I don't even remember Celeste's voice anymore. I'm gonna do it. But going so far as to write, bloodlust at the scene, I am surprised at their stupidity. I think I kind of remember. It was the Miharu one. I can't imagine. You know what? I really do want to use that voice for one of the characters in 2. I know that you're both gonna hate it the entire time, but there's a character. She's from like a fictional Scandinavian country, and her entire like character is it's like an AC/DC reference or something. But I have a much better voice for her. She's basically just Starfire. I can't imagine a worse situation than dealing with a stupid murderer. Murderer, I hardly know her. What is it now? Toko. Hina was pointing toward the entrance to the girls' locker room. It's because she knows. That's the face of guilt right here. Look at her eyes. Toko was the last to arrive, and now she was just standing there, menacingly. Ellipses? Question mark? No. Why? Why? W-H-Y? Question mark. Gadunk. Like Zoinks man, she fainted. That did not sound good. Toko. Hino rushed over to the collapsed Toko and started trying to shake her awake. I don't think that's what you're supposed to do. They replayed the same voice line. Toko, are you okay? Come on, wake up.
Oh, that's right. I just remembered what she said about how she faints anytime she sees blood in the water.
Oh,
So, she is hemophobic. I imagine she does not watch too many horror films then. I don't know. Well, this isn't a violation of the rules, right? I mean, technically she passed out somewhere besides her room. No, I think it should be okay. The regulations prohibit sleeping. Like, on purpose, man. So, since she didn't faint on purpose, it doesn't count. Gotcha. In that case...
just a second.
Toko, can you hear me? Hey, you gotta wake up. As if she'd heard her, Toko suddenly shot awake. As in, she literally jumped up from where she was laying, like we were in some sort of manga or anime or something. It was such a strange reaction, I was at a total loss for words. She leapt straight into the air, changing her stance as she did. Yeah, because she did the weekly shonen jump. In no time flat, she was just standing up. She does not look okay. She does not look okay. She definitely has a concussion. Ignoring the physical contortion she had to go through, her motions were totally haphazard. What? Sorry about that. I was just so shocked, you know. It happens, right? Was I the only one? Toko? Are you okay, Buster Wolf? I'm fine. Yeah, ha, ha. See, the problem is I'm never gonna be able to do as good a job at those laughs as the lady who voices Toko. Even in the dub for the anime where they just recasted everybody for no reason, it still wasn't as good. Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
What the heck?
Like Zoinks, man, she must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top inning and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies.
Well,
This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
No, everything's fine. At least the stutter's all gone. That's a good thing, right?
I see.
It's clear to me that everything is not fine. Your eyes seem strangely vacant. It might be best if we take her back to her room for the time being.
so,
I don't mind taking her, but can someone help me?
If you need help, I don't mind.
Taka, could you help me?
Huh? She totally ignored me.
Very well. You take care of the girl and the rest of us can begin the investigation right away. I can assume nobody has a problem leaving Sakura and Mondo on guard duty again. Hold on a second. Rushing to an investigation? The mastermind isn't behind that. After what happened last time, surely you realize that. Nuga.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no question that CHIHIRO was murdered by someone, hold on, among us. Oh, why can't I not hear these? I can't, wait, what? I can't hear any of these, wait, hold on. All my audio got up. It's all trying to go out through my monitor and not my headphones. Anyway. You know what I should have done? I missed my opportunity last time. The next time somebody gets murdered, I'm gonna play this over the music. It's so long, it's so good. I remember I did this during the Archon quest when Nahida got stabbed. Or when Catherine got stabbed in Sumeru. Do you remember that, Kawa? I remember, because I knew it was happening because I'd seen like the screenshot from the trailer or whatever, or on Reddit or something, I saw a spoiler. So I knew it was gonna happen, and I was trying to queue this up. And I think I got it perfectly timed, or right when she got stabbed, it played the kill sound. It was just so funny. I remember it was so laggy too, the game was running at like 2 frames a second, and I think it crashed after that. goes together so well. I remember, I played this. I did the same thing when we fought. What was he called? God Terushima. What was he called? Okay, I'm gonna find the clip. He had something. He had like a dumb like Dragon Ball type thing where he called himself like Terushima God Terushima or something. Like he was like Super Saiyan or something, and I just remember that I played that because I thought it'd be funny right when we came out of the cutscene to have that playing when the fight happened, and he immediately hit me with like some sort of special attack that I've never seen him do like right away. He has this thing where it's like a 10 tile wide like Kamehameha that he just blasts, and I've never seen him do it immediately. But the cutscene ended, and before I could even move, he just did it and completely killed everybody in the party, and I just got a game over, and I was just like, bro, I can't believe you'd do this to me. I'm gonna have to find it. Okay, I've looked too far. I must have gone by it. I did find the part where they say for Beyonce, but the time has passed. Among Us. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Of course.
Right as rain. But don't take it as a bad thing. It's just a fact of life. As Frank Sinatra said, that's life. Because
Yoo-hoo!
that's how graduation works. Didn't you know every time a VTuber graduates, another VTuber gets killed? Or something, I don't know. Then it's happened again? Is that what you're saying? That another one of us has been killed? Another one of us killed a fellow classmate? Don't worry, the other protagonists aren't as bad as Makoto about this. What, does that freak you out? You guys got no balls, you know that? Is there just nothing down there at all? Well, I'll let you pray to mine if you want. Actually, I don't have any either. Sorry.
Stop talking.
Stop monologuing and give us what you came here to give us. You did bring it, right? This Monokuma's unhinged. Actually, that's not true. All the Monokumas are unhinged. He's unhinged in every single game. I sure did, chum.
It's the Monokuma file.
Allow me to present the next Monokuma file. I know how much you must be looking forward to it.
See ya later.
So please do your very tippy-top best on this investigation.
No way!
He's not your chum, pal. Do we really gotta do another investigation? I mean, you don't have to. Examining the corpse of one of our friends? Having to suspect all our other friends?
Why?
I hate this. I can't take it anymore.
Oh no!
I hate it too.
Help me!
I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
Hey.
Where do you plan on going? There's nowhere to run.
Such ignorance.
Just accept it already. After all, blood is just a liquid. A dead body is a simple object. I don't know why I have so much trouble with her voice. Hold on, I'm gonna mute. I have no idea. You are very enthusiastic about all this, are you not?
Naturally.
How can I not be? If we don't unmask the culprit, we'll all die. That's true, but to jump into it so soon...
What?
Do you want to die?
Such ignorance.
Fine, then go off and die somewhere. Right now, go ahead. You're a waste of space.
Damn you!
A dead body is an object?
Piece of shit!
CHIHIRO wasn't an object. Show a little respect or I'll beat some India. Although technically, wouldn't CHIHIRO be an object according to the game's code?
Calm down.
OBJ underscore CHIHIRO. Everyone stop bickering. Listen, there's some truth in what Bakugan said. Kyoko!
Because
If we don't solve the mystery and find the killer, our own lives are forfeit. And if Bakugan is right that Genocide Jack is somehow the one who killed Chihiro,
that's right.
then unless we do something, more victims could start piling up.
Forget more victims. If we mess this up, we're all dead meat.
Hey, hey!
Hold on, if that's your worry, you don't gotta worry any longer. In any one killing game, the guilty party may only kill a maximum of 2 people.
What? I don't remember any rule like that.
Actually,
I just came up with it. I mean, if one person went around and killed everyone, your lovely student life would be all over, right? The new rule has been added to the regulations menu.
so then.
In that case, why not limit it to 1 person?
Hey,
Well, in a good mystery, you don't want to miss out on at least the potential of a serial killer angle. Just one would totally murder that possibility.
punishment is waiting for you.
Farewell for now. I'll get you guys to the class trial. I can't say I understand his thinking, but if we can kill up to 2 people, then one more person's life could still be in danger.
Interesting.
Which is definitely not good. We need to uncover the culprit before something else happens.
You son of a bitch!
You need to shut the fuck up!
So,
Well, for now, Taka and me are gonna drop Toko off at her room. Nice! I'm gonna get dropped off.
there is nothing to be done.
We have no time to stand around here. We must begin our investigation. Toot sweet. I have no idea what she's talking about. If we do not solve the mystery of who killed Chihiro,
Is that okay?
then we will quickly follow her into the afterlife. That's true. I hate this, but if I want to survive, me and everyone else, we have to do it. We don't have any other choice. We have to find the sussy Baka Amogus. First of all, I'd better check the Monokuma file to see exactly what's going on. Maybe somebody was on cams. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the girls' locker room on the 2nd floor of the school. The cause of death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's all it says. Well, it's not like there's any point in complaining about it. No matter what, I gotta do what I gotta do. You know I had to do it to him. Monokuma File 2 has been added. Hey, Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? Do you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course, life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So, what did you need? I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent, the same talent which allowed you to solve Sayaka's case. Solve? No, I just...
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I've chosen you. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. So, you're inviting me to come with you? You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
Now then, shall we get started? But... We need to get moving. There's no time to be standing around.
ZZZZ.
Ellipses. I don't really know what just happened, but it looks like I'll be working with Bakugan on this one. Alright. So instead of Kyoko... Yes. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to get... What? Oh, I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do remember she said that more than once. Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl after all. Most girls aren't that strong. Bullying girls? Not cool, Makoto. I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Chihiro complex? I found it quite simple. We have Mondo's account now. Alright. So we can leave, which I don't think Byakuya will let us do. We have Bloody Barbell. It's not really a barbell. Sakura, Bloodstain poster, Blood. We're gonna talk to Street Fighter. I use this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site of Chihiro's death. But why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else, then carried here. She was very light, that is true. It wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her, but still.
Well,
I still think she came here on her own, by choice. What makes you say that? She's been talking a lot lately about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would she really have been exercising that late?
perhaps.
Hina or myself are usually in the locker room during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join us more than once, she never showed up. So I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night?
However,
Perhaps. But it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned that she couldn't do it by herself. She needed support from others. So you're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she would also have come with someone else? It's a possibility, I think. Sakura's account has been added. Alright. You want to skip over Chihiro for now and just talk to Bakugan? There's a dumbbell on the floor, and this is a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell. The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell was actually the murder weapon?
That's right.
I don't imagine it could have been anything else. Locker room dumbbell has been added to the truth bullets. Now I believe it's time for us to move on. Huh? Already?
What?
New clues won't magically appear by standing around here. We need to check every aspect of this case. That's true, but there's still interactable items in this room.
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. So, this is our next location. Rest in peace the rest of that. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? Ellipses. So, what do you want to look at? Daka. Maybe this gun was used to... No, impossible. If that were true, Chihiro would be riddled with holes. No, they actually beat her with the machine gun. That was what the blunt force was. Simple. Then they dipped the dumbbell in the blood in order to throw off suspicion. I don't think there's anything... Yeah, there's nothing else behind here except for the door. So we have the door, we have... Which door? Girls' door, boys' door? I think we can click on the scanners too. I wonder if we can go back inside. You've already spent plenty of time checking the crime scene. There are plenty of other things left to check here. Okay, fine. Wanna try the other one? Okay, scanning. It looks like a DS. If I remember right, this card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together. The lights didn't turn off, though.
Did you call for me?
Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up, Doc? Well, it's just about this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, The card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your e-handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding to the gender listed on your individual handbook. And it's impossible for 2 people in a row to go through while the door's unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there was some sort of erotic terrorist on the prowl, the ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And the school regulations prohibit anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct. So then, that means only girls can go in the girls' locker room, and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey, Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Do you have X-ray vision, Byakuya? Allow me to tell you what you're thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words,
As such, the killer must be one of the girls. Did I get it right?
such ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong, though? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer's been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your e-handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of the noble Togami family. So you managed to sniff out the loophole in the regulations. Knowing you, I bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things. You're treating me like a puny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Bear all orange. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore, they're things.
Yep.
Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. You're saying that's a loophole, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means someone would have to loan it, so,
Why you?
so sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakuya and get your poop together.
Unbelievable.
Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions, figure out the rest in your own damn self. Ellipses.
That's fine.
Well, I know you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, so I'll fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. Card reader has been added. Look how quick we're getting through things now that it's Byakuya leading the investigation and not Makoto being like, a lint roller. It's used to clean up lint. A trash can. You put trash inside of it. A bed. You sleep on it. The bathroom door. It doesn't open correctly. There's scratches on the walls. I wonder what they could be. We came to the main hall. So, what are we looking for here? Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? We're just gonna leave. The hunk of metal blocking the entrance seems like some kind of machine. That was very not helpful. It's got like a laser sight or something on it. There's surveillance camera, and there's what I can only assume is a gun attached to it. It looks like a Star Wars kind of gun. Something you put in an AT-AT. It's so chilling, just like Hoth. Where's a Tauntaun when you need one? Alright. There's a mailbox here. Could there be something inside? Tampering with the mail is a federal offense. Yeah? There's enough like Star Wars like derivative like stuff out there, right? There's gotta be like a Star Wars Rofan, right? The Star Wars Isekai? Could there be something inside? Tampering with the mail is a federal offense, but luckily we're in Japan. It's an e-handbook? No wait, there's 3 of them. But what are they doing here? So, you finally found them. Huh? Did you know these were here, Bakugan? I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems there's a system in place where the handbooks of dead students get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka? You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did... You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it, but I'm not gonna verbalize it, so the player still has to figure it out themselves. Oh, I guess he is. Rest in peace. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Learning your e-handbook, blah blah blah, who cares? I see. Yeah, now I understand. He said the thing. Main hall e-handbooks have been added to the truth. Hold on a second. What's wrong?
Very strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. Then the one that won't turn on must be Leon's, right?
I see.
It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs? The memory of it came flooding back. That cruel punishment, which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. He got hit with more beanballs than Shohei Ohtani. Whoever that is. A cruel, heartless death. You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault. You think Shohei Ohtani's, like, a big Uma Musume fan? Hey, hey! Hey, 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 hey!
Now I'm really angry.
What? Is it really that strange to think that Shohei Ohtani might be a fan of Uma Musume? That e-handbook is essential to student life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental, a super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily. But it did.
That's impossible.
If I say it wouldn't break, it wouldn't frickin' break. It can withstand up to 10 tons of pressure, and it's waterproof up to 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit it with, it wouldn't do crap. Oh, but, even my amazing handbook does have one single weak point. It does?
I can't hear you.
But it's a secret. I wouldn't want you to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon must have broken it somehow without realizing what its weakness was, right? Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be? Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. What just happened? Was he insinuating that Leon kept the thermostat in his room so low that the cold temperature negatively impacted the lithium-ion battery inside of his e-handbook, causing it to die? Monokuma said it's not broken, but it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
But I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. Broken E-handbook has been added. Also, rest in peace, Finley Forevermore on the YouTube chat. I just realized I don't have it pulled up until now, so I'm sorry I missed that message. I have it pulled up now. It's still sort of being blocked by Discord, but it's okay. Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed my hero. To be exact, not quite. Huh? Not quite? Okay, I think we can leave. Oh, no. Oh, what? Hold on, there's still more here waiting to be checked. What is there to be checked? What? The monitor? You want to talk to you, Byakuya? What do you mean by that? Bakugan. To be exact, not quite. Certainly I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Jack the Killer. Then you really think, you truly believe Jack the Killer is the one who killed Chihiro? I don't know, man. Do you really think somebody whose name is Jack the Killer would kill somebody?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. I have no doubt that Jack the Killer is someone who would kill someone. That murderous fiend is Jack the Killer, right? There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using a bizarre and brutal method. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch up to them. Does that mean it's Suisei? Just like a ghost? Hold on. Oh wait, it doesn't matter. Even if I play it, you won't be able to hear it. Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. I might have a workaround that would allow you to hear this. Hold on. I might be able to get you to hear this if I set this to monitor and output inside of OBS and then queue this up somewhere else. No, I do not want the Justin Bieber song. Okay. And what mysterious something Byakuya said that I skipped over? Jack the Killer! They say he's killed thousands of people, but that's gotta be an urban legend. Still, could one of us really be a Dementor? You're not wrong to wonder, but it is quite bizarre for you to think that there could be Dementors. After all, we live in the real world, Makoto. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you, you filthy muggle. Do we gotta talk to him again, or can we leave? Can we leave? Okay. bro is really... He's the part where you just gotta keep pressing A, like, you gotta re-enter the menu over and over again. You can't just say it all at once. Wait, what? It's the same thing. Wait, what? Oh, I see. He said something new. Thanks, Byakuya. Thanks for saying the entire conversation again. Except this time, we have this. And I have a basis to believe that, I assure you, Jack the Killer is one of us. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This will provide all the evidence you need. Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one who killed Chihiro. Evidence? Does something like that really...
It's all clear now.
Ah, hey, you two! I assume this is Hina. It is. Big trouble. I need your help. We're busy. Leave us alone. But it's an emergency. Emergency!
I don't have time.
Come on, please, you gotta help me. What if we just left? I said it's an emergency. Come help me. Can we talk to Byakuya? Such an annoying girl. Okay. Alright, let's talk to Dairy Queen over here.
Such ignorance.
This is a serious emergency. Please, please, you gotta help me. Just calm down, okay, Hina?
Please.
But it's an emergency. An emergency? What happened? There's something wrong with the Dairy Queen. They don't have... What's the thing that they... What's that, like, the little swirl thing that they have? Oh. I don't know. I know they have the Frosties, but they have, like, the generic things. They have, like, a trademarked, like, little ice cream, like, swirl... Like, chocolate. Like... It's kind of like an ice cream sandwich on a stick, but it's got, like, a little swirl thing. Little, like, curl on the top. It looks a lot like her hair. There's something wrong with TOKO. She's acting super strange, like, more strange than normal. I know she's pretty weird. Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do, Bakugan? Since it's TOKO, I must admit I'm quite intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her.
Very strange.
Are you sure? Oh, thanks for that one, my guy. I didn't expect that, did ya?
I thought for sure
Don't
he'd
make
just
me
say
repeat
no, and that'd be the end of it. Okay, come on, hurry. Wait for us, Hina. It looks like she headed to the dorms, to Toko's room most likely. You're right.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. Hey Toko. Now's not the time for that. Oh, you want to talk to the people first, or you just want to get to the room? Hello, Miss 5'4". You guys are too slow. I mean, I'm 5'4". Yeah, I think she's 5'4". I think you're just too fast. So, what's this emergency? Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, you know, see how she was doing. But when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out and kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff? We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. Alright.
That's fine.
Hurry up and do it. Okay. I guess we missed our chance. Actually, it probably would have led to the same thing no matter who we talked to. Where is she? Oh, she's 5'3". My mistake. I'm sorry, I thought you were taller, Hina. Is it Big Mac? He's 5'3" too. He's not so big. They should call him Mac Jr. instead. I may as well give it a shot. The door swung open, slowly and silently. Holy crap! An aura of negativity flowed out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What? Oh,
Behold,
nothing.
the voice of
It's
Kirito,
just that
and Aaron Baker,
Hina was really worried
and the
about
guy
you
in Fire
cleaning
Emblem
yourself up
Echoes,
in your room.
who has the same name as the main character of Fire Emblem Fates, but is in fact a different person. Not sure how that one worked.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But can
Oops.
you open up just for a second?
Incoming ad break.
Huh?
Oh, she just said one a lot. Okay. And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. That was kind of rude. But what was that? She's been acting like that the whole time. When I rang a little while ago. No, I'll drive out the killer. Just drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down the door, but it felt like something was holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Bakugan? Does she really think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered My Hero Academia? Is that why Toko's so scared? Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her?
But
Alright, do we want to talk to Tina first? I'm just really worried about her. Isn't there anyone? Okay, whatever. Oh, Byakuya. Hey, Byakuya. You think you can ask her? To come out of her room, I mean. Sure, whatever. You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Oh wait, I missed my chance again. You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Wow, I guess you can be nice when you want to. This is his happy face. Byakuya stood in front of her door, not making a sound, and pressed the doorbell. After a few moments, she really is out there going like "Gug-gug-gug-gug-gug." You're all so annoying. Bakula, blah. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep our promise. Like Dracula, I want to drink your blood. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again. And with that, the door slammed shut. Even Dracula couldn't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's go back to the investigation. Hold on. I feel like your character just changed a lot. Hey, Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Are you secretly a vampire like in Twilight? Something about a promise? Oh, I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But...
What?
If I say I don't know, then that means I don't know. Just let Tina take care of her.
Stop talking.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll stay here and keep an eye on her, but you should probably get that checked, Byakuya. Something's not right. Well then, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, Byakuya sped away.
Let's go.
Just like a vampire. Watashi vampire. And I don't know the rest of the lyrics. Byakuya, why did you turn into a Deco 27 song? And I hurried to catch up. Hold on. I do know I can play that, and I do know this joke will make sense. Wait, hold on. We need to play the end again. Somebody should cut that out and replace, have that dubbed over in Soulja Boy. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just hit that Soulja Boy. He just kept walking towards his destination, walking fast, spaces past like he's homebound. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Finally, his feet brought him to stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. I don't think there's a character in any of the games I could use that voice for. Actually, no, well, there might be. Well, we can look at a bunch of stuff, or we can talk to our resident vampire. He's a vampire. Blah. Yeah, Bacula. It's talking to Bacula. Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library? Don't make me say it again. Okay, fine. I guess we gotta look for it ourselves.
Don't make me repeat myself.
We got the letter talking about the closure, the camera, a lamp, a desk, some books on the shelves. There are no clues there. We need to check elsewhere. Oh, there was a mono. That's where you're wrong, Byakuya. There was a clue. Somebody left a mono coin. Hold on, we still have more to check here. Okay. Link? Oh, I thought you said Link, and I was like, Link? Knock it off. What does the desk lamp matter right now? He got so angry he broke character. You're just trying to make him angry. This is one of the monitors Monokuma appears on. I can't think about this right now. You just systematically click on everything except for you click on the camera next. There's no point in checking there. We need to find real clues. Blah. A surveillance camera. Okay, whatever. Okay. Which book? Left book, middle book, or right book? There's no point in checking that. We need to find real clues. There are no clues there. We need to check elsewhere. There are no clues there. We need to check elsewhere. Hey yo. Alright. If I remember, on the other side of this door, it's the archive, right?
Nice to meet
The
you.
archives are
I'm
incomplete.
Sophistopheles.
Hurry up and go inside. Oh, here? It'll all make sense once you're inside, blah.
Let's go.
Whoa, there are so many books and files. And so much dust, too. I would say there's enough value in this place to endure the dust.
So in
Okay, so
other
he's...
words,
Which book? Middle book? Oh. Oh, well. The shelf is stuffed tight with files. Without really thinking about it, I picked one at random. Ah, you have a sharp eye indeed to select that file. Huh? That's the report on a presidential assassination. The original is kept at the National Library. It won't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up in for peeking at it. Without making a sound, I returned the file to the shelf. Alright. There's a wooden box. It's empty. Although judging by the smudges in the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord plugged in there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? This is, if we were playing Somnium Files, this is when Date would have some sort of weird remark about the extension cord. Huh? It's a desk lamp, like the ones you see in the intro of the Pixar movies. Well, not quite, it's a little different. Oh yeah, it's the same one I saw Byakuya using in the library before. I don't know. Do you have a problem with that lamp? It was here before, then I moved it over there. It is too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it to good use. But you think I would avoid the light because I'm a vampire? How judgmental of you. What? He's just gonna unbolt the... There's even a surveillance camera here. We should go see it, like, drag Byakuya into one of our rooms or something to see if he has a reflection. Well, actually, we could just see if he could enter one of our rooms first. Right? There's so many flies stuffed onto the shelf. What's in all these things? Those documents are dangerous. I heard that they had garlic powder spread on
that's
them.
enough.
Dangerous? They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with the real power. The secret council controlling everything from the shadows, blah. If you're ready to be disappeared for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in there. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'm a vampire, blah. I'll just let it go for now. Alright, we can talk to Byakuya or we can look at the bookshelf behind him. Bacula. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you're sure to discover that value for yourself. Okay, fine. Fine. There's a ton of thick files stuffed onto the bookshelf. If you're thinking of looking through any of them, let me give you a little warning. Those files are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. It's the kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents, for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you would expect to leak, unless you requested them underneath the Freedom of Information Act or a Sunshine Law. Oh? What's that? It doesn't matter, because we are not in the United States. So, are you finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library? The entire reason I was interested in the library is because of this room right here. It's home to classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. But of course I am no ordinary person. I'm a vampire, blah. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be for real, right? Vampires don't really exist, right? They don't bury kimchi in the backyard and then have a student think that they killed somebody named Kim and were eating them, right? That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie.
Such
Well, it's not that, it's just... It's not like I totally refuse to believe it, but... That was a really bad movie. Like, really, really bad. I can't believe they made another one. I mean, there's just so much. How could anybody have put all this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much power some desperate suits are to somehow link a movie to a sort of pop culture fad in the early 2000s by doing weird collaborations with influencers and stuff. Blah. Hey yo. Hey yo. It's like a chihuahua it's like a chihuahua mixed with like a wendigo. It's the wait. It's instead of the wendigo, it's the wenga dog. The mastermind may have I'm Dogman. I'm Bat Dog. Where's Rachel? Rachel! I don't know. Wendigo Industries. The mastermind may have wanted to provide us with enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored and prevent us from finding out that both of our mothers' names are Martha. And also from finding out whether or not Harvey Dent can be trusted. Can he be trusted? I don't know what you're talking about, Byakuya. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe you need to take a break and lie down too. It's no use. I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. He keeps making pop culture references that I just don't understand. What's wrong? You still can't believe it. What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. Is it because you're a vampire? Blah? What do you mean, usually? I'm always a vampire. Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. If you don't understand what they actually represent, you don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? After all, I'm a vampire. Blah. The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, so there's no doubt. Okay, just making sure he didn't have anything else to say like last time. Hold on a second. You're saying you've read all these documents? And more than once? Jeez bro, go touch grass. But all this has to be like top secret confidential stuff, right? So why? My family has a reading room just like this at our home. Ours is bigger, of course, and not as dusty, and it even has its own sod patch inside, so we can touch grass whenever we please. Huh? Members of the Togami family have access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible? You'd go that far just so you don't have to step outside? I already told you, there's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council, and I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. Okay, we thought this guy was just like some like rich like guy. Turns out he's a serious Chinibyo, you know? Bro's like waiting to get isekai'd. He thinks he's Sid Kaganao. But to become such a ruler, I must know all the levels of this world backwards and forwards, and have an in-depth understanding of mathematics so that I can cast spells better. So whenever oh, that's not his voice. So, whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me. Primarily light novels, involving getting reincarnated into another world. Which is why I can proclaim without a doubt that the materials gathered here are the real deal, just like Kirito. This is beyond believing or not believing. Was Sword Art a thing by this point? 2010? Did it exist yet? Let's find out. When did Reki start making Sword Art Online? Sword Art Online takes place in the 2020s. That's not helpful. Wrote the web series and is not on his website from 2002 to 2008. So it would have existed by the time this game happened. And it would have been published already. Alright. Bianca is actually starting to scare me more than the actual nerve gear. And what always interested me the most were the cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. I guess you could say that I was a big fan of true crime. It's excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of those cases just by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Sussy Baka Amogus case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf. This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Sussy Baka cases has been compiled in here.
That's right.
Because there's so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Sussy Baka murder. The first characteristic is that at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is that when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way and a cooldown is started. Bloodlust is written in blood and the victim's body is suspended after a kill cooldown starts? It's exactly the same as what happens in Among Us. Save your surprise, the best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about that particular fact were the members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about that aspect of each crime. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about this act of mounting the victim. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse... What? Yeah, he's like, nobody would know it unless you read this thing that's been in here the entire time that I've known about. Her body was most certainly mounted in this fashion. So, how could the killer have known about crucifying the victim? That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple. The culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack, and they're making their victims T-pose to assert dominance.
So, in other words,
that right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself among the rest of us, and he is in fact a Sussy Baka among us.
in other words,
Then, Genocide Jack really is. Such a brutal, fiendish killer really is walking around among us? Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become a part of our little game.
interesting.
Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two. If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Alright,
Such
what are we thinking? Joke's on you, Byakuya. I've got the power of the X button. That's the report on the presidential assassin. Okay, whatever. Is it?
right.
Oh, is it this? It's not what I clicked on. Do you think we're gonna have to ask Byakuya? Or do you think we can find it out ourselves? Rest in peace. Can we just leave? Hold on. Okay, fine. Maybe we're... There's a surveillance camera. Okay. I think we have to talk to Bakugan. Byakuya, about that Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it? Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay this time. Feel free to look at it here, but you can't take it with you. Byakuya handed me the file, and I flipped through it with tense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I'd reached the page where the photos from the scene of each crime had been collected. The names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. You want to read these? Ken Harada, office worker, 32. Took place in a parking lot of the victim's apartment complex. Multiple stab wounds across the body, believed to be inflicted by scissors that were later used to attach the victim to the wall. Word bloodlust written. The scissors used in the murder were apparently custom made, which each pair left at the murder scene seemed to be made of the same metal, and as with the other cases, the scene bloodlust seemed to be made of the same material and construction. Victim suffered. Okay, so these are just like the same exact. It's what? Oh yeah. It's just the same copy pasted stuff. Actually, some of these are just the same picture. Ken Harada, Tetsuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Gaku, 23. Kano Issei, 14. Takeshi Yoshida, 30. Komatsuna Taro, Takafumi Gono, Uchida Naohisa, Takeshi Masamune, Yuto Yumejima. There was no end to it, but one thing became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killers, countless victims, were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page and you'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page? He's shaking. Profiling results? All of the crimes took place either on weekdays at night or during holidays, either day or night. The most common time for the killings to take place was on holidays, in the afternoon. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may potentially suffer from dissociative identity disorder. The key point here is that the culprit may well have a split personality. A split personality? Like the kind of thing you see on TV? So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up until now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind has gone numb. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? You know what? This is the same album, Meteora. It's the same album that has Breaking the Habit on it. The best song. The best song. Okay, so the case file's been added. Alright, we should get going soon. Huh? Where are we going? To go find more victims for you to suck their blood?
Let's go.
Anyway, but here, we've finished our business here, haven't we? It's dusty. Ah, wait, Bakugan! As usual, Bakula turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up. Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial. Huh? Just all of a sudden like that? Come on, enough of your annoying misapprehensions. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the investigation forward on your own. Well, goodbye. And just like that, he was gone, leaving more agency to the player to try and figure out what happened. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he'd cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just being delivered crucial plot points in order to help facilitate the solving of this mystery. At the same time, I'd uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack, he's the one that killed CHIHIRO. And that murderous fiend is one of us. But who is it? I have to find that out, no matter what it takes. And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have come up with some info I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. Alright. Well, the locker rooms are over here. We can play this in true dungeon crawler fashion with the map open entirely on the screen, blocking everything, because really, who cares? Hey, it's that boy! Man's built like an onigiri. Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit. The kid culprit. Another stat increase for me! Evidence? What did you find?
I feel as if...
I cannot reveal that just yet. But I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Oh yeah, Miss Lunenburg said she'd witnessed something worth a while too. Really? What did she see? She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right?
Well,
Right?
It would seem.
Okay, so where is Celeste now? The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there. What's it gonna be? Is he trying to imply that she vented? Alright, do we want to go find Celeste or do we want to go look at the body? Since we're already here. Oh, and the reason why we can go in right now, Monokuma mentioned it at the end of the last part, is... yeah, he's disabled this stuff and he's unlocked all the doors. So nobody needs to scan anything, nobody needs to worry about the handbook thing. Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard CHIHIRO talk about it, right? All, I need to get stronger. Yeah, I do. Okay, we already read this. Alright. I think we've already talked to Sakura. I assume she won't have anything different to say, just like Mondo. Oh no, this is actually different. CHIHIRO's presence here was especially weak. Her body and her soul. To target such a helpless being, it's unforgivable. What a wretched beast to do such a thing.
No forgiveness.
I cannot forgive this.
Okay, well that didn't really help us at all. What's up, Kyoko Onigiri?
Hey, Kyoko, have you made any progress on why your hair is drawn differently than the other characters?
Generally speaking. But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to that. Oh, I have something unrelated to take care of.
Something besides your hair? What is it?
Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder.
But...
Before I go,
Wow.
let me give you one piece of advice. Oh. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time. Thoroughly. Like, really feel her up, Makoto. I know it might be kind of weird, seeing as she's a dead girl that's been crucified in a girl's locker room, but I'm telling you, it's of utmost importance. It's crucial to the plot that you run your hands all over her body. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts. That's it. I'll be praying for your success. And make sure you explain this to Mondo and Sakura first, or else they're gonna think you're a total
Goodbye.
creep.
with that, Kyoko turned and left the locker room after seemingly setting me up for failure. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely worth worrying about. After all, we already found some of the missing handbooks, and Chihiro's wasn't there.
Chihiro's handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Alright. So we already looked at this, we can look at it again if we want. Blood. I hope it is not Chihiro's blood. Alright.
Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. Body? I hope it is not Chihiro's body. I know she's dead thoroughly, but I do have my limits, despite all of my weird comments earlier about smelling things. Well, I'd better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some sort of rope. The rope is used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug? Wait, so then this isn't a rope at all. But the more I think about it, the more I realize I must be smooth-brained for not realizing that it's an extension cord. Chihiro's fatal injury was a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's the issue here of being suspended, and the fatal blow. At first, I didn't see any reason to think much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something is not quite right. What does all this mean? How does this affect LeBron's legacy?
LeBron's legacy has been added to the truth bullets.
Well, the one thing that's most likely to tie all these mysteries together is what Ja Rule has to say about this. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit and look over again. Plus, it might help to look at the Genocide Jack case file one more time.
Alright, I think we can still look at stuff here too if we want. We want to just go check out the file. Alright. Oh, well, I guess we can't.
The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood. I hope it is not Chihiro's blood.
I'm gonna keep doing it.
Just like in all those other Genocide Jack cases, at every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood.
Alright.
There's blood on the carpet. It could only have been caused by Chihiro's blood.
Alright.
It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is pretty noticeable too. A girl's locker room doesn't seem like the kind of place you'd find something like this.
Really, Makoto? During Pride Month? I think we can leave now. We can. Alright, do we want to talk to this boy again? Okay. Okay, no, it's the same thing.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, I think we can go in here too. Or we can go check out the file.
Blood. I hope there is not Chris's blood. I'm realizing that when they were talking about the genocide jet case and the method used to kill them and everything, I realized that every time that came up, I was missing a chance to make a Jill sandwich joke, and I kind of regret it. You know? Okay. Well, looks like we got... We can leave, we can check out the post. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Okay, we got the carpet. We got the monitor and the poster. Right now, okay, if I break it, Monokuma might come and punish me. Weird. Huh, this poster. It's a popular boy band called Tornado. They look like they could be Yu-Gi-Oh characters. Somehow, it doesn't quite seem to fit in the boys' locker room. Also, that guy in the bottom middle kinda looks like a character from Your Turn to Die, Death Game by Majority. But wait, that reminds me. The poster in the other locker room is... That's right, there's definitely something strange about this. In the boys' locker room, there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to someone who knows a little bit more about the locker rooms. Alright. Let's go to the library, right? We'll swing by here again later. Oh, what? Bro. Well, there's only one person here who I think would know about the locker rooms, huh? It's obviously not Hifumi. What's up, Street Fighter? You spend a lot of time exercising in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura? I've used it nearly every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay then, let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and girls' locker rooms could have been switched? I can't really say. I never really paid any attention to the posters. I see.
I'm sorry.
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like to drink a little protein coffee every time I finish exercising. We have protein coffee? In the warehouse. It's not the highest quality, but I don't have a lot of other options as a gym rat. I mix protein powder with coffee and down a glass of it after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet now. Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. It must be the work of ServPro, like it never even happened. Disappearing Stalin, I mean stain, has been added to the truth bullet section. Alright. Now can we leave? Yes. Goodbye, Hifumi. Oh look, it's an anchor. Rest in peace. We can't go up there yet. One of these says, like, has like some graffiti on one of the chalkboards in one of these classrooms. Anyway, there's the outlet that we still can't interact with. Let's head in here to the secret library. I don't even remember where it was. Huh? It's gone. Did someone take it out of the archive? The archives! They're incomplete! But the only one who would do something like that. I can't think of anyone else but Bacula. Alright, let's go find Bacula. Count Bacula. What? What do you mean there's still more? Oh. He wants to look at this. No, not that. This. He wants to investigate this lamp. Huh? The lamp won't turn on. Oh, I see. It's not plugged in. The lamp cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. But last time I saw it, it was definitely on, and it was definitely right here. Oh, that's right. Bianchio was using an extension cord. Also, I would like to point out that the extension cord shown here is clearly not the same kind of it's clearly not the same cord that CHIHIRO is tied up with, because you can very clearly see. I don't know. You probably can't see my mouse on the thing. Oh, nice. You can very clearly see that this is the cord for the lamp, and it's plugging in with the little plug here, and that the extension cord is this long thing here with the big, like the... Yeah, and the one that you hear, it's very clearly this. It's very clearly a cord that has a plug, but you know what? You know what? We'll let them get away with it. 2010. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... Library desk... Okay, whatever. Alright. Let's go find... Right? It's kind of crazy when you think about that. You know, we got one vampire who, like, gets hit by a car in order to save a lady because he's, like, got a weird, like, obsession with, like, one of the... Like, a baby that's yet to be born that she'll... Oh, hey, look, it's this guy. We want to talk to Colonel Sanders here. Maybe we should have confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it, I'm sorry, CHIHIRO. It's all because I wasn't strong enough. Okay, I'm gonna mention this. This is gonna be sort of a spoiler, but like I don't think either one of you were thinking about this possibility at all. And it's just something interesting that comes up. I think it's either in one of like the supplementary like books, or like a random collectible that you can find in Ultra Despair Girls. But when Byakuya was talking about how the only people who knew about the murder were the police and like high up officials, I was just thinking about how they never talk about it in this game. It's only ever talked about in like other things that came out after this game. But Taka's secret relates to the fact that it was like his grandfather or like great-grandfather or something was a very important politician. I think his whole family is politician, like his dad's politician, his granddad's politician. But like someone in his family previously had like this big corruption scandal or something. And so that's why he's always such a stickler for the rules and everything. And that's why he's the ultimate moral compass. And that's why it was his like dark secret that Monokuma had that was supposed to be the motive for him to commit murder, to not be like, hey, this guy who's like, he's always like, we gotta follow the rules. Yeah, his family's a fraud or something. Yeah, it's something interesting that I think is really interesting, specifically in this case, because that's what his secret was. And Byakuya goes on that whole tangent about how only like important people and the police know about it, and that totally would like include Taka. But it's has nothing to do with this because they never tell you in this game. So that's why I said it. They never talk about it, and I didn't think either one of you had any like thought that it could possibly be him. So let's talk to Dairy Queen here. Oh, Hina, how's Toko doing? Same as before. She won't come out. She just keeps mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her?
Today.
My head was all swimmy and I was getting pretty hungry. Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna head back soon now I'm done eating. Toko's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course. Of course? There's two things I'm sure God created, outer space and donuts. Really? I bet CHIHIRO would like to eat more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I should have tried to spend more time with her. Come to think of it, who did she spend time with? Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though you and her invited CHIHIRO to exercise with you, she always refused. Yup, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was like she stayed away from all the girls. Although, if we're being completely honest between the two of us, I can see why she'd want to stay away from Celeste and Toko. They're kind of like, not all there in the head, you know what I mean? Was she just shy? I mean, you're the one who talked to her, Makoto, in the free times. I would say the answer to that definitely was yes. We're talking about the lady who was like, I saw a mosquito land on my arm and start drinking my blood, but I just couldn't bear to squish it, because I thought about, what if it had its own mosquito family that would mourn its loss? I don't know, she talked to the boys all the time. Isn't it kind of weird to be shy around your own sex, but totally fine with the opposite sex? What is she, some kind of pick-me girl? Oh wait, maybe. Maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right? You think so? I never really saw her as a pick-me girl. I always account as... Okay, whatever. Alright, we can check out the kitchen too, and the clock, and the monitor, and the camera if you want. Sometimes we get funny things, like him talking about, like, if he breaks it, maybe Monokuma will come and punish him. Surveillance camera, okay, whatever. I like how no matter where it is, it's always the same thing talking about the mastermind must have seen CHIHIRO get murdered on. I wonder when the oh, that was at least different. Class trial. I know it's pointless, but I can't stop looking at the clock. Time never stops flowing, but still, here it feels like it's been left behind. Oh. Hey, yo. We're gonna have a field day in V3. V3 has, I think I've talked about this before, there's a mechanic in V3 called it's called like the shove function, or like the push button, where you can press one of the buttons on the controller and it'll have like a projection like force hand that just flies towards this, like out of your hand, like out of your crosshair, and you can use it to just like swat away parts of the background. So like, you can just like toss them, just like get rid of them, and you can just like run around spamming it, and it has this really satisfying like thwack sound every time. And sometimes when you like get rid of stuff, it reveals mono coins. So there are videos of people just going around, they just run into like the classrooms, and they just throw all the chairs all over the place. You can do that. You can run up to the sprites and just go whack, 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 whack. I think they move too. Like they bobble back and forth. You know, like the big like thingamajigs you always see, like the round. They look like really big matryoshkas. No. Yeah. Like the thing they have in boxing, you know, you punch them and they roll. Yeah. It's a bunch of vegetables all piled up. Nothing really to worry about there. Cameras. I hope it's not Chris's camera. That one specific knife is still missing, but I don't think it's related to the case this time. Dun dun dun. Knife. I hope it's not Chris's knife. Oh, did you know about the Heisenberg callback in Resident Evil Village, Raeo? Do you know anything about Village? But you don't know anything about like the story or anything? Do you care? Okay, so there's a part in the game where Chris shows up to like help Ethan with some stuff, and one of the bosses that you fight, Heisenberg, who's basically like, he's like if Johnny Depp was Magneto, and it's what he looks like. He like sees Chris and he's like, no, not that boulder punching idiot or whatever. I'm just like, oh yeah, I just thought of that just now. So boom, you don't need to play Village now. Oh, there's a funky fish guy too that's kind of funny.
Okay, whatever. Well, do we want to talk to April? I mean Celeste? 30 days has September, April, March, and November, right? What is it? November. What's her name? April Ludington? That's her name, right? It's not showing up. Okay, so this is very unhelpful. I looked up April Ludington, and then I looked up April Ludington Parks and Rec, and I just keep getting, actual Parks and Rec, information. This is not what this is not helpful. Parks and Recreation, April. Oh, Ludgate, I'm sorry. I'm gonna pull something up, and I'm gonna screen this to make sure there aren't any spoilers in it, and then I'm gonna post it in the... Yeah. How the wind dog. Oh no, there is a spoiler. Okay, I'm gonna have to wait until after. Oh no, there's a really funny, and the other reason why I checked is because I haven't found anybody else who, I haven't found a version of this video that doesn't have the Danganronpa stuff on it. But there's a compilation video of a bunch of different April moments from Parks and Rec. And they're really funny, and somebody put a bunch of the Danganronpa sprites over the characters. And I've just never been able to find, a version of the video that doesn't have the Danganronpa stuff on it. It might not exist. It might be a bunch of clips that somebody specifically picked out, and it's a custom video. But, they're just really funny. But there's, some major, spoilers. So, we're gonna have to wait. Anyway. Let's talk to Kakegurui.
Lady Gaga, what are you doing here? This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels, there's an endless supply to choose from. I see, but have you found anything related to the case? I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you, but I see it was pointless.
Unfortunate.
Then you did find something? Very well, I will tell you, and only you.
You got the Lady Gaga joke, right? When I called her Lady Gaga, I wasn't just calling her Lady Gaga. There was a real reason for that. I'm just gonna let this play. We'll figure out whether or not either one of you know enough Lady Gaga. Uh-huh. We gotta go to the part. Long live the era of like weird 2000s AMVs where you just had a random song and a bunch of Microsoft PowerPoint presentations of fan art, I guess.
Very well. I will tell you and only you. Last night I saw her here. CHIHIRO was in the warehouse. What? Really? This was right before nighttime.
Indeed. Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
The CGs in
Oh,
the first game were so
I was
interesting.
just-
You can really see like
Are you planning to go
how much of the
exercise,
old,
perhaps?
like the original Danganronpa style is here. Because all the other ones, like, I don't really think look like this, but the first game really has that, the original style they went for, still in it. Even like with the new designs and colors and stuff.
What? How did you know?
Oh.
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm
She
kind
stuffed
of
the
in a
jacket
hurry.
in her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone. I assumed she was merely stocking up to get exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed directly to the girls' locker room. If she hadn't broken our rule, none of this would have ever happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently, she went to the girls' locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing. But the strange thing is, there was no trace of the track jacket or duffel bag Celeste said she saw CHIHIRO carrying. Which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Or the killer was Celestia Ludenberg. Why does her face look overexposed? Does it look like that in Discord? Weird. Oh. Bing bong ding bong.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge
It's because he
right
doesn't
in?
own. He rents.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. The class
It wasn't a
trial.
great joke. This is not one of my better ones.
You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the
You said,
first
let's plunge
floor
right
of the
in.
school.
And the joke I was making was, dive into work. The beginning of What You Own from Rent.
Begin the class trial, or it's about to begin. It's time to oh. The red door is right through here. I've been fast traveled here for the player's convenience.
Incoming at break.
Alright, do we want to go here? Or to the store. Time to spend our Poke Doll. There is no running away now. The red door. I have no choice but to go through it. Sort of like some sort of weird Silent Hill-esque analogy.
Whoa, they're all here.
Ahem, so is everyone ready to what? Am I blind or are we missing someone? Yeah, Toko's not here. And Toko is... like Zoinks, man? You really don't remember? Kidding, I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
Come on.
Okie dokie, I'll go ahead and drag her out here, kicking and screaming, just like that one all-time low song. Just one moment,
What are you
please.
gonna do?
It is all-time low, right? Oh wow, that was like not a really good sync at all. It is all-time low.
And just like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him.
Dang, Toko, how you really getting dragged out of your room by like a 3-foot tall bear?
Nuguh. I told him I didn't want to go, but he forced me. I can't believe you drag a girl around. Terrible. You're terrible. She's not helping her I'm not the killer defense. Acting like this. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there. So, shall we get going? It's time to find out who killed CHIHIRO. CHIHIRO? CHIHIRO Fujoshi Saki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her. Someone made the choice to kill a girl like that. Actually, I know I've been making a joke with her last name. Are you the new girl? I thought so. Are you the dead girl? I thought so. I hadn't seen you at breakfast. I don't know. I don't remember the rest of it to do anything. And that murderer is among us. Someone standing right here. Look how these sprites are so messed up. Like, look at how much taller Celeste is than TOKO. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I get some. Okay. Well, let's start with Shaggy. You ready, man? We really doing this? All right. I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weaker individual.
Well then.
Shall we begin? I don't know why the killer did what they did, but
Shall we go?
I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails. Right, bro? I guess we gotta talk to Mondo now.
Count on it.
Fucking TOKO, man. What's got her so worked up? He had no response. Rest in peace.
Hey, come on.
Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable. Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe.
It's okay. What? Or he's fully aware. Bro really is built like Eggman. You're right, but he's actually shaped like an egg. See? You know, that'd be really interesting. Somebody's had to have done this. It'd be really funny if like somebody cosplayed as one of these characters, and what they did was they just printed like a giant cutout, like a cutout of like the front, and then also like a completely black one, like what you see behind them. And so then their costume is just the front of the front part of the cutout, and the back part was just the black part. That'd be a really funny cosplay idea. Just make them giant, so like you get like a Mondo thing that's like 8 feet tall, and then you have like a Makoto one that's like 4 feet tall. He's crawling around everywhere. Canon Makoto, biting people's kneecaps. Gah. Okay. There's something odd about TOKO's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it. I guess I wasn't much help at all on this one. Teehee, Pero. I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you. Alright. Well, let's get right on into it. We have no choice. True. I give a small nod in her with a Kyogre. She's just like, true.
It's true.
With one last deep breath, I walked toward the elevator, with my arms weak. What does he say? With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. His knees weak, arms are heavy. He's got vomit on his sweater already. I don't know who. We don't really have a chef, do we? As soon as everyone was on, the elevator started to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. Couldn't stop speculating. Bleh. They look so different here, especially the hair. The steel box sank with the heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. It almost looks like they're like 3D or something.
like they're 3D models. But like, do you see like the weird aliasing around like all the characters? You know what I think it really is though? I think they like drew them all, but because every time a class trial happens, there's like at least 2 characters that disappear. They just like, this is just like a layer. They're all like on their own layer, and they're just removing them, and that's so like they've all been cut out, which is what's causing the aliasing. It's just really funny to think about, but it gives them this weird like 3D sort of feel. Like Kyoko's hair especially, it looks like very, I think it's just because it's just so low res. As we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. I think it's also like way pinker in this than it is in her sprite, because it's like a really pale color. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation, until finally it came to a sudden stop. She's got like Belle Delphine hair, like in that elevator thing. What do you think? I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting? Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with. Good, good. You're rip-roaring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all. Okay then, let's get this show on the road. Everyone, please find your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith. What do I sound like?
Check out the Pando Pet Cafe to play with me.
Lost the lead. You do lasso? Oh. You... Nice. Are you gonna... Did Halo 1 have lasso? Okay, so now, here's the thing. I've always referred to it as lasso, but I remember talking to somebody who played all the Halo games and had never heard the term lasso. There was like some other like term for it, like hardcore or something. It's legendary all skulls on. But apparently there's like another term that people use to refer to it. I've always heard it referred to as lasso. You play on legendary difficulty with all the skulls turned on. But I don't know if that was a thing in 1. I don't think it was. Lasso. Oh. Oh, Mythic. Also known as Mythic. Solo lasso, slasso, is lasso with only 1 player. The Iron Skull forces players to complete the mission with 0 deaths or saves. Halo is possible in all Halo first-person shooters post-combat evolved, since skulls first appeared in Halo 2. Okay, well there's our answer. However, you should do lasso, Kawa. You should stream doing all of the Halo games in lasso. It does... Yeah, it's all the skulls. Alright. They're inquiring about lasso. And to answer your question, Raeo, yes, he will do this every single time. It's part of his charm, you know? He's completely average. He's a completely average high school student. This is what average people do, you know? Yeah, that's just like normal human behavior, you know? That's just normal guy stuff, you know? I love how much you, like, hate how, like, depressingly boring and unintelligent Makoto is. He gets better, don't worry. But he does have the really good, no, that's wrong, and
Now I understand. Bryce really did such a good job with the voice, I'll be honest. It's so funny. Like, you can clearly tell it's him, but it's just such a funny voice compared to, like, the Eren Yeager voice and the Kirito voice and all the other voices that he does, where it's all just the same thing. It's really funny. He voices a character in the second game who, this is Makoto Naegi. He voices a character named Nagito Komaeda. And it's really funny because it's still Bryce Papenbrook, but he is like, Hey, Hajime, you're finally awake. And it's just like a completely different voice. It's really funny. But that's what the bullying girls thing comes from. When you do the intro to meet all the characters, you meet one of the characters in the supermarket, and she's talking about something, and then she has like social anxiety, so she just starts crying in the middle of the conversation, and Nagito comes by and he's like, "Bullying girls, not cool, Hajime." And then Hajime's like, "What? No, I didn't do anything. Come on, you tell him, Mikan." And she's just crying the entire time. Although I think I found a screenshot of it and it says "bullying a girl, not cool, Hajime." So it might depend on which version of the game you play, what he says. But it's one of my favorites. That might be my single favorite voice line in all of Danganronpa. Monokuma has some good ones. There's some really out-of-pocket ones in some of the games. TOKO actually has some really good ones as well. She has some that are just like so wild. And it's just like, wow. Oh, no, actually. There is one voice line that I think might be better than "bullying a girl, not cool, Hajime." There's a character in the second game that during the class trial just screams Avril Lavigne. It doesn't have anything to do with the trial or the story. It doesn't have anything to do with like the character, like their background or their personality. They just scream Avril Lavigne during one of the class trials. I have no idea why. But it's just so random. It's just in the middle of the trial. One of the characters just goes, "Avril Lavigne!" Oh, it's so funny. A deadly class trial. Would you like to save? Yes, actually, because I don't want to redo this. All right. Do we want to review the evidence or just want to go? All right. We still have no new skills. We got one skill from Sayaka Maizono, the ultimate Taylor Swift. I guess we're done. I guess it'd be more apt to call her the ultimate Blackpink in your area. Oh, there she is, right next to Makoto. Rest in peace. Isn't it? That's Jenny, right?
Explanation of the class
Oh wait, no.
trial.
Is it Jenny?
Your votes will determine.
No,
the
Jenny's from
results.
Australia, isn't she? Ah. I'm gonna check. I'm checking. The other locker? What? Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, also, this is what I was thinking. This is what I was thinking about Kawa.
I'm looking at Jenny's Wikipedia page. It says 1 year later, she was sent to study at Waikowai Intermediate School in Auckland and lived with a homestay family. Blah 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 blah. Jenny first heard of K-pop while in New Zealand, finding particular interest in YG Entertainment's music. Her mother planned to move her to Florida in the U.S. at the age of 14 to continue her studies to become a lawyer or teacher. However, she did not like the idea and was concerned about not finding work she liked while living alone. Yeah. I remember there was something, I don't remember what it was, like what the video was, but there was a thing with Alfredo Diaz, and he was talking about, they were playing some game, he was playing something with Achievement Hunter, and he was like, I think they were playing like TTT, and there was like a dentist chair in one of the rooms or something, there was like a prison or something, and they were making a bunch of jokes about the traders were killing people with harpoons, and saying that they were like giving them fillings or tooth cleanings and stuff like that. And he was like, oh yeah, I knew all about that. I was studying to be a dentist before I became a streamer.
If you can figure out who done it,
Okay, we don't need to
then
listen to this,
only
right?
they will receive punishment. But
First, we have to make clear what was used to deliver the fatal blow. The fatal frame.
Let's talk.
Did it reset the difficulty? Hold on. I'm checking to see whether or not the game decided to reset the difficulty and go back to easy baby mode. Because I would rather not play the mystery game on easy baby mode when there's only one correct answer and the game gives you that one correct answer. To me, that kind of defeats the purpose of playing a mystery game. It's like when you're playing Dark Souls, right? And you choose to build a mage and then you stand like 400 feet away from everything and watch as things die, unless you're fighting the one skeleton dude when you have to target his bracelets. Certified Dark Souls 3 hater. You heard it here first. Okay. Well, I do not see the options to change
With a
anything.
basic explanation of the class
The previous, I thought I had set it.
Your votes will determine
Where's the skip button?
results.
I thought I
If
fixed
you
it after
can
last
figure
time because
out
I went back and I
who done
replayed
it,
chapter 1 and I
then
changed the difficulty to hard. But what I'm really hoping is we didn't set it at the beginning and now we can't change it and it's just default now. So in order to get it, we have to beat the thing and then go back and replay them because that'd be really annoying.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind
Oops.
of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting.
All right. So which one do we think it was?
Certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
The weapon had to be at the scene of the crime.
But which thing do we have to contradict? Like the god of high school.
CHIHIRO's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
Oops.
According
Oops.
to the Monokuma file,
Oops, wrong button.
What kind of blunt
No.
instrument could it have been?
Oh, I
I
ran
bet
out
it
of
was an
focus.
iron pipe.
I ran out of focus. I tried to press the Y button, seemed like the natural course of action, and it said, "You want to open up the menu?" And I said, "No." Is it not? Is it, oh, it's the X.
According to the Monokuma file, what kind of
What was that?
Iron pipe.
This is what we get for not playing this game.
That certainly would make for a powerful.
I know.
CHIHIRO's. It appears it was according to the Monokuma file.
No, that's wrong.
Blunt instrument. I bet it was an
Iron.
No, it's wrong. Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene
Chris's
of the
blood?
crime? It was covered in blood, and there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the
You're
wound on
right.
the
It was
victim's head
Hifumi.
is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell. As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yes! That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to
Yeah, it's
discussion
you,
of the case.
Bacula.
Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
He's so low res.
Chihiro's
Or
killer
Byakuya.
is
Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer.
Genocide Jack.
Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Sure, let's listen. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear. Your truth bullets will disappear when they hit these lines, so think of them as an obstacle. But there's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press the A button to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the white noise. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit will decrease, so take careful aim when you have your silencer out. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, white noise won't appear at all. In which case you can forget about the silencer and just focus on— okay, we're about to find out. Are the settings set at the beginning of the game and you can't change them? Let's find out. Oh no, there it is.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no proof for it.
Rest in peace.
Hey, so
He doesn't— does he know?
Genocide Jack.
The thing Byakuya showed me in the archive. One look at that and anyone would be convinced. It shows— okay, whatever. On what? Oh. Show me the
The
proof.
culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible.
The bonus puzzle is trying to figure out who's saying the white noise.
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on. There's just no.
No, it's wrong.
Because he— of course I know him. He's me.
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
With the sussy baka.
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth. So let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Looking at it in Discord, it does not. It looks like there's a not as nearly as much like movement. Oh, there it goes. No, in Discord it kind of looks like there's some lag where he slows down.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic. And it's something that has never been made public.
The other characteristic of every genocide Jack case, which the world at large doesn't know, if I'm not mistaken, it has to do with the positioning of the body. Where the murder took place, how the victim was turned into a Jill sandwich, the bloody message left behind with Chris's blood. Thanks, Barry.
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, CHIHIRO was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of.
He really thinks he's doing something
It's
with
because
this.
the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way.
Rest in
You're
peace.
saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact,
Oh, I forgot to
it's
mention this
TOKO.
earlier. I started saying it and stopped. I know I was talking about
Jack's
how
true identity is TOKO Fukawa.
I've been making the jokes about Chihiro's last name, but it was, last time we played, it was Hifumi that kept calling Toko a Fujoshi.
What? Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec.
Especially if it's
Toko
Chris's
has,
blood.
like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
It's a riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also to not be Toko. To be Toko or not to be Toko. That is the question. The answer is that she's not just one person, but an idea, right?
I'm hungry.
Oh, we definitely are playing on easy logic difficulty. We are absolutely playing on easy logic difficulty. For 100%. If we were playing on the mean difficulty, these would not have been filled in. You figured it out. Congratulations. This is the one I've seen a lot of people have trouble with, just because it's like not as intuitive when you're playing on mean and trying to figure out like what are they talking about.
Now I understand.
Because these two words really have nothing to do with each other.
Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
He's doing the Phoenix Wright thing.
But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa.
He thinks he's him.
Perfectly acceptable.
He thinks he's Ryuichi Naruhodo.
Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has
The
a
one
split
thing that
personality.
shows that Toko could have had Chris's blood is
I got it! You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw
I'm fine,
Chihiro's
I'm
corpse,
fine.
and
Kia
then,
haha.
When she woke up,
Whoa, is that a dead body? Hey, are you dead?
Ki ha ha ha. She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and a back, a top ending and a bottom, a sea of truth and a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning actions
Celeste being
to
stuck on that one
tone
sprite's very funny.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can't handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of
I
Genocide Jack?
won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll just drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How?
Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
Hold on.
You have
Hold on.
only
I have something for
yourself
this.
to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to.
He mentioned Rofan. Maybe he is the cold
It's
Duke of the
real
North.
world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale.
He's the cold Duke of the conglomerate.
Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone.
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. She looks really different here. Like the way they drew her. I won't let Genocide Jack have control over again.
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that.
28
You
stab
weren't
wounds.
able to
You
do
didn't want to leave him a chance,
you
did
just
ya?
couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
Somebody should like make an edit of this with like the stress level bar.
I tried to control it, but
Aggro Connor.
But your
I hate you. I hate you.
What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Yep. It's
Well,
over,
the
Toko.
opening
I
act
have the
begins.
high ground.
All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The fact that Celeste kept that one sprite is so funny. She's just like... A thud echoed across the courtroom, but at the next second... Let's go, baby! Peak. Peak character, honestly.
Well, hello there. Is it me you were hoping to see? Yes. What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide
Look at him.
Jack, or
He's
better
like he
yet,
just
my
had some
Joey
bad Taco Bell.
Genocide Jill.
What the fuck is this?
Toko, what happened to you?
Don't her eyes kind of look like eggs?
That's a loser name, and what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's faults.
So intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
Also, look at this Dr. Seuss kind of face. This is the murderous fiend? Genocide Jack? This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack.
She's like a frog.
Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
It's like it's a press conference.
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you, I am the mastermind of all masterminds! Just kidding!
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid? And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain.
You and me,
for
Makoto.
everyone. Just kidding again!
You know, it kind of reminds me
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend
Kaiba.
is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
He's gonna bust out his blue eyes white dragon.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined.
Didn't Kaiba have
She had
Raw?
a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Kaiba in Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't he have Raw?
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
In maybe this wasn't like mainline Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe this was one of like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Somethings, like I don't know, like Duel Masters or something. That's the game, right? It's the one with the battle tower when they were on like the tournament and they go out in the boat and the kid throws Yugi's Exodia off the side of the boat, which like I don't even know how that's even legal. But like then he's like playing the whole thing. He's got like 55 cards or whatever, and he's fighting what's his face, and he summons Ra, and they're all like, Joey's like, oh no, Yugi's only got so many life points left. If he gets hit by Ra, he'll be done for sure. And then he like summons Slifer in defense position wrapped around Obelisk, so then Slifer takes the hit and Obelisk is able to survive, because that's totally how that works. I know. I know. I always thought it was so wild that he just threw Exodia off the side of a boat.
I'm sorry! As much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit!
Maybe that's what happened.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
I think that was volume 77.
So, but nevertheless, it's the truth.
Not the throwing the cards off. I think that was the one with the fight with Ra and Slifer and Obelisk.
Yeah, I could never believe a word you said, you
Maybe.
monster.
Maybe she's totally right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said. I need to get some more details about all of this. And the thing that's bothering me is the Vicks Vapocool I just took. Yeah, so I think we got hit with the easy logic and the normal action difficulty. So get ready for really easy puzzles and me having to do more work during the rhythm game.
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident,
Now, I will say, for next
modus
week,
operandi matches completely.
we have a couple options going forward with this. Either I'll just replay the entire game on a higher difficulty, start a new save file, and play on the higher difficulty. Or before we do the things, I'll have to do the whole investigation, complete the chapter, and then we can go to chapter select and play the trial on a different difficulty after we do the investigation again. Or we can just keep playing on easy mode. And that should prove what he said. Alright. I think it's going to be easiest. We're going to lose like our item collection, but I think it would be easiest if I just replayed the game. Since we're only 2 chapters in. Yes.
But I didn't kill anyone.
Bakugan.
You say that.
Baklava.
Do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Bakula. Bakula.
Perhaps
Yeah,
if you had an
baklava.
alibi, that would change things. Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
He has an ever-changing name.
When you compare your past murders to
Thanks,
this
thanks,
incident,
game.
the modus operandi
Yes.
matches completely. What more proof do we need?
Thanks, game. Thanks for having that piece of white noise drift perfectly right in. Right when the bullet would have arrived.
You say that, but do
Don't
you
worry.
really
I'll
expect
try to
believe
recover.
it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi.
I'll try to save as much time as I can.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking.
When you compare your past murders to this incident, the modus operandi matches.
No, that's wrong.
Yes. No, Makoto,
Are
you're
methods
wrong.
of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack case.
Because she wasn't able to summon her reality marble.
How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you! I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to CHIHIRO?
Chef Boyardee out here catching
Same
strays.
Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that in a way that maybe makes more sense. There are
But
two
one
clear
clear difference between the
Genocide
murders
Jack cases
and the
this.
photos from the other Genocide Jack cases. Look at the neck and stomach. Here you'll see a clear difference.
I got it! For one, the cause of death is different. In the Genocide Jack murders, all the victims were killed the same way. According to the case file,
You know the better
they
question
were
is,
all
where did
apparently
Toko get all
killed
these
with
scissors?
A pair of scissors. But CHIHIRO died from a blow to the head, right?
Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders.
Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right. In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce.
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
So, are you saying the other difference
That's
has to do
right.
with how
The
the
second
body was
difference is related to how she was suspended.
I got it! Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous Genocide Jack cases, something else was used to suspend her.
ZZZZ.
Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very
Anand?
picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences.
Boom. The final nickname has been completed. Big Mac.
Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Huh?
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each Genocide Jack case.
She's got those Harry
Pattern
Potter
there,
glasses.
just waiting to be discovered.
A pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as
Let's
day
see.
why I couldn't have
There was a
possibly
pattern
built that
surrounding the
little
Genocide
log
Jack
though.
victims, and CHIHIRO didn't fit it. If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is, I think I figured it out. I know why she couldn't have killed CHIHIRO.
I got it! Is it because CHIHIRO was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the Genocide Jack cases, all
Blah
the
blah blah,
victims had
Harada,
something
Honda,
in common.
Gaku, Issei, Yoshida, Taro, Gono, now he, whatever. We know. Yes.
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with
This
you?
is what he looks like when he's riding his motorcycle.
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the movie side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So, since CHIHIRO was a girl and not an adorable little man, you wouldn't kill her?
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles?
can't what?
Don't be stupid. I have too much passion and conviction to cross that line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
There's a guy, Blunosaurus. He does a bunch of different fan comics for Nikkei, a bunch of stuff. One of them was the Siren one that I posted in Discord at one point, where it's Cinderella and she's like, Abe, I think Siren's been corrupted. And Abe's like, oh no, let me go check. And it's Siren using Gen Z slang. And then the next panel is Abe talking, I think it's to Gretel, being like, don't teach Siren those kinds of words. And she's like, so you did not pass the vibe check. And then Abe's like, don't use that language in my lab. But alright. But there's been another long-standing series that he's done called Insert Whatever Squad if they were YouTubers, where he makes like thumbnails and videos, like a little like thing of like what kind of videos the different characters would make. So like for, what was it, School Circle? Not School Circle. No, yeah, School Circle. There was one with Zwei, and it was Study With Me, and it was just like one of those long like live stream videos or whatever. And then for Ein, it was Study Without Me, and it was like 7 minutes long. But somebody should do that with Danganronpa. Like Danganronpa characters if they were YouTubers. And it's just Genocide Jill, and she's got a video essay. The recent one being started is the squads, but if they were evil, as in the opposite of their character. Because I think that was, what did that start with? The like, evil something is like this, and it's just like the opposite of the character. I remember seeing it with Fire Emblem, with Engage, and it was like, evil Lucinas be like, I don't challenge my fate. I'm okay with this. But there was a evil exotic if they were opposites, and one of them was Jackal, and she's like, yeah, no, I'm really not feeling barbecue today. I know. I think I'll get something. I think I'll get a salad or something. And then Vipers was like, Commander, I've shut down my OnlyFans. And then Crows was like trying to get into like up through a police line, being like, let me in. I know how to disarm the bomb. I can save people.
It's a different matter entirely, when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly? Cur?
I
How
would
is
never
everyone?
kill for a reason as petty as mere survival.
My knee's been bugging me.
If by some fluke I did kill to survive, why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect!
That does make some amount of sense.
Is there a character left that we don't have a nickname for?
I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a
Probably
big,
Mondo.
heavy dumbbell?
Right? And maybe Kyoko?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in this.
Oh, I guess we don't have one for Taka either.
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class envy of the entire world scissors.
Are you sure about
Hey,
that?
whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
Done. Done.
She's fully equipped. That's right. So I can kill anywhere, anytime. Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope when I have my trusty scissors by my side?
She's such a funny character.
Can you gutter dogs, all of you? Not to mention, I have no clue how to tie a good knot. So rope's totally out of the question anyway.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Could such a heinous villain really be innocent?
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah. That's why we
Actually,
figured it
hold
had to
on.
be the
There
real deal,
is
and not some
one
copycat
person.
killer or
One
whatever.
person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases. It was you! You're the only one!
Here's my answer. Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
The plot thickens.
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Then, the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it. The adorable glasses man was behind it all.
Now he's doing the thing.
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
Celeste. She's always got the best reactions.
So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the part where you were like, I'm gonna be the one to win it all.
About it now. The way you were acting right before we discovered
And the
body
locker
was a little
rooms.
strange.
They're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. For them to agree. Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a
Celeste still
guy,
got that same
I
face.
should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim
He's
was
so mad.
CHIHIRO, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay.
I love that they don't change the sprite, so she's just like
Go ahead. Share
the
with
entire
rest
time.
of the class.
There's a clear contradiction in what Bakugan just said. I need to make it clear to everybody. A new element, sure. Next, we're gonna add something called a truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot and hold down the X button, then you'll be able to memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear from your truth cylinder. However, you can use the flashback feature as many times as you want. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize a different weak spot. When's the best time for flashback? Well, you just have to use your keen wits, won't you? In this case, though, I will say if you don't use the flashback, you won't be repeating anything. Well, good luck and have fun. What button was that? It'd be weird. Maybe it. I don't know, because X is the fire button. Maybe I can.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body.
Okay, so it is hold down X.
But he was acting weird. How?
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was CHIHIRO, who was a girl. So of course.
I think it's really funny. You can see like how this is that like the individual letters are all like their own thing that they just put on.
Distractions. What's so strange about that?
All right, what do you think?
I wish you'd taken me with
Hearing
you.
Byakuya's comment about CHIHIRO being a girl, I realize there's a clear contradiction. Because it doesn't make sense how he could have known it before we'd even found it. Okay.
So,
you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sophistopheles.
You're presented with the
This one?
opportunity to check out the girls'
Alright.
locker room.
Zoom.
That's a natural The victim was Chihiro, so of course I
The
was rejected. There was
the
no
sped
time
up
for
voice there is
what's
so funny.
strange.
You wish you'd taken me with you.
So,
Weird.
you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out girl,
That's a natural
Oops, that's not what I
reaction
wanted.
for any guy.
The victim was Chihiro, who was a
Game,
girl.
please.
So of course,
Please, I beg of thee. Our time.
There was no time for what's so strange.
You wish you'd taken me with you. So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird.
if you're presented with the opportunity to check
That's a natural
Reaction for
The victim.
Victim was Chihiro.
No, that's wrong. I'll tell you what's so strange about that. Because
Do you
up
think it's
until we
Byakuya?
actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who
Interesting.
the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't
The
hold
ultimate
up.
power play.
I see. That's a good answer, I must admit.
The ultimate power play. He went around showing Makoto all the evidence, didn't...
Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Why is
But your
Celeste not
reasoning is
changed what
still
sprite
too
she's
weak.
using? Please. She's gotta change it.
What's wrong? Is that it? Surely
Celeste
you've got more
fuck.
than that. Go ahead. Show us.
It's like he doesn't even care. I've got him cornered. But he's acting like it has nothing to do with him.
What's the matter? You're not finished already,
Big Mac
are you?
sweating.
There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit, you mean?
The differences between this case and the other Genocide Jack murders? The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there? What could it be? Byakuya.
I'm trying to think of all the different things that Berlisi called the characters, because he could not pronounce anybody's name.
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
Then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life. Obviously,
I can't
somebody
believe
else
bullet
must
time
have
has
had it
failed me
hidden
like
away
this.
somewhere.
What? The difference? You want me to explain? When I want to kill, I use my very own special... And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
Yeah.
Chihiro was suspended with... It
I
was
just realized
some
there's
kind
really
of
no reason for me to speak.
Then there must be
No! Okay, I was gonna say.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from?
I'd never seen that rope.
No, that's wrong. Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because you see, that
See,
rope,
there it is. It's
or should
clearly
I
not the
say,
extension cord.
that
Well,
extension
actually,
cord?
you know what? Maybe this is the part that goes into the wall, and we just don't see the other end. Maybe it's on the other side, and we just don't see.
What? An extension
extension cord?
Byakuya, you've used the extension cord in the library more than once, haven't you?
You know what would be really funny?
And the same
If this really was the extension cord, and this was the cord for the lamp, and it just goes, it loops all the way around.
Went missing after the murder. And there's no way someone who uses that extension cord as much as you do wouldn't discover that fact.
Oh, I must have done something to my knee.
I can't imagine any other possibility.
I don't know, like, it's just like, I don't know, it just, you know what it feels like when you get like a growth spurt and your legs hurt? It feels like that, but like, just in my kneecap.
That's really.
I'm just gonna see if I can like keep it stretched
then your
out.
Conclusion is something like this. I killed
Yes.
CHIHIRO in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message.
Yes.
I intentionally
Yes.
made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it.
He's doing it
Is
again.
that about right?
A long time. We're trying to prove. We're trying to prove why it was actually Byakuya that framed Genocide Jack. He's totally calmed, totally unconcerned, like he's a vampire that can only be killed by a wooden stake to the heart, or like garlic or something. As if he's not even involved. Wait, not even involved?
What's wrong? I asked you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Huh? Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering
I hope I haven't like.
Is that
Oh no, I look fine on the
And
stream.
what, pray
I've
tell,
lowered
is
my
still
chair
bothering
down to the very lowest setting possible. So I'm like, it's like the desk is like level with like the middle of my chest.
I killed her in the girls'
Yeah, I'm like a
locker
foot and a
room,
half off the
then
ground.
disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was
A
the
lot,
work of a
my guy.
homicidal
A
psychopath.
lot.
What about all that?
Like the fact
bothers
that maybe you really, yeah, and that there's no way the game would be this easy. Wait, what was that just now? Something's not right. CHIHIRO's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room, but does that mean? Can I really just accept what Byakuya said is the truth? No, I don't think so. There's definitely something off about what he said. You get 3 minutes to answer that.
I got it. You say you
I like the idea that
Chihiro
in
in the
universe,
girls'
if you
locker
spend
room,
like
right?
2 minutes and 50 seconds thinking about that, it's just Makoto standing there in complete silence. Or like every time we do Hangman's Gambit, he just closes his eyes. Like while he's just like mid-sentence, he just closes his eyes and then he just opens them and he's like, I understand.
How disappointing. What kind of question is that? Even in the world of disappointments, this is a true letdown. She was found dead in the girls' locker room. There is absolutely no question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later. along with the rest
Oh,
of
he's
the murder
sweating.
scene.
The rest of the murder scene?
Oh, at least we get a better
That was
Celeste
awfully
expression.
specific. Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
She's pensive and inquisitive.
I believe I do.
Yeah, the next time she makes an accusation. The next time she j'accuse. Right now she's pensive and inquisitive. Hey, Byakuya, did you just... That's what Berlizzi called Byakuya. He just, like, he could never figure out Byakuya's name. So he would just call him Byakuya. And eventually he just gave up and just called him Kuya. Did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Bakugan, who'd seemed so confident up until now, maybe Bakula never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been somewhere else.
Hey, don't just
I'm
move on
Look at this
without
man.
permission. What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on,
Yeah,
Makoto.
you need
If there's
evidence.
any chance
Where's
the
the
murder took place
evidence? To
somewhere
quote
else,
Leon.
let's see the
Evidence
proof.
that shows the murder took place. What is it? Something that was switched.
I got it! The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
The poster in the girls' locker room was a picture of a big boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of
Kawa,
strange?
do you think that the bloodstain kind of
Why
looks
would
like the
girls'
Monado?
locker room have a poster like that?
Oh, is he not back? Oh. Do you think it looks like the Monado? Oh. It kind of looks like England, too. Don't you think? Or maybe like a seahorse. Who's that blood splatter? It's... blood. I hope it is not Chihiro's blood. You almost became a... Oh, Genocide Jill. You almost became a Jill sandwich.
I bet those massive jugs of hers were
Makoto just like... Anyway.
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado.
Who?
Again,
What?
that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
The posters? Oh. I don't know. Maybe they're like the Danganronpa version of BTS. They don't exist anymore. That's why you stopped hearing about them. They're on indefinite hiatus because they're all doing their, or I don't know if they still are, but they were doing their mandatory military service. Yeah. Kind of hard to like be a boy band when you're like in the army. Although since this took place in 2010, maybe they're more like
Maybe the posters were switched?
the Danganronpa version of like, well, what existed in 2010? That was before One Direction, and it was after Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. I don't know. Maybe that was Justin Timberlake.
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about.
It's what cows crave.
Right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Such a funny way he said that. He was like, protein coffee?
While I was in the girls' locker room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet.
So they've said protein coffee 3 times so far.
No, it's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
You know which one this was? The carpet. How many more times will they say protein carpy? Carpy?
I got it!
Protein carpet!
Stain on the girls'
She
locker
just
room
pours
carpet
protein carpet,
wasn't scrubbed
protein
away.
powder on the carpet and then eats it.
In fact, I found it on the
That's number
boys'
4.
locker room carpet.
That's definitely the
She's
stain
sorta
from my
pogging.
protein coffee.
She's like mini pogging.
Does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other.
Danganronpa Chapter 2, Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc Chapter 2 class trial, but every time they say protein coffee, you have to drink a protein coffee. You will either become shredded or will die of a cardiac condition.
In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By doing this, the killer was able to change the entire room where the murder took place.
You know what would have been an even bigger flex? Not moving, just taking down the posters, not switching the carpets, and just spilling coffee over the bloodstain.
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms...
What if, hear me out now,
your e-handbook
hear me out.
across
What
the
if
card reader
they
device.
murdered Chihiro somewhere else, then used their keycard to open the boys' locker room, bring Chihiro into the boys' locker room, spread the blood on things, then left the boys' locker room, used Chihiro's handbook to open the girls' locker room, strung up the body, moved all of the stuff, and then left. Big brain play. Like, 4-dimensional. Yes. We've confirmed that 2 of them are girls, and one of them is presumed to be Leon's. Yes. We can hear you, Kawa.
But Chihiro's
Yes.
handbook should have only allowed
Well, actually,
access to
Discord
the
might have
girls'
just been
locker
freaking
room.
out, because I didn't see your thing light up at all. Discord might have, like, switched your mic input or
She
something.
had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin
No,
with.
that's wrong. It's because she could disapparate or something stupid like that.
And I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room? Oh, I know exactly what he's gonna say. Do you know what he's gonna say?
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Oh. It was him saying that.
She must have hacked her e-handbook.
I thought that was gonna be Hiro's thing.
She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
Blam!
Talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
So anyway, I started blasting.
No, that's wrong.
Wait, doesn't that make him sussy now? Because he knows about them?
Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was
More like
broken.
ya sus hero.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup! Hit the nail square on the noggin!
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix
It's
it
non-EU
handbook.
compliant.
The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Fair point.
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Is that it then?
Hey then,
Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya is the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
Shh, be quiet, Mondo. She's a plot
You
device.
finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right? So,
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
what?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
He's getting active over here.
Wait. Just what do you think you're doing?
Yeah. I hope that all of them do that eventually. We see all of them do that. Can you imagine Kyoko's
This'll make the
portrait
whole
going
trial
dun dun
more
dun dun dun?
exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh? It'll make things more exciting? Well, all right then. I declare an official class.
Yes, that we did play that. Is that still in the group chat? Did I ever play that? I put that in here, right? We scroll up back far. I see ya. You know what? I'm gonna pin this. Oh yeah. Oh, it's so good. Does this come through in Discord? It does not. That's interesting. It's the way he just like It's the way he just like pauses and then just like he's just staring at the camera. The editing is so good. Just the full screen, the music.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us?
Very unhappy. Why does he sound like he's like?
Very unhappy.
Why did he say that to the pitch of like a PSA?
No doubt it will meet
Sophist
your
Topheles.
lofty expectations.
The more you
shall we
know.
go?
So before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on hold. We headed off with Kyoko in the lead. And where she took us was, I don't know, when I look at Kyoko's name, I always think of Hit or Miss. I don't know why though. Look at him, he's behind the button. Oh.
The girls' locker room?
I want to know what that was translated from. Like, what did he say originally that they translated it as Missy? You want to check it
I'd like you
again?
to examine the victim's body one more time. Be sure to examine the
Kyoko,
entire
I'm not
body
about to
very
get
carefully.
let you get me caught in 4K.
Examine her carefully. Like
You don't wait,
using
hold
our
on. I
hands?
have something for this actually. I have something exactly for this exact moment I've used before. Yeah, hello? Hello? Dispatch? Yeah. I'd like to report one Hifumi Yamada. Yeah, you know, you better send some other officers back up. Yeah, we got a 411 over here. Anyway. Oh, rest in peace.
I just lost my dog. And my brother taught me how to chase the bag. Get right in the field, I had to make a...
No way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
Wait, hold on.
Probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's
Hold
dead
on.
body.
Where is it? Where is it? That's not it. Where is it? Okay, I guess I don't have just the alert sound. I only have like the combination.
It's not that I'm
Bruh.
crazy or anything, it's just based on
Bruh.
religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a
Bruh.
girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
Bruh.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather
Bruh.
have a girl examine
Well, it is
her.
Pride Month.
So just leave this to me.
Sakura.
I thought you were supposed to be a Fujoshi, Jill.
Kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about?
She is. She confirmed she was.
That's not it at all.
She said in the trial that she only kills adorable little men and that she's like a serious fan of boy-on-boy action and that the mopey side of her hates it.
I'm sorry.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine her body.
Be sure to check her entire body.
Kyoko really
I
out here
believe we
feeling
will
up a
solve
dead
this
body.
Particular mystery.
You gotta give her a deep tissue massage, Sakura. You gotta make sure that her soul can rest easy in the afterlife.
What? This is... What is this? What is it?
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled. Fun fact, this is exactly what happened to Long Ku when he dueled Lucina in Ragna Ferox.
This
Except in
girl
reverse.
is...
Long Ku was having a grand old time fighting Lucina disguised as Marth, and then he accidentally brushed the back of his hand across her non-existent chest, and instantly was like, a woman? And then he choked and he lost. Honestly, peak writing.
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
What? You're joking, right?
I wouldn't joke about this.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy? Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat. Chihiro Fujisaki was totally a guy.
Then he was a cross-dresser? Oh, now I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting. Yes, that certainly does make things much more exciting. Now let's ride this wave of excitement back to the courtroom and get back to the trial.
Oh. I like it, we're just all of a sudden back here. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool.
Apologize for keeping you waiting. Now then, we've all just learned of...
Yes, well, I don't know his reason for hiding it. But
Think
the
that
fact is,
Chihiro was actually
Chihiro was not
a
girl,
guy.
but a boy.
The thought had never even crossed my mind. Okay, now that can I view this? Okay, now that we've revealed this, I wondered if anybody had ever picked up on this. Well, no, that they've done a really interesting thing here with how they've listed everybody. I don't know if either one of you noticed, but the report card is separated into guys and gals, except for Chihiro, who's at the very end. And it's this really interesting thing where it's set up where you got all the guys listed here, and then all the ladies, but then there's Chihiro. And I thought that was a really interesting thing that they did. They didn't even... It wasn't even like they put Chihiro after Hiro and before Sayaka. I assume the part of that was just because you have Makoto, who's the first one on the list of the guys, and then Sayaka, like the two main characters. But if either one of you ever checked out the document, I have all the characters listed at the top of the document for Trigger Happy Havoc, and I have what their ultimate talent is, and what chapter they were killed in, and whether they were the killer or the victim. And I very specifically put Chihiro right in the middle between them. So on the list, it has Makoto, Byakuya, Hifumi, Taka, Leon, Mondo, Hiro, then Chihiro, then Aoi, Celestia, Junko, Sakura, Kyoko, Sayaka, and then Toko. I think is an interesting way that they tried to obscure this as much as possible for this twist by like purposely putting Chihiro right at the bottom of the list here in the game and creating this thing that seems like it's a separated list, but it's really not. Also, I think it's interesting that how they decided on nicknames in the localization. Like Makoto's Makoto, Byakuya's Byakuya, Hifumi's Hifumi's, Kiyotaka is Taka, Leon is Leon, Mondo's Mondo, Yasuhiro is Hiro, Chihiro is Chihiro, but then Aoi is Hina, Celestia is Celeste, Junko is Junko, Sakura is Sakura, Kyoko is Kyoko, Sayaka is Sayaka, and Toko is Toko. But just Aoi's the only one where they all call her Hina instead. I guess they just figured that'd be easier for people. I just think it's funny. They do it with like the other names, but she's the only one where it's part of her last name.
Boys' locker room.
Assuming his
I think that
handbook
it was
did,
only for
in
this
fact,
game
list his
too.
gender as
I don't
male,
think they ever refer
then
to her
yes,
as
that would be
Hina
true.
in the other games. I think she's always referred to as Aoi.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room. And the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get
Dun,
into
dun,
the
dun.
girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I'm
What are you
still
talking
don't
about,
understand the
Kyoko?
motive for moving
I don't
the
understand the
body,
motive
but
for moving the body.
yes, that does
Seems
seem
obvious to
plausible.
me. It's too obscure.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a
He's
little
saying that he was
off.
flat.
There was a
That's
certain
on.
incongruity to his
That's
female
on.
body.
Could not do the boba challenge.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now
Oh,
everything
Celeste
has
is back
been
to her
connected.
neutral expression.
All the mysteries have finally become clear.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting.
Is there some? Wait, hold
This
on.
has become very interesting indeed.
Why does her jacket have a crease in it? See? It just like goes out. But there's like nothing in the middle that's like holding it. The world may never know.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya is the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What?
Ifumi's low-key got like some of the most normal clothing out of all the characters.
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery.
Like Makoto's got his weird like suit jacket on
Makes
over
it
his
seem like
hoodie.
it doesn't have anything to do with him.
And Celestia's Celeste.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya, when you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker room, it seemed to rattle you. And then again when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
Neither one of you ever watched
I
Senzawa,
am
right?
not the culprit.
Neither one of you ever watched Senzawa? Okay. Did you ever see the Kiss Your Homies song that she did? It's one of the many great videos.
I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now.
He's doing
I'm
the
telling
most.
you the truth.
Look at his forehead. He's gonna burst a blood vessel. The way his face is all
Find
blue.
it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling
Aoi's
the truth,
facial expressions are always so interesting because she has such a flat face, like devoid of any sort of like detail or depth. But then she has like these where she's got all sorts of like stuff going on. She's the one where her hair turns into like a hair clip with 3 different parts of it
reasons
that like
hardly
separate.
matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important. wouldn't you
Objection.
say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
You're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
No, I'm with Makoto. If there's any doubt whatsoever, we need to explore every possibility. Because if we're wrong, we all die here.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn
Objection.
straight. Count me in.
Objection.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent.
But if
Then shall we
Byakuya
resume
didn't
our
do it,
game of hide and
then who's
seek?
the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's only one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means... Really? Wow. That's weird. It looks good on my end. Yeah, if it's still like that, I'll just okay. Let me do this. I'm gonna stop the stream and close out the projection window and then just reopen it and share it again. Let's see, do I have more options? Screen share, clear text, source 5 FPS. I don't think we want that. I don't think we want 5 FPS. What's in the Resident Evil collection? An art? All of the games? Store. Steam Summer Sale. Feature deep discount. DLC for your games. Oh, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy is on sale. And Digimon Survive is also on sale. Thomas Cypher. Add to wish list. Add to wish list. Oh, just the remakes? Oh. I was gonna say, what if it was all 8 games? That'd be wild. Hey yo, Supermarket Simulator. Oh, Kindergarten 3. Yeah, I will too. Oh, Usa Musume. Usa? Uma Musume Pretty Derby. It's on the Steam Summer Sale, except it's free, so. What do I have in my cart? Bro, what is that? What is that? Bro, that's more money than if you bought the deluxe edition. Digital deluxe is 70. You know what the wild part too is?
This game was originally supposed to be $40. Yeah, well, originally it was just supposed to be $40, and then they said, and it was supposed to be Switch exclusive. Then they were like, no, we're also going to develop it for Xbox and PS4 and PS5, and also we're raising it to $60, and also we're giving out exclusive stuff for Xbox and PlayStation, but not for the Switch. Let's go, baby. Yeah. It's, like, way better, too. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken, the killer would have had to use their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's still not enough. I need to find some more clues. I mean, it doesn't have to be a guy at all? Didn't we already establish that there was 2 girls' handbooks and 1 guy's handbook just lying around? And absolutely nothing stops one of the girls from just using Leon's handbook. And like, he's completely disregarding the fact that we're already like, Byakuya could have used one of the girls' handbooks to go into the girls' locker room. And then like, there's also a guy's handbook that's just lying around. Like, what if Sakura was... Yeah. What if Sakura saw Chihiro go in there and was like, dang, he won't be my gym buddy. And then went in and murdered him.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Clues are one.
Do you have... Is the audio desynced for you, Kawa?
Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
I have no idea.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind
So
of
weird that it's doing that. Oh, you know... No, I have to do that.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Well,
Sophistophanes.
what would you say about dropping the resolution and maybe trying again? Like, I'll stop the stream and then I'll just do it again to lower res. Because it goes down to 480. It's not gonna... Oh, okay, thanks. Thanks for not... Yeah. Okay, well... One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. What about now? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. And what about this? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Rest in peace. I'm changing it back to 30 at 720, I guess. Rest in peace. Okay. The other... Okay. I'm also going to switch which monitor I'm projecting it to. I'm going to project it to my second monitor. And then try sharing it again. Just in case it was something weird with... Oh, you got like a different background now. That's weird. Oh, you both have different backgrounds now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Still bad? What? That is true. That is
We
true.
don't need to learn to make fire when I'm spitting all the heat we could ever need.
Why is it so bad? Wait, hold on. Okay, let me see if it's specifically this. Like if it specifically doesn't like the OBS projector. I'll open up the projector for me, but then for you, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the preview in OBS, and you're gonna get the brilliant, the amazing thing of. There we go. There we go. Tiny, tiny window. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's still bad? Okay. It is pretty bad. It is pretty bad. I like to see everything. Yeah. It is pretty bad. You should. I think I posted a tweet with a picture of what this profile looks like and the one that I use for recording like the YouTube videos, and how on that one it's literally just like the game audio, my mic audio, and then the sources just have VTS and the game, and that's it. So it's like a grand total of like 4 things. And then for all of this stuff, you got all the different things. So the audio's no good, right? It's just like, but like me talking and saying 1, 2, 3 and the moving up and down in the game is fine. It's just the audio's bad. Oh. Raeo, are you just getting got? Because we've just found time and time again that for some inexplicable reason, Discord just, or the internet just hates you for some reason. It does not make any sense at all. I also, like, audio's like the last thing that lags behind, right? Like, you would always assume it'd be the video that's lagging and not the audio, right? The audio should be fine. Yeah. We could always try restarting the call, too. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Rest in peace. I'm trying to think if there's any other way I can get to the audio. Wait, hold on. If I do this, do you just not hear anything now at all? Like no music? Okay. Wait. Hey, something went wrong. We couldn't stream the sound from your application. Error 1001. But you can hear everything fine, right, Kawa? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Weird. What? They weren't, or they were? Oh, but the game's not? 1, 2. You know what that, honestly, you know what that is? It's because there's a delay in between my mic and my model and everything. So what I've done is, for all of the things, well, no, what it is, what I had previously done is I set my mic to have a negative delay in order to speed it up, to sync it up that way. But what I found out is that then would like desync with my model, because my model is using like a different thing for the voice flaps. And so what I did instead is I set my mic to 0, and I've added a sound delay to everything else to make it come in later, and then a render delay to all of the video sources, so everything shows up delayed to the stream. So just my mic is on time and everything else gets delayed to meet it. And I just didn't do that for the Elgato. It's stuck at the same default 0 millisecond delay and no render delay. So that's why it looks weird. But I probably should change that. That's as simple as changing this 0 to a 250. Not a 20, 250. And then going to the Elgato, going into filters, audio video filters, and then putting in a video delay, async, and then just changing that to 250. Oh, actually, that does both. I probably don't need that. That's audio video. That's video delay. How's that different than just the normal delay? I'm just gonna put the render delay on and not do the video delay for the async. We should be alright. So you still have a delay, huh, Raeo? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I've got a delay now too. But like my delay is just the delay, like input lag. Oh, you know what? You know why? It's because I put the render delay on. Rest in peace. So now everything is delayed backwards now. For me, everything is now 250 milliseconds delayed between when I press the button and when I see it render in an OBS. Because it's not synced up. That could be a problem. All of this caused by the fact that my Elgato won't work with my second monitor. So I have to do this. I actually don't have my Elgato plugged in at all. It's just I have the USB plugged into my computer and I have the HDMI in plugged in or the out into the Switch. Well, you know what? You know what then? The Elgato will just be delayed. It'll just be desynced. You know what? We'll just deal with a desynced Elgato. I think. Yeah. Well, yeah. No. I just got rid of my render delay in OBS because honestly, if I'm like a quarter of a second off with the thing, I don't really care that much. I'd rather be able to like actually react to things in the game and not have a 250 millisecond delay. Especially when I'm like trying to aim the truth bullet. I'm just like like, what's that? I'm just super delayed. This could definitely be solved if well, actually, I could plug the Elgato into my monitor. The problem is, I wasn't gonna pay, like, my previous monitor just decided it wasn't gonna work. I don't know what happened to it. It was perfectly fine. It just one day decided that it just wasn't going to work. It was just a black screen, and I was like, well, that kind of sucked. And I decided that I really didn't want to pay like $150 to get another 1080 monitor. I was just like, man, why aren't there any, like, is it really too much to ask for to just get like a 60 hertz like 1080 monitor? Like, it doesn't even have to be big. And it was just not an option. They were all very expensive. Well, not like expensive, but just like way more money than I was like, I don't really care that much. So I got this one, which was 1600 by 900. And I was like, yeah, close enough, right? 16 by 9. Boy, was I wrong. The Elgato exclusively outputs 1080 footage. Which means when I plug it into the monitor just says, hey man, that thing, whatever you just plugged this into, it's trying to send us 1080 footage. We only do 900 pixel footage. We can't show that to you. And it's just a black screen. So I've just been doing this for now. But you're right. Maybe I'll have to reconsider how I manage the delays and go back to desyncing everything else. I think what I might have to do is have a delay where I might just have to go back to what I was doing before, delay everything else, and make it so, like, set my mic back, and then set VPS to have, like, a negative. Actually, I don't even know if I can do a negative render delay. Let's see. Can I change this to a negative number? No, I cannot. That makes a lot of sense. Well, while we're waiting for Kawa, this really isn't getting any better for you, huh? It's still just as bad? Well... you're right, Hero. It's over. It's over. You know what the best part is too? We can't like save or do anything here.
You want to know who saw the victim?
Wait, I think I just heard the delay. Like, I paused the game just now, and I heard, like, Hero talking. Like, very quietly. Let me check. Is there really not... And there should be any audio delay on the Elgato. No, there's no audio delay on the Elgato. And even if there was, it shouldn't be 5 seconds. I don't even think OBS lets you set a delay that long. I think the closest you can... I think it only goes up to 999 milliseconds. Weird. Have you tried looking at the stream? Obviously, there's going to be latency there. There's obviously... I mean, there has to be latency because it's going to Twitch and then back and everything like that. But I have it set to, I think, the lowest. Yeah. That's just going to be... Well, actually, that's perfect. You can talk, and then you can judge how much delay there is. Because you'll know in real time. It should be about, like, a couple seconds, maybe? Well, okay. Okay, OBS. Thanks for that. Try again.
How long have I been quiet on the stream end of things?
No, I just checked again. I thought it was working earlier. OBS changed my audio input for some reason. It was capturing
When would that be?
like the entire time, I guess. It was capturing for some reason one of the voice channels in my server. Like I said, the audio has not been my friend. Everything's trying to output to something else. I have no idea. OBS kind of hates sometimes.
This entire time I have been effectively on mute.
Yes. Well, I knew it was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
And you did nothing.
Well, you see, Sinnoh always got on my case for the fact that I used to have a separate set of earbuds plugged into a separate device that played the stream, and I would just listen to it. So every time I talked, there'd be like a half-second delay, and then I would just hear whatever I was saying. And he would always get on my case because he would be like, I can't understand how you could possibly do that. That would drive me insane. I would go crazy. And I was like, well, I want to make sure the audio is working. And I haven't been doing that for a long time. Maybe about a year or two. I just haven't. I still have the stream pulled up on a separate thing so I can look at it and see what's going on. It gives me pre-roll numbers and all the other stats and everything like that. I just haven't plugged stuff like the earbuds in.
Hope
And you know
everyone
what? I
enjoys
think
it
this
here.
is really
Please follow
making a
the
strong
stream.
case that Neon should just always have like a feedback thing where he just hears whatever he just said half a second later, just so he knows it's going to the stream. I think this has made a very strong case that I should keep doing that. Also, it's funny content. It is what it is.
True.
They say that there is no VTuber that can avoid scuff. I think it is really true. You know, I've yet to meet a VTuber that does not have scuff in their streams. And there are some that exclusively have scuff. But it is what it is. You know what the best part is too? I just finished rendering a video to like go up in case I was like, video. And I was like, I don't know what to call this. And I was like, it's gotta have something to do with audio. Because it's just me doing a bunch of audio stuff the entire time. I replaced the intro music with a clip from during the stream where I was like, oh, watching it back, I was like, oh, there's an opportunity for a funny joke here because I was talking about like a specific style of music. And I was like, oh, I can just chop this up to make it sound like that. But I'm really thinking that the whole like scuffed audio thing really has something going. But we I think are kind of done here unless you want to try leaving like I'm gonna close the call. We can try opening a new call and seeing if that's any better.
Sure.
Okay, well, here's hoping. Oh, wait. All right. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Is anyone there? I need a bigger gun.
I've
Oh.
arrived.
Oh, now OBS likes I didn't even have to change anything and it's still picking up your I didn't even have to go in and change which specific thing and it's still picking up your audio. Thanks OBS for just not
Yeah.
doing that the entire like
Alright,
first part of the stream.
Let's see if it's still broken.
Yes. I almost just ruined OBS for me. I accidentally put OBS into window mode instead of full screen mode. And OBS is notorious. I hate this about OBS. It's notorious for sometimes if you put it into like the window tab mode, it sometimes will make it so the top bar that has like the minimize full screen tab and like the X out button are so like moved above the edge of your monitor and you can no longer click on them. And I don't know why it's a thing, but it is. 1, 2, 3.
Yo!
1, 2, 3. You know, maybe it just hated. Maybe Discord just hated. Didn't it sound good to you?
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's just that call. Maybe it was just going on for too long.
Yeah, I mean it's 122.
Yeah, I mean that's a valid thing. It could just be it's too long. It'd be really funny if we entered this and it immediately desynced.
And it's not like they're just gonna turn themselves in. Game over, man.
Game over. He did. He said the thing.
He said the thing.
He said the thing. Game over, man.
She has more information about that.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
I think this is it.
Well, clues are one thing, but... Did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even
Oh.
that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now
Oh.
is any kind of new
Less
info.
the cow.
It's over.
Oh.
It's all
What?
over.
Did you
Bullet
see how
time
that like
kills
zipped
someone.
up? That was like it was.
The killer.
And it's not like they're just gonna
Turn
Bro was acting like Neo in the Matrix.
No! Not game over!
Isn't there a
Single clue that might lead us to...
Well, clues. Did nobody get a look at the killer? I'm sure if
The more
someone
we
saw
do
the
this, the
killer,
more I
they would've
regret not
someone
like
saw
the victim?
buying the games on Steam again, just so I could use my mouse.
it's over.
Although,
It's all over.
the mouse and keyboard controls in these games are kind of atrocious.
The killer. And only the killer.
We missed it again.
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, I totally missed it.
Yeah.
No! Not game over!
Isn't there a single clue that...
Well, clues. Did nobody get a look? I'm
First
sure
one
if
on the
someone
second
saw
row,
the
if I
killer,
recall.
they would have said something.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All
we need right now is any kind of new info.
Come on, Makoto, don't scare me like that. Makes me think something
How
weird's
would it
going
not
on.
be that?
Shoot!
I need to think about it one more time.
Isn't there a single clue that
I think
might
it's
lead us
this.
to who did it?
We can go through
Okay.
it one more time just to see.
Well,
Oh,
clues are one thing.
okay. Well, thanks, game.
Well, you
Did
missed.
nobody get a
Yeah,
look at the
I
killer?
missed.
I'm sure if someone saw the killer,
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some...
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
But you're right. That totally should have worked there.
It's all over.
Yeah.
That totally
We need
should have
to
worked
go.
there.
You wanna
So
know
that's
who
the
saw
count.
the victim?
It makes perfect sense.
Oh, I see. This. He says the only one who saw the victim was the killer. That's the contradiction. Hello, Kawa.
I
We
believe
have here to
someone
have
else
fixed it.
did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes.
I agree. Those other ones totally should have counted.
Huh? Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about it.
Makoto?
The rest
Big
of you had
Makoto?
no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever. Just hurry up and tell us.
It was last night, right before nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag. And then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag. But we
Z,
didn't
Z,
find
Z,
anything
Z.
like that at the murder scene.
Dun dun.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, oh, that's not his voice. I'll be honest, it's been so long since we've interacted with Chihiro, I don't... Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry.
She really loves this one pose. Just like this. He's
But
doing the thinker.
why would he be in a hurry? Only if someone were waiting for him, I should think.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
He didn't want to exercise with you because you had cooties or something. I don't know.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much. Enough so that he was
Pee-pee.
willing to risk his secret being revealed.
What a marvelous
I wonder why
friendship!
the call in Discord looks so different here. Oh, it's probably because there's no like bottom chat thing.
The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know, I can't even guess.
No. You already have what you need to make the connection.
Look at her.
How long have they been in the trial for?
Probably like an hour and a half.
You know who the killer is.
You know.
Seriously?
You know. Both of you know. Also, your backgrounds have changed again.
Who is it? Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details of these items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that?
No, Celeste, that's not how you say that. You're supposed to say, "Are you sure about that?"
I think we can figure out who did it based on 2 pieces of evidence that we don't have.
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste,
Yeah.
did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
Hina's like, yeah, easy for you to say, Kyoko. You're smart.
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's track jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow, it's really hard to believe. Make your argument.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise.
No, that's wrong.
So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit.
Rest in peace.
This exercising sucks.
Rest in peace.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that really help us get any closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said without even realizing it?
Mondo mentioned the blue.
She's right. What he said just now is really odd. How did he know something like that?
First
Do you
of
think
all,
it's
we know
you
where
think it's him
Chihiro
saying
was
blue?
headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask,
Why did he choose this?
What do you mean, the specific? I got it! It matched the one the culprit.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was
This
wearing
one?
the same blue tracksuit as
Yeah.
him?
No, it's wrong. Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
I saw him stuffing blah 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 track jacket blah 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 off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color. So why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just...
Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, Did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I just... I'm sure he saw the clothes at some point in the investigation.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died! That's the only possibility!
Cherry?
Are you talking about Chihiro? So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
Now she's doing it. Objection!
Just by chance. I just happened to see it last night. He walked past me, and he was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony...
She stuffed the jacket in her bag in a hurry. It's almost like she's trying to hide it, and then she was gone.
When Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the bag. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
What if they both turned around a corner and they bumped into each other, like in all of those slice of life anime, running to school with the totes?
It would appear you've dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
What a bunch of
now
nonsense.
I understand. It
Yeah.
was all one big bluff, wasn't it?
You quickly finding out that Kyoko and Bianchi are the two people you hate the most on Survivor.
Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
Kyoko's gonna now, I think, mention something. I think actually ask Makoto to mention this. And I'll put it to both of you with a lot of leniency because we took a big break in between. There was something that Mondo said that made him suspicious even before all of this. You know what it was?
That one time he said he called Chihiro a dude.
Yeah, that's what Kyoko's about to talk about.
So suspicious?
That's a good question.
Because I hate him. I almost want to choose it just because it's funny. Do we take the score hit to choose because I hate him? Usually, actually, you know what? I'm gonna replay this anyway because I want to change the difficulty. So we should just do this, right? Because it's not gonna negatively impact our mono coins. Look at her face.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you
Oh, it
tend
didn't
to
matter at
approach
all.
men and
It
women
just
differently.
just affected what she said.
You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly as frightful as someone capable of murdering a friend.
You got a friend in me. Ba-da-da-da. You got a friend in me.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
Wait, he's got that feeling in his
I
bone.
didn't kill anyone! You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
He's third impostering.
My reasoning on that is pretty shaky.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
We only have one thing left.
That's the vote based on vibes.
My time has nearly come.
What do you think of that voice line?
He does not deserve that voice.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me.
He like never uses it, but that's always so
Tell me
funny.
you found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Jeez, did your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just tell us.
If you really insist, then... Here it is.
Hmm? What do you have there?
It happens to be an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the ground? Then it must belong to...
CHIHIRO.
I got it! We know Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
How did the handbook break? There's only one possible explanation.
These all sound like synonyms.
Weak point, bug, hacking. There is an obviously correct answer.
I mean, Monokuma did say it has a weak point.
Yes.
I got it!
It's like when you target the
You
weak point in
already told us
Monster
before
Hunter.
that the handbook has one weak point, didn't you?
Yeah! You remember that?
Yeah?
Sure, maybe I let that slip, but I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
If you set your e-handbook to January 1st of 1969 and then restart it, it bricks it.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession, then...
It means that we need to push out a firmware update.
Then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Huh? You're asking me?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell you, and someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Just tell us already! Why would we want to break our own handbooks?
Do you have any guesses? Either one of you have any guesses about what it could be?
No, not really, no. Probably something
Oh,
very, very
well,
silly.
I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example?
Just make a regulation that we can't.
Also, why you probably wouldn't want to, since it's like useful to get into stuff and whatnot. Like you kind of need it.
Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is... when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's That's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean?
He
by
broke
accident?
his while in the sauna battle, and then he used Leon's.
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't.
Are you bummed because we've lost CHIHIRO and Mondo?
And once they had CHIHIRO's
Yes.
handbook, they knew they had an easy way.
Congratulations. You've now
Yeah, now
experienced
we're out of good characters.
you've now experienced what it is to play Danganronpa.
We're out of good characters.
Rule number 1 of Danganronpa: don't get attached to any of the characters. Rule number
Rule
2:
number 1 of Danganronpa.
don't
They're gonna
talk
kill
about
off the best ones. and then leave you with 3/4 of the game where you just don't have any of them.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
That's why you gotta expand your bonds.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that?
I will say though,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
my opinion, of the 3 main games, I would say V3 is the only one where I was not super happy with the final cast of survivors. 1 and 2, Trigger Happy Havoc and Super Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair, very long title, both have pretty good casts of final characters in my opinion.
I don't know of anyone who took their handbook into the sauna.
I might
But they
know
got
someone
rid
who
of all
did.
the.
No, it's just the characters that end up with, by virtue of the fact that they've just been in the story so long, just they get development because they have to.
Yeah.
Whoa! Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Kiyotaka Ishimaru. Who might have brought their handbook into the sauna? It had to be the one who wore all their clothes into the sauna. It was...
The guy who just went.
It was you, Kiyotaku Isanamaru. Is this your choice?
Yeah.
No, it certainly wasn't me, but, I mean... You seem awfully razzled, Taka. Could it be you know who it actually was? In that case, there's only one person left it could have been. It was in fact Mondo.
You just said that it was the person who wore all their clothes.
Yeah, and in the CG, Mondo Taka was just wearing a towel.
That up?
Yeah.
I misremembered it completely.
Yeah. It's just because he reacted at the end, which made him look super sus, right?
Yeah.
In the CG, he was wearing his clothes and his towel was over his hair.
Here's my
I think
answer.
they're probably gonna show it.
Mondo, your handbook got broken in the sauna, didn't it?
What? Why? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo and Taka had an endurance contest in the sauna not too long ago, remember?
Yeah.
And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his
It's still
school's
funny though,
uniform
seeing it on his hair. Also, look at bro. He's hench. He honestly almost feels like he's more hench than Mondo.
But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Make your argument. Oh, hey yo.
Oh, we got 3 now.
We finally got some. Maybe they're just giving it to us easy because we're only on chapter 2.
If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
That's Leon.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
We have card reader, broken handbook,
he would hurt
and
a fly.
CHIHIRO.
I think it's broken handbook when he says that his works just fine.
Okay. I'm sure Mondo's handbook. We're okay. All right. Let's get that queued up.
If what he says
I mean, they
is
keep
correct,
bringing up the
then
Leon
Mondo,
handbook throughout the first whole half of this.
you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook.
I wish the focus gauge was longer, or we had the skills that made it last longer.
Is it really yours?
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall. Isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's. Which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such, I decree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so. I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
He does sound a lot different. He doesn't sound nearly as, now I understand, as he does in some other parts of the game.
Son of a...
He doesn't sound like, are you the new girl?
Yeah, he's not doing his like weird like, what are you doing? Did you lose a contact? Like he was in the first investigation.
What's wrong, bro? Come on, tell him he's wrong. You are wrong. You have to be wrong. Everything you just said is wrong. You made it all up.
Wait, I have something for this too. Show-tunes never let me down. You know? Boom. Show-tunes never let me down. Always got something for something.
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Alright, are you ready?
for the manga.
Ah.
Alright, so the first thing we have is Celeste using the Rasengan or
You
whatever.
need to draw a comic book after this.
We already have done the, but can you spell knife?
But can you spell schizo?
Boom.
Who do you think is the most schizo in this game?
I'd say it's probably a toss up with Hero and TOKO.
Yeah.
Alright, so she's using the Rasengan or whatever. So what do we think happened after here?
Saw the duffel bag, it's on the left.
And then we have... This is not very helpful at all.
That's not helpful at all.
That is not helpful. Oh, maybe this?
Yeah.
And then this, maybe?
Yeah.
Look at CHIHIRO. These are so interesting too, because the the art style here is so different than like everything else in the game.
Grab the dumbbell.
Want to just move on and see what we have left?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would probably work best. We can probably at least temporarily put the dumbbell earlier on.
This one?
Yeah.
In this one or the one before?
Earlier. I don't know as though there's many places it would make sense to go, because it's not bloodied in that image.
Yeah. So we don't have... Oh, we have a lot over here. So we got dropping the book, writing, entering the sauna. I think we've used it. Oh, I guess not. The girls' room, putting up the poster, the extension cord, taking off the poster, and then the poster.
Alright, something isn't lining up here.
We can...
Because none of these feel like they should go here.
Well, we can... Oh, we can always see. If we go through and all the other ones seem to fit and we have one that doesn't fit, that's left over, then...
E-handbook.
This one?
They drop a one that they fell because it was found later.
Right
I
here?
don't know if that's what that means.
We can try. Like I said, it doesn't hurt to get stuff out of the way and then see like if we don't have something. And then any idea what could go here? Just want to keep moving on.
Blood on the poster.
This one?
Yeah.
Alright. Next we got...
Went to the girls' room.
Here. Then we got Byakuya. Man's a menace. Look at him. Okay.
Cable.
Which one? Cable?
Cable.
Cable. And then... Oh, dang. By the neck. We didn't really see that. I guess that makes sense, though. We just didn't really ever see it when we looked at it. We got writing here.
Bloodlust is already on the wall, so that would be writing it here.
And then
what else we got?
Where it opens the door, that should probably go at the end. Because it seems like he opens the door on that one.
We got Sana putting up the poster, taking down the poster, and that's it.
Oh. When would taking down the poster have gone? We need to go back.
Well, the poster's
already up by this point. Poster's already swapped by this point. So it would be here, where this was. And then we can move the poster being bloodied to earlier on slightly.
this here.
That's putting up. Not taking down, right?
Yeah, that's putting up. This is taking down. And then you want to move bloody poster to maybe this?
Here. Yeah. Just go. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that we got like a full like 25 minutes to do this. I think we have a lot of time to ruminate. Okay, so we got Sana and putting up the poster. So we've got after Chihiro's down here, then we got the rolling up the carpet, taking down the poster, pick up Chihiro, handbook falls, use Junko or Sayaka's handbook, open the thing, go in the girls' room, put Chihiro down. Raeo's looking too active. The crime scenes have now been swapped, or at least like the furnishings. Byakuya comes in with the cable. He sees the body and says, "This is my chance." Strings up Chihiro and goes, "Blood. I hope this is Chihiro's blood." And then we got something, throwing the handbook into the sauna, and then an angry face. And then another blink.
Sauna door. At the start of Act 5, swap around the putting up the poster to the dropping earlier.
I still don't know whether or not we're on the mean difficulty or not. But once again, I could just be getting like confused about the specifics of the difficulty with the later trials, where they absolutely put in like this had exactly the same number, but
blam, it's done.
The later ones, either later trials in this or maybe the later games, absolutely put in like way more than you actually need to fill in. So if there's like 11 blank spaces, they'll give you like 18, and you just gotta like know.
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct?
Look at that! Look at this face. Chihiro Pog.
At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own e-handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room.
I think he's getting
Once
cancelled this
inside,
year.
He met with someone there, and the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet, then removing the bloody poster.
No, I didn't lay out my reasoning right. I need to rearrange the events of the case.
Alright. So it was not putting up the poster here. All of these so far are correct, which means something down.
Stop the door with that.
This one?
Yeah. That makes much more sense.
Here's exactly what happened. Which is why the killer hurried to then removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course. But this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl. After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
Okay, now that's suspect.
And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work. They changed the layout of the boys' and girls' locker room in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation, making things even more complicated. So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library, and then he got to work. He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence, Chihiro's handbook. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Owada?
That face of Mondo.
Where's your evidence? Yeah, where's your evidence?
Hey, Leon said the same thing. Where's the evidence?
You need evidence. You need proof. Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him.
Evidence that Mondo is the killer? That already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I can somehow show where Mondo's handbook is right now, once I do that, everything will become clear. A new element has been added.
Thing out.
Yeah, just ask him. Have him turn it on. Let's talk a bit about Fever Time and Nega Time. During a BTB, if you press the R button, Fever Time will activate, and the tempo will be forced to its max. At this point, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss.
so you can push the A button however you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But this only lasts until your focus gauge runs out, so make sure to make the best possible use of time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special time, right? So we've also prepared something called Nega Time that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates Nega Time during the BTB, your tempo marker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. This is why I didn't want the 250 millisecond delay. If you were to activate Fever Time at this point, no, never mind, I'm sure nothing would happen. I don't know what I was worried about. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the opponent won't use Nega Time. Well then, good luck and have fun. Should we use Fever Time when they use Nega Time?
Sure.
Just because?
Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refute you. You're corrupt. Show me some evidence. I won't listen. I refuse to vote. You're wrong. I won't listen.
Actually.
I refute you. False. Show me some evidence.
That's really funny.
I won't listen. You're corrupt. I refuse to vote.
This guy needs to shut up.
Show me some evidence.
I did a lot better than that than I thought I was going to.
Right, get the you're corrupt.
It makes a lot of sense, considering his secret that he didn't want to be revealed was that one of his family members, like his dad or his granddad or great-granddad or something, was a corrupt politician.
Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's.
Isn't that right, Leon?
In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that.
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did it. I killed him.
Ayo. Ayo. Ayo.
Hey.
Oh, yes?
Hey, yo.
Ayo. 84
Gamble
whole
coin.
mono
Ayo.
coins? Let's go,
Hey, for
baby.
yo.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all that, I gotta just give up. Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Grab your lever and give it a yank!
What do you mean by
Who will
this?
you elect as the blackened this time around?
Like I said, Monokuma can be out of pocket sometimes.
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Incoming ad break.
He's a menace. He's always a menace. It's just like Tifa's limit break.
Yep.
What?
Uh-oh. This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Owada.
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful, or else you'll be headed to... the...
Oh, I knew that was coming.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone. It's not like he's the lead of the biggest biker gang in all of Japan.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? 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 Why did you do it?
Now Now then.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually...
The story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men. Oh, but for anyone who doesn't really want to hear it, you can hit the B button to fast forward the text. Anyway, there once was a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak even though you're a boy. He heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Now nobody will be able to say anything about, even though you're a boy. But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself up in that shell, the inferiority complex that had already taken root deep inside of him was not so easily weeded out. He needed Roundup. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger. Just like the test demo song from the Lorax. I'm weak.
Weak, 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 weak.
Once the killing game had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets, which of course included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. If that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't really want to talk about it right now.
But...
But I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe I can talk about it later. After I try my best to become strong. Then I can tell everyone. Annoyingly, he used the threat of discovery to motivate himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough so when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better. With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so... that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
When he decided to start exercising, he thought it'd be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask them to help him from there. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yup, it sure was. The biker gang fella had been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were, so Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep the secret. Plus, Mr. Macho Mondo was the very symbol of a strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to. Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Monokuma. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then that must be why Mondo did what he did, to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room into the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it, but I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to CHIHIRO. But how does moving the body keep a secret?
Because
If everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity. So, he tried to protect CHIHIRO's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook. See? Then, Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to CHIHIRO, who'd he'd also killed? Why would he do that?
Just in blood cells, not blood cells, blood vessels.
The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why? Why did you... Because, no matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it after all. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Something he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong.
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, I won't do the blah voice. How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standards is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while we're on that subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join the gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owada. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo was the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother. Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother had put together a local motorcycle gang, and before anyone knew it, it had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, #1 in the gang, and his #2, his younger brother, Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy, although I wouldn't recommend that you eat peaches with gravy. But when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. The kid's gonna take over for... Oh wait, hold on, I think... I'm walking in. The kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this gang with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Yeah, see? Can someone like him really be our leader? All that's gonna do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why... I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Once. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... laying in his kid brother's arm, the older brother delivered his final words. I have no voice for Daya, I'm just gonna give him the same voice as Mondo. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course, he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. 'Cause it's the team you and me put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang in order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother. He could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that caused the accident, and as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Thought he was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I just...
I'm strong. Strong, 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 strong. And yet, as soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then the lovely, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. Mondo killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I'd been carrying around, it would all have been for nothing. So that's why Mondo. After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that CHIHIRO asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you. But why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
'Cause, I mean, you kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would...
But...
You're right, but...
I want to change.
I wrap myself in lies. I'm weak. I want to destroy that version of me forever. His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself. I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong it can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret?
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of CHIHIRO's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness, to try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I'd never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
You making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No!
I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo. I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What do you want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed, and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why did you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
No, I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. strong, 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 strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch!
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, and I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey!
I killed him. I killed CHIHIRO. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was his secret. A weakness that like that lived in a heart like his and turned him cold-blooded. God damn it. Look at him. You see, you're all just like him. For a secret from the past, for a memory. For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He couldn't get free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? Because I sure don't. You bastard! Just shut up, you son of a bitch. Go ahead, say that again. I dare you.
Yep.
Okay, I'll say this many times as I want, is what I want to say, but... Unfortunately, I can't do that right now, because the time for punishing is fast approaching. Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now, well now, well now, well
Well, that's
now.
what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I still think they should have just recorded the voice lines for all 15 of the students and just subbed them in rather than just leaving them. I get why they didn't just record the ones for the people who died, because that's like a spoiler when they got data mined. But I feel like they should have just had all of them.
I said wait.
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
Mondo really is an awesome character. Also, I don't know why these are so quiet. They're just like way quieter than the rest of the game. I feel like the executions in the first game are also a remnant of the original style of the game, because they look so much different than the rest of the aesthetic for the game.
Wait, did he get turned into butter?
He got turned into butter. He's gonna get eaten by Monokuma. This really is like one of the most disrespectful executions of the entire series. Bro got turned into butter, and the Monokuma's gonna serve him up on flapjacks. Also, do either one of you know what that was a reference to?
No.
No.
It's there are a couple executions like this in the series. That one is based off of a Japanese folktale about a tiger that ran around a tree so much and so fast that it turned into butter.
Okay.
That's why there was tigers there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Laugh at death, and your soul will forever be at peace. It can't be. My brother. Brother! Another murder and another execution. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen. As Taka's sad screams invaded our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But of course he had to.
What a disappointment. Is this the end of the game?
Bacula?
What is this?
You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead. Do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do, because this game is life or death.
Hey.
I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response, except that
However,
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting. His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone. Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule too?
That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please continue.
The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse.
You mean you actually witnessed the murder?
He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen it.
Well...
So you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Indeed. But if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought I would liven things up.
You did all that to liven things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from TOKO, you decided to use that. To create the fake murder scene?
But damn, man. If we had figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right?
Well, obviously I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course.
Bacula turned and looked me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me.
Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I do decide to become Blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for.
Correct.
So that was your reason. Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on,
Hey.
there's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next.
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is, why?
Do you like them? But you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What?
You're over-exaggerating.
I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Mean? Mean? Mean?
What the heck?
Mean. Good grief, I don't understand why you have to pick apart every little stupid thing.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor, and then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how
The,
exciting.
The noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship.
That's enough.
Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I've accomplished or achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
For which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up.
So cool. It's like you're the main character of a video game or something. No trash mob for you.
I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you.
Temper, temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap. Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and the curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would still continue, because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship, it felt like it amounted to nothing at all. It was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair charge forward at a speed nothing can hope to match. But I must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain and effort of making you part of the group, and you couldn't play your part.
Dun dun dun.
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move, right? Well, no biggie. Nothing we can do about it now, so just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask you.
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire away.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Bruh.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
Ooh. My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything, but... Super denied, ultra denied, demonic denied! Because you see, that's my ace in the hole. And nobody be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
I also want to say just now that my voice for the mysterious person was not necessarily indicative of who it was or wasn't. I just wanted to do a completely neutral voice. Because obviously I know who it is.
Yeah, I got that.
To be continued. Also, I realized we're now, what?
Crazy Diamond.
Yup. We're now 5 victims in, and I've realized that I have neglected one of my favorite parts about Danganronpa, and that is "And Then There Were None," in which I compose a "And Then There Were None"-esque poem regarding the characters. So, I will be sure to add that to the document as well. I'll have to retroactively go back and make one for Sayaka, Junko, Leon, Chihiro, and now Mondo. But that is the end of chapter 2.
All right. I will say, I did know about Chihiro
Chihiro?
being a dude already. And I did know that Genocider Show was a thing, and now that I'm familiar with the name, apart from those two details, I knew nothing going into this.
I had a feeling because just like I almost mentioned that jail is called Genocider Show in Japanese. And the Chihiro thing is like I feel like something that reaches far beyond the Danganronpa community. So I was trying my best to not give it away.
It took so much willpower to not say Genocider Show at any point during this.
Yeah.
But in any case, well, I would ordinarily stay for post-gaming chat for like an hour.
You
It's
gotta
almost
go.
3 in the morning. I have D&D. I still have like 2 battle maps to make.
Yeah. And I'm closing this.
Yeah.
It's nothing but
Alright, see ya.
spoilers.
Next week.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave this on for the stream. Yeah. Well,
He's gone.
He is gone. Yeah, well, bad news for Raeo, Chihiro, and Mondo are gone. But good news for you, Kawa, Celeste is still here. Unfortunately for both of you, Toko is also still here, so we stay losing. Although maybe your opinion of Toko has changed now that you found out that she is also Genocide Jack.
I think it has stayed unchanged that I still don't like Toko.
You still don't like Toko? It's so funny because you both
two
schizo. You both hate Toko so much, and I really like. Well, I don't really like Toko, but Toko's a fun character.
Okay, it's funny, but annoying funny if you know what I mean.
Yeah. You know,
it's not like Paimon where she's just blatantly annoying and just is unfunny.
No, Toko's the thing where like her gag. She's like Bernadetta. She's got like one gag for like most of the game, which is, "You all hate me, don't you? I know you do." And then, when she's not doing that or talking about how amazing Byakuya is, she's Genocide Jill, and she's like just completely unhinged, which I think is funny. Her talking about her like modus operandi and how she murders everybody and comparing it to cooking is really funny.
Cooking Bell was like was insane.
But yeah, so I'm gonna mark Mondo as deceased. He's gonna get the red highlight of death. He's been killed in chapter 2, and he was the killer. So we currently have Leon, chapter 1, he was the killer. He killed Sayaka, who was the victim of chapter 1. We also had Junko, who was also a victim in chapter 1, although she was killed by Monokuma. Leon was, of course, the ultimate baseball star. Sayaka was the ultimate pop sensation. And Junko was the ultimate fashionista. And now we've lost the ultimate programmer, Chihiro Fujisaki, killed by Mondo Owada, the ultimate biker gang leader, and the JoJo reference. So, we now have chapter 3. So we still have our main man, Big Mac, Makoto Naegi, the ultimate lucky student, Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny, Hifumi Yamada, the ultimate fanfic creator, Kiyotaka Ishimaru, the ultimate moral compass, Yasuhiro Hagakure, the ultimate clairvoyant, Aoi Asahina, the ultimate
moral compass is wild.
Yeah.
Why is that even a thing?
Because I think he's the ultimate public morals committee member or whatever in Japanese. It just didn't translate. Well, actually, he's the super high school level public morals committee member or whatever. Sometimes people call him the ultimate hall monitor, which I think is pretty funny too.
That's true.
I don't think this would be another good one for him. I don't think I've ever heard anybody call him this, but you could also call him the ultimate narc.
Isn't that what the whole monitor basically is?
Pretty much. We have Aoi Asahina, the ultimate
Do
swimming
you know
pro.
what? Wait, did you have hall monitors in America?
Sort of. Yeah, I mean,
Because we never did at all.
I don't remember if they were ever specifically called hall monitors. Um, I think my school tried to come up with like a fun name, but I do remember it wasn't really ever a thing it was only a thing in elementary school.
Yeah.
I guess they were hall monitors. They were the older kids. So, in early L, I think it was all just the second graders because we did kindergarten, first grade, second grade in early L, and then we had later L, which was third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade. And then middle school was 6 through 8, and then high school was 9 through 12. I know there are some schools in America, or even some like states, where elementary school is kindergarten through sixth grade, and then middle school is just 7 and 8, or 7, 8, 9, and then high school is 10, 11, 12. But most of the time, middle school starts at sixth grade and elementary ends at fifth. But the older kids in early L and later L, so like the second graders and then like the fourth and fifth graders, could be appointed as like little helpers where you would have a clipboard and a vest, and what you would do is it was your job to make sure that the other kids weren't running in the halls, make sure that when it was time to leave, no one was
And use the
pushing and
clipboard to
shoving.
write down the names.
Yep, we had a clipboard. We could write down names, and then we also had a thing where we had these little slips of paper. They were like little coupons, and you could get them from the teachers if you did a good job on something or if you were behaving well, and you could
You know
then
what?
redeem them for like prizes and stuff like that. And so the hall
Yep.
monitors got a certain amount of them that they could give out like per week to different, like if you saw like a kid helping somebody out or being really nice or patiently waiting, you could be like, hey man, you did a good job, here, have a coupon.
Yep.
Yeah.
But with that clipboard, you know, you know what came to my head? Instead of the death note, they call it the snitch note.
That's good. But yeah, we didn't really have like
You know, that should actually be a thing. The snitch note as in like a skit.
or like a parody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had like specifically hall monitors, like people like other students who got to like skip out on class to make sure that other kids weren't skipping out, like that make sure that when they said they were going to go to the bathroom or go to the water, they weren't just hanging around in the hallways or whatever. We
Yep.
had assistants. They were like school employees. They weren't teachers, but especially in like elementary school, it was their job to keep an eye on the kids during recess and during lunchtime. So they were the ones that would do it. They would just walk around in the hallway. So it was never really the students who ever did it. It was mainly just adults. But we did have the little
Yep.
like mini thing with the coupons and stuff like that. But that was really at the end of the day. It'll be very interesting going forward now. So it'll be like it's always fun, I think, looking at the characters we have in Danganronpa and thinking, who is dying next? Because somebody's dying, and
I
just
think
like
Byakuya is gonna die next.
you think he's just being way too like I'm gonna win it all. He's just being too
Yeah,
aggy.
he's too overconfident.
He's gonna get got. Very possible. Either he's gonna get got or he's gonna like.
I feel like Toko, since what's it called? Byakuya was trying to frame Toko. Toko's gonna kill Byakuya.
Yeah. I think right now, I think Byakuya is really keeping his eye on Makoto and Kyoko because, like, honestly, they're the only two besides him that have their brains switched on. You know,
Yep.
like Celeste
Well, and
makes
Celeste,
some good
I think
points. Yeah,
Celeste has-
she makes some good
yeah.
points.
But
and-
she's definitely not the smartest compared to those two.
No, Kyoko is like literally she shows up like a plot device to be like, well, actually, she's just insane. Girl knows so much about investigating in dead bodies. She's the ultimate question mark, question mark, question mark. Maybe she's actually like the ultimate Ace Attorney fan or something.
Yep.
She's the ultimate like murder mystery reader or something. She's the ultimate NCIS fan.
Yep. True crime.
The ultimate true crime podcast listener. Misakura is the ultimate martial artist. Celestia is the ultimate gambler. Aoi's the ultimate swimming pro. Toko's the ultimate writer. So, I mean, none of the talents ever
Aoi is
seem...
probably gonna could actually die because like
She's just way
to
too
be honest,
like,
she's probably not one of the smart ones.
and she's like way too
I
trusting.
don't think she got. Yeah, she's too trusting. She's probably gonna be another target since she would be susceptible to somebody like that.
Mm-hmm. It's my favorite part about Danganronpa. Like, just looking at the characters and being like, who's gonna die? Are you gonna die?
But you know who definitely dies though.
I know, yeah, I know exactly
Next.
who. I can say I 100% know everybody in the first game. I'm pretty sure I remember everybody in the second and third games. But I'll be honest, it's been way longer since I've done anything about the second and third games. And the third game, honestly, it's so long. I remember the ending and I remember the big story beats, but there are a lot of like smaller details that I just don't remember because the game is just so long.
Yep.
Like, you think these chapters are long. The V3 chapters are like easily twice as long as each of these. Like, we're talking like
Wait, is this
a
the
month.
third game?
It's the third game, yeah. We're talking at least a month per chapter, like 4 streams for each chapter, because we'd be doing 2 streams for the first half where we're just doing the visual novel stuff, and then 100% 2 streams for like the investigation and the class trial, because there's no way we're doing the investigation and the class trial in the same stream. It'd be like 6 to 8 hours long.
Yep.
And they take forever, and they get longer and longer.
I'm absolutely getting bombed in the game.
Oh, rest in peace. But I think the first game, honestly, I think is the weakest in terms of the mysteries. Obviously, we're only in chapter 2, but I think the first game is the weakest as far as the mysteries. They're all fairly, not like simple, but they're not overly complex. We did get a major curveball with this one, with Mondo, right?
Yeah.
I don't think either. Well, I know Raeo wasn't thinking that it could be anybody besides Byakuya until we blew everything wide open with the tracksuit and everything. But the first trial in Danganronpa 1 gets completely ruined by the fact that they didn't translate the clue. So Sayaka just wrote Leon's name on the wall in English. And they were all like, it must be numbers. It must be numbers. It just doesn't.
That was that was dumb.
It doesn't translate well at all. It makes sense in universe, I think, to have like a bunch of Japanese high schoolers look at like those block letters and automatically just assume they're numbers based on the fact that they were upside down and the fact that, they don't read and write English on a day-to-day basis as their primary language. But as 3 people who will speak English as their first language, we look at that and we go, oh, wow. So,
yep.
It did give us the really funny 11037 and the even funnier 1041. So,
yeah.
Now, I'm excited for the next couple coming up because I think we're finally out of like the tutorial of Danganronpa 1.
Tutorial hell?
Yeah. The next trials coming up
You
are
know what
gonna get way
tutorial hell
crazier.
is?
No.
It's that one thing. If you're what's it called? If you're someone who does code.
Oh.
Tutorial hell is where you can only use tutorials but can't actually make your own code.
Yeah. You're just.
And that's the one thing. That's the one worst thing about coding is that you do need tutorials, but you need to know not how to
You need
just
to
use the tutorials
Yeah,
to
you need
code.
to know how to actually do it, not just copy it down. You need to know what it's doing.
Yeah.
Or else you end with a weird. Or you could be like Toby Fox, you know? Don't know anything. Bro just went. He went. Has all of the
But to be fair,
dialogue.
the Game Maker Studio has got a lot of stuff there.
It
And
does.
also Godot.
I'll never let anyone forget that Toby Fox did all of the dialogue in Undertale in one giant if-or statement.
You know what? He went from making ROM hacks of Nintendo games to now working for Nintendo.
They're
The
like,
one
hey
thing that
man.
they hate the most.
They're like, man, this guy really knows the ROM hacks. What if he's making games for free? What if we have him make games for us to sell?
Yep.
I'm hungry.
Boom. Well, that's what they did with Crypt of the Necrodancer. That was a fan game that Nintendo was just like, we're acquiring you.
Yep.
We're gonna give you money, and then you're gonna make the game, and then we're gonna sell it, and we're all gonna get money.
Not gonna lie, Nintendo is probably the business that makes the most questionable decisions and most controversial decisions. Yet they pump out some of the best games I know.
They're all over the place, man. You know, Wii U,
Yep.
but also the Switch. You know.
Yeah.
I'd say the Wii
that's
U
the
is
one
probably the
thing.
only questionable console or like platform they've probably ever had.
Yeah.
NES, those were solid. GameCube was pretty good. Wii was amazing. Game Boy was revolutionary. DS, 3DS were both good. Switch was amazing. It's just the fact that Pokemon Company and Game Freak, they get absolutely no respect in order to like actually make games.
That's honestly with Pokemon, it's actually the Pokemon Company themselves. It's because they're the ones that set those deadlines.
Yeah, Game Freak just released that new game for like Xbox or whatever.
Yeah,
that, like,
but it looks really good, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh, and the other thing too is like, look at Monolith Soft. Like before Xenoblade Chronicles, like who had heard of? Like even before, I would say probably, well maybe Xenoblade Chronicles, but definitely by the time that like 2 ran around, I would say 2 is really their big breakout thing. I mean, people kind of knew about them, I guess, because they worked on Breath of the Wild. But
yeah, but 2 had iconic characters. You had Mythra and Pyra. That's one way to get the Japanese fan base on your side.
Well, and they had they hired like a bunch of illustrators to do all the artwork for the blades and everything.
Yeah.
It was like a little gacha game inside your normal game. But no, like Monolith Soft, like they're crazy. The stuff that they do. You know? Like they're living proof that the problems with Pokemon is not a hardware limitation.
Yeah. Honestly, Legends ZA actually doesn't look too bad if you play it on Switch 2. I would not play it on Switch 1.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I bought the Switch 2, because I refuse to play Legends ZA.
I think the new Somnium Files is only on the Switch 2, which honestly, biggest draw for me. Because there's no way I'm not playing this new game that has a really stupid name and an even stupider premise. No sleep for Kaname Date from AI the Somnium Files. Who names their game like that? And then the premise is a pop idol gets abducted by aliens and has to solve an escape room. Like, what an absolutely bizarre game. I can't wait. It's gonna be so weird.
Yep.
You know, I'd love to talk more about Danganronpa, but it's gonna be spoilers. I'll just continue talking about how every time you post that Ibuki picture, I'm gonna talk about how much I love Ibuki.
And she's from number 2.
Yeah. She's voiced by the same lady that voices Severa in Fire Emblem.
Hmm.
I know.
Speaking
Ibuki's
of
just so
which,
funny.
I just want a new Fire Emblem game now.
Not. I mean,
especially if they combine 3 houses and engage.
Yeah. I mean, we'll wait forever. You know, at least with Zelda, you got a decent idea of when you're getting your next Zelda game. Fire Emblem, you never know.
That's because there's a leak that Intelligent Systems is making another Luigi's Mansion. That's probably why.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because there's like nothing
Wait, hold
you
up,
can.
someone's calling me real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna get off this screen too. I'm gonna put something else up. I have a funny video or something I can cue. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm going to shamelessly plug, and I'm just gonna play. Cool, did not go through. I'm just gonna play the Uso-Natsu. I'm just gonna play this. I'm just gonna play this while I'm now gonna attempt to turn off the game without being able to see what's on the Switch. I think I've done it. Luckily, I just have to press the home button, the X button, and then the A button. And I can unplug the Elgato now. Nice. Is this like Neonception? Seeing neon in like a little neon? Big neon, little neon? 011100011. You listen to neon background sound ASMR? Oh, that was a nice plunk sound. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You can't hear it, but that's probably what just happened. It's the opening music to Usanatsu. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Do you like? I don't know if you can see it. You probably can see it. Do you like the black bar that's just like right here for some reason? And the black bar. Oh, you can't really see it, but there's just like a weird black bar. I messed something up while I was doing something with the video, and so it's just like got these weird black bars where it got cut off. I have no idea why. I honestly have no idea what caused it. I just know it's fixed in the other episodes. Whatever I did, I didn't do it again. And now that I know what I did for the second episode, I'm just doing it for all the future episodes, and it's fixed. The problem is fixed. But man, I am just like I'm burning up inside here. Absolutely burning up. Because I'm talking so much when we do these, you know? You feel me? I'm always doing so much. I'm doing not the most. I'm just doing a lot. But yeah, let's get something quiet going. There we go. Oh, it's so hot in here. So warm. So unbelievably warm. I'm changing to invisible. There we go. My fan's been pointing away from me this entire time. The desk fan I have, you know how Bianchi has got his desk lamp? Yeah, no, I got a desk fan. And, it's been pointing away from me this entire time. That explains a lot. You know what? No, it's sitting on a typing table behind me. So, it's on wheels. It's my portable desk for when I want to move, well, when I want to move stuff out of here and I don't want to move, like I obviously can't move my whole desk. So I just chill in there. Move everything onto there. It's the perfect little thing to prop stuff up on. Wheel it on out, you know, in case I feel like super degen status, also known as I want to do stuff on the Spectre, but I also
Computer only has like a few
USB
USB 3.0 ports.
What was that?
And mine is actually like 5 years old. How old is your motherboard?
My motherboard? Oh, I see.
Like, how long ago was it?
Me?
Okay, so...
I see, yeah.
Yep, so... To tell the... Oh, wait, hold up.
I'm going to deafen Kawa. Don't worry about it.
Wait, did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm gonna deafen.
I think I unmuted myself.
Oh, wait, you back? Okay, I'm gonna deafen for Kawa. I'll see him light up anyway. Yeah, it's exciting. I want to talk more about Danganronpa, but I can't. The spoiler. If I talk about Danganronpa, you'll know. Aren't they lovely? You know what? I can talk about this. I can talk about these two lovely ladies, you know? It is Pride Month after all. And, I'm just gonna keep saying it, you know? It's always gonna be Pride Month. Oh, I got a notification from Steam that the summer sale is on now. It's always Pride Month. It's Priding time. And, you know? They're gay. Good for them. Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know. They're not gay yet. Well, they could be gay already. They just don't know it. What, does that make them gay? I don't know.
Incoming ad break.
I mean, it's very clearly a girls' love visual novel, so. As of now, though, they're purely platonic. Well, actually, they are platonic right now. Kaoru is decidedly not, or is decidedly gay. You know, I don't know about Shiori just yet. They could be. After all, this is a spoiler for episode 3. Spoiler! You're getting something early that you won't see until next week. They do. It's come up a couple times when they're talking about some sort of history between Shiori and Riku. So, I don't know. There could be something there. They have some sort of history or something together beyond the fact that they both went to the same middle school. There was like something that happened or something. So I don't know what that was, but I could totally see that maybe be something being like, they'd be like, and they were roommates. Oh my god, they were roommates, kind of thing. But I don't know. It is a very nice. It's a very pretty looking game. I keep looking over OBS. So if it looks like, if you're wondering, Neon, who are you looking at? Who are you talking to? It's because I'm looking at me in OBS. I could look at me on my main monitor. You know, hey, Past Neon. I know you're not talking to me. Well, I guess kind of you are. I'm watching the video. I am a viewer, so you sort of are talking to me. But no, it's a very pretty looking game, as you can see. It's very nice. I will say the audio could be a little bit better in the sense that I would personally prefer it to be more balanced overall. They have some lines that are very quiet and some lines that are very loud. There's a wide range. It's very good at conveying the emotion, but it makes it kind of annoying for me trying to find a nice audio balance for the video. So it is what it is. In general, I tend to err on making things louder than quiet because I am of the opinion that you always want to like try to keep things to a minimum volume, in the sense of like keeping your volume as low as possible to consistently be able to hear everything rather than having to raise and lower things. So I will always advocate for making things a bit louder and making it so you're not increasing your volume because something was quiet and then getting hit with something loud. I would rather just always have everything be a little bit louder. So it is what it is. I never noticed how short Riku is. I'm just thinking about it now. She really is short. She also doesn't... I give her the Valley Girl voice because, like, oh my god. I mean, just look at her. Like, look at her. Doesn't she just seem like she would sound like she's from the Valley? I mean, she's like a pretty blonde girl who's like wearing an altered uniform and she's got all sorts of stuff in her hair and she's so stylish. She's not like plain Jane Shiori or like tall cool girl Kadu. So like I just assumed that she would have a voice like this. But honestly, her personality does not match this at all. Cause she's not really like stuck up or conceited or anything like that. She's actually like a really nice girl and she's kind of like awkward and funny. And like, I'm not saying that you can't have a Valley accent and still be like that, but like, there kind of is a stereotype. And it just, I don't know. I think Kawa's unmuted. Hello.
Hello.
I just noticed.
Yeah, my microphone decided to unmute me during... Oh, he's calling back now. Oh, well.
Okay. Rest in peace. I'll keep talking about Riku. I don't know. I mean, they got all the things here. You got Kadu. She's tall. She's slender, and well, she's not really athletic. We found out she's not athletic at all. Well, she's not athletic, but she's not like an athlete. But she's tall and cool. She's got short hair. Got the light color scheme, and most importantly, because she's the tall, cool girl, she's also flat. Because that's how it is, you know. You can't be athletic unless you're flat. It's just how it works. I mean, I don't know. And then you got Shiori. She's short. She's still taller than Riku. But she's shorter. She's got the long hair. It's dark. She wears the vest. It contrasts with Kadu having the much lighter color scheme, both with her hair and the fact that she doesn't wear the vest. And, you know, she's got some serious flotation devices. They gotta have balance somehow, right? Right? Listen, I don't make the rules, and that's not my cursor. If you see it, that's actually just me in the recording. This is my cursor, if you can see it. I don't think you can. Oh, I probably have to tab into the... Now you can see it. So if we actually go back a little bit, you might be able to see... You can see both of our cursors right now. Whoa, both cursors at the same time. Isn't that crazy? But no, I don't make the rules. Listen, I'm not the one who decides the laws of Yuri pairings. Don't ever do that again, Pass Neon. Don't ever do that again. But, yeah. I mean, then you have Riku. But I'm just saying, I was profiling her. I was like, oh my god, she's probably gonna be like this. And while I'm still gonna do that voice for her, there are some times where it doesn't really fit because she doesn't really like talk like this at all. She just more kind of has like really like funny outbursts and stuff like that, like really like shocked, like not like overreactions, but she reacts very emphatically to things. And I don't think this is a really good representation of her, but it's funny. So, it is what it is. But yeah, I do think that some of the backgrounds have this sort of uncanny feeling to it, like right now, compared to the actual characters. Like the live 2D sprites have a very specific style as does the rest of the game. But some of these backgrounds, I don't know, they just look kind of weird. They kind of look like something I would see on like, I don't know, in the background of like some sort of, like just generic anime background kind of stuff you'd see online on like image posting boards or something. Or like a Nightcore or something. They do have that sort of visual novel feel. There's just something about the style and like this scene in particular. It just looks kind of off to me. Oh,
Oh my
back.
god, he calls it again when I unmute.
He's never free. Third time's the charm. Like I don't know, like this looks okay. It still kind of has a weird kind of feel to it, I'll be honest.
Okay, I swear if he calls back one more time, I'm gonna mute his.
You're just hit the end call, send him straight to voicemail.
Yep.
It's okay.
Bro has nothing to do while he's at work.
Honestly,
average New Zealand night shift.
Nothing. No, I got rid of Danganronpa and I've just been, since I don't think I have the Discord reactives on any of the other scenes, I've just pulled up the Usonatsu video, the first episode of Usonatsu, and I've just been playing it in the thing.
Oh my god.
But no, yeah. Ibuki is great. She's funny. I mean, you can tell from the GIF. Like you can look at her sprite poses as she cycles through them.
Well, you can tell it's a chaotic type of character.
Yeah, Ibuki's great. Her introduction is great. She's like, Ibuki mi o da. Put it together and what do you get? Ibuki Miyoda. She also, I think, has one of the most out-of-pocket lines in the entire series, not counting Ultra Despair Girls, which is a whole other, like, beast. But she has potentially one of the most out-of-pocket lines, even more out-of-pocket than Monokuma's Today I'm Feeling Black.
Yep.
There's a main part of the story where she's like, all right, they're holding like a party, and she's like, all right, it's time for our next song. I squeezed out the baby, but I have no idea who the father is, or something like that. She's just like, she's wild. But then they start the song, and she's doing like a death metal screamo thing.
Oh my god.
She's an interesting character. There are a lot of musicians I'm thinking about now, in Danganronpa. A lot of musicians. I just got jump scared by Matt Pat. But no, we got Sayaka, the ultimate pop sensation. Ibuki's the ultimate musician. Kaede is the ultimate pianist.
What would you be?
I have no idea. My guy.
The ultimate VTuber.
The ultimate VTuber. I can't be the ultimate pianist. Kaede's already got that, and she's a way better piano player than I am. She's like, she's the epitome of like the Asian parent, like, instrument player. Playing piano since she was like walking.
That's basically how my well, what happened with my brother. Been playing
Right
guitar
away.
since he was like could grab something with his hands,
Alright.
basically.
Here, take it. Away you go. Oh, they got like an absolute mad lad in V3. There's a guy who's the ultimate tennis player. Bro is like he's a beast.
So he's not the ultimate baseball player.
No, he's the ultimate tennis player. Bro's like he's like 3'2". Like not even joking. This isn't like a Makoto thing where he's like super short.
What?
Bro's actually like 3'2". He's tiny, but he's so awesome.
How bro must have dwarfism if he's gonna be 3'2".
He's so small. He's so awesome. It's also great too because he's got a voice that's like deeper than the Marianas Trench. It's so funny.
And he's 3'2".
I don't remember exactly, but he's tiny. He's so much shorter than like there are a lot of short characters in V3. He's easily the shortest.
Yep.
There's also V3's wild. There's like a guy who's like sort of a Dragon Ball reference. There's a Xenoblade reference in V3.
Actually, speaking of references, did you see the new references in the new area for Wuwa?
I'll be honest, I started the quest so I could get to the new area. Did the first two like cutscene things that I had to do, and then I immediately bailed on the main quest. When it's like go to the village, I immediately just bailed and started exploring. So I was like, I really don't care. I don't want to do it right now.
Honestly, that whole story is really good because you know what I did?
What?
I hadn't done any of Renacita.
Yeah, doing it all
a week ago.
Yeah.
And then I did it all at once. And then realizing, oh, it still isn't finished.
Mm-hmm.
There's still like at least one or two quests left to go.
Yep. When I started the Septimont quest, and when they were talking about like Cartithia's gone missing, and I was like, what do you mean Cartithia's gone missing? We just solved this whole problem with her like last week. What are you talking about? And then turns out she's going to another island, and you like channel your energy with the sword.
I was confused because
For you it was like right away.
Like, straight afterwards.
Yeah.
But it was because the actual time between that would have been like at least a month.
Yeah.
Or at least like a week.
Uh-huh. That must have been even funnier if like you talk to Cartithia, you have the whole the cutscene with the tree and everything, and then the next quest starts and it's like, where did she go?
Speaking of which, I'll pull that up right now.
Oh, I got Cartithia. She came home. So now I have to suffer not having Chacona. So you know what that means? It's time to just run Shorekeeper and Sanhua, because when in doubt, just run those two.
Honestly, I would just run Era Rover. Yeah, Era Rover, Shorekeeper, Cartithia.
I'm really tempted to swap out Sanhua for Era Rover just because I want to use Rover in something. I beg.
But I just gotta finish building Era Rover because I'm still trying to build.
Yeah. See, the problem is
Cartithia.
All the like recommendations are for either Rejuvenating Glow, which if you're running Shorekeeper, it's pointless because you run it twice, or Windward Pilgrimage, which they recommend for like high investment DPS builds. And I'm just like, I don't know if I really want to farm 2 sets of Windward Pilgrimage. I, like, not gonna lie, I spent like 2 hours running around Septimont on a farming route, got like halfway through the farming route, and I had picked up a grand total of 2 1-cost echoes I could use for Cartethia. Let's go, baby. The one time I'm trying to get HP main stat and I just can't get it. It just doesn't show up. She's really cool. It's just mine is super unbuilt right now, so I'm running around trying to fight the new enemies with her, and it just hurts my
Wait,
soul.
are
Because
you
I'm
looking at my
doing,
stream at the moment?
yeah, I'm just running around. I'm doing like 2,000 damage, and I'm getting hit for like 10k per hit, and I'm just like, bro.
Yep.
Oh, Cartethia. You know what's so
Emerald
great about?
Genesis.
Yes. Fellow no perf haver. Emerald of Genesis.
Yep.
My beloved.
But I almost have enough for a 10 pull.
Yes, I'm getting close too, and I'm gonna wait
Honestly,
until like
I'm probably
the end.
just gonna get. Yeah.
I'm gonna wait to see how many pulls I have. For that Calcharo?
That was Kalshara. You
Is
know
that
what?
is that the starter banner?
I still have this. You know why? Because I've been just spending up all on this.
Yo. To get the
Because I
like,
don't need anybody off here.
right? Oh, so you can still choose, huh?
Yep.
Honestly, you're gonna hate this, but like honestly, but you have Chun-Li.
Chun-Li.
Yeah.
Nope. But I wish I did.
Honestly, and I know you're gonna hate this, but for the standard like the Resonator Convene you can choose, I'd honestly choose Verena or Encore.
Yeah.
Just from like a pure like meta perspective, because Verena's just like absolutely, she's just so good as like literally one of the 2 viable supports that we have in the entire game. And when you have her second sequence, or like her S2, I think she has the fastest intro to outro in the entire game. It's like 2.1 seconds or something. But
Yeah. You know what's funny? I've never completed this quest right here.
oh no, the Somme Noir. I only did that because I thought I was hoping that I could still get the rewards for it, the limited time rewards, the
Because
weapons.
doesn't this have the team up bonus like attack thing?
Yeah, they have that in the new film study thing, the film movie event thing.
They need to bring it back permanently. It's such a good mechanic.
It's in the film thing. They've got like they brought back like all of the stuff from Elusive Realm, like the character upgrades and everything like that. It's just that you're limited to the battles on the little board game thing. I think it's
I wish you could use it for boss battles and the overworld.
yeah. It should be somewhere on the event page. Yeah, Dreaming Deep.
I still need to get this as well.
Yeah. I'm holding on to my ticket for now. I still don't know. But oh, have you seen the new event, the combat event?
No, I haven't.
It's I thought for a second I thought like this event's got hands because the max score is difficulty 148, and I was like, dang, this event's totally gonna get hands. And then I realized there's no timer, and so literally the entire time I just ignored the buffs that they were trying to get me, that they gave me to get me to try and use specific character teams, and just said, nah, I'm just gonna use Carlotta for every single one of them. And so the final stage 5 or whatever it was, stage 4, the final stage with Fleur de Lis, it may have taken me 6.5 minutes to do it, but I did it. I just sat there and I was just mashing dodge the entire time, and I was like, I'm gonna do this eventually.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Lupa's coming out. I'm excited for Lupa. They also
you
got
get
that
Lupa as well, or you're just sticking with.
I don't know. I'm hoping. They also have that gun girl, the blue gun girl.
Gun Gale Online?
Yeah. GGO. Yeah, they're gonna add Sinon to Wuwa.
Yep.
Did you actually did you pick up Raven in Nikkei?
No, I'm trying to pick up the Stellar Blade character.
Yeah, but which one? Raven or Eve?
Eve.
Oh, I thought for sure you were gonna try and get Raven. Not gonna lie. When you said that you were gonna pick up a collab character.
Yeah.
If you can get both, I would absolutely
Because
would
next
get.
week, because I get my paycheck next week. I was thinking about buying either Stellar Blade or Fantasy Life 2 or the Resident Evil collection. I'd pick either one of those.
I mean, you're not really in a hurry to get Fantasy Life I because there really isn't any time-gated stuff. There really isn't
Actually, yeah, because the other two are pretty much discounted.
Yeah, Stellar Blade, at least.
Stellar Blade.
Yeah, if you care about like getting the skins in Nikkei, you can get the code key for the free skin in Nikkei, the Scarlet Gotcha skin right now. It's like $60 if you go all the way to Pity. But if you get the deluxe edition of Scarlet Blade, you get all the DLC, and it comes with a code for the skin that you can redeem in Nikkei, and you can get that I think until like November 27th. If you buy the game by like November 27th.
That probably will.
So
it
you
just
got
came out this month.
Yeah, I mean, you got some time. I think I'm gonna wait too, just a little bit.
I'm booting up Nikkei right now on my phone.
You gonna wait forever as it loads?
Yeah, why does it take so long to load?
Bro, I don't know.
What titles do you have?
In WUA?
Yep.
I have the max resonance chain for Senhua, Baja, Chisha, Mortefi, I think Alto, Taochi, I think, Yanwu. I think that might be it. And then I have the event ones. I have the first Trailblazer thingamajig for difficulty like 74, I think is when I stopped. And then the new one for the new event for difficulty 148. Honestly, I feel like the new difficulty was like way easier than the previous one. But it's also probably because the last time they ran this event, Carlotta didn't exist. So
yeah,
she's honestly just so insane. Like, I know Fleur de Lis is like some new insane damage cap if you run her with Arrow Rover and Chacona, and I know Zanny does crazy damage and everything like that. But honestly, I don't think either one of them can compare to one, just the mad damage that Jinja can put out and how short a time that she can do it. Or the fact that you can just stand like halfway across the map and blast enemies with Carlotta.
Yep.
Like,
also, Jinsha is still broken to this day.
He's just so good.
Yep.
I know
That's
Birdman
why I
moved her
don't
down, but like it's all relative.
Yeah. Like if you're not doing the in-game stuff, like
even doing the end game
Jinsha's
stuff,
still pretty good.
Like, not gonna lie,
Nice to meet
all
you.
of my
I'm
central tower
Sophistopheles.
clears for 30 star for like the past like 6 cycles have all just been because I've decided, you know what, I'm just gonna use Jinsha. I think there was one time when Zanny came out, I was like, I did it like 5 times in a row, and I was always like 2 or 3 seconds away from getting the 3-star clear, and I got Zanny, and I did it with like 15 seconds left. But like almost every time, like I did this one, which was all for Fleur de Lis, and I didn't, or Cartethia, I didn't have her, and I was just like, you know what, we're just gonna use Jinsha, and I just ran Jinsha over and over and over and over again, and eventually I just got good and learned the boss patterns enough that I just knew the rotations that I needed to do. But like, I'm not even quick
Yeah,
swapping
that's
or
the thing
anything.
about this game. Like, you can play pretty much any character just as long as you can dodge everything and have like enough like damage built on your character.
Yeah, and I mean, my problem with Jinsha was I was doing her rotation so fast because you can speed her rotation so fast. If you do the
I know,
Genshin
that's the best thing. You can just dish out damage like extremely fast because she has just like that. How you like cue those AoE attacks, you can just do them very fast.
Yeah, I mean, the Jinsha jump cancel, you can go from starting her empowered state to doing the nuke in like less than a second just by doing 4 basic attacks on the ground, pressing E, and then immediately using your liberation or dodging, and then pressing Jue for
Yeah.
your echo, pressing your left mouse 1 time, and then after that just mashing space and mouse, and you can do it like almost immediately. That's the
Yep.
cancel, just mashing space and mouse button. Compare
Honestly,
that, like,
the thing with Cartesia is that ultimate is extremely insane. Like the range on it
yeah,
is
like,
crazy. Have you seen videos of like people going like on the other side of the map and still seeing the line?
sniping. It looks so cool. Actually, I did notice I was fighting in like a little valley type thing, and I looked over, and the line was like all the way across the ground, like all the way up the side of the valley, and I was like, wow, that really goes.
Yep, that's a little accurate.
My favorite part is when I try to get her
That's the
position.
thing about that I like. The cutscenes in this game actually do the characters justice.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
they actually work the same as how they do in the game,
Mhm.
unlike Genshin Impact. Like,
Genshin's just their
that's the
models are just funky.
Oh, what were you gonna say about the models?
Like the models in Genshin, I think, are a severe limiting factor in the cutscenes because they've gotten away with some of it, like with in Natlan, some of the cutscenes kind of got away from the stiff movements, but it always looks kind of unnatural because that's not how the models move in like the game. But the models in
Yeah.
WUWA are all like they're so like lanky and like squishy and stuff like that that it kind of looks kind of janky. But it also means that they
Well,
can do
yeah,
more in the cutscenes.
They're more malleable,
Yeah.
which is what I like about it.
Mm-hmm. Also, I tried doing a Abyss. I logged into Genshin because I saw there was a new weapon skin that looked cool on Eula.
You know what? I logged into Genshin last week because I wanted to see that new quest,
Yeah.
and yet again I was disappointed.
Yeah, I saw the skin. I was like, you know what? I'll do Abyss. Did pretty well.
Oh wait, the weapon skin stuff?
Yeah, I saw the weapon skin. I wanted to log in. I decided to do Abyss as well. I got
The weapon
absolutely
skin stuff.
annihilated.
Damn.
Yeah, like I rolled up. But actually, I didn't get annihilated. I got destroyed by the fact like chambers 9 through 11, easy peasy, like obviously. And
yeah,
I got an easy. I mean, it would have been like an easy. Probably. I think I ended up getting 4 stars on chamber 12, so I just missed 2 stars. I got 3 stars in chamber 1, and then I got 2 stars on. Actually, no, I got 2 stars in chamber 1, 2 stars in chamber 2, and I just gave up on 3 because the second half of 3 was this new boss that basically requires you to constantly be hitting it with cryo attacks, or it just doesn't take. It takes
Yeah.
almost no damage, and I was just like, I'm not doing this. I was like, I don't
Honestly?
have characters for this.
Have you seen Bran Online's? He's starting to crash out Genshin now.
I wanted to start the event for the weapon skin just to see what it was like, but I had to do a quest to do
Honestly,
it.
it's not worth it.
I
the
had to
weapon
do a
skins.
quest, and I was just like, I don't want to do this quest. And then I heard Kuching's new voice, and I was like, I get it, but like she just doesn't sound that good. And then I was like, you know what? I didn't even wait to get out of the quest. I just alt F4'd the game.
Yep.
I was just like, I'm just not. sitting
Rest
here.
in peace, Kuching's voice actor.
Yes.
You
Rest
know
in-
why she got.
I know why she got. It sucks too because like the new.
She was a
voice
good
actor-
voice actor,
Yeah,
but there was stuff she did behind the scenes was like, nah.
yeah, and the new voice actor, she's not like bad. It just doesn't really sound like Kuching. She sounds way
doesn't-
more like Ganyu. She's like way softer spoken
Yeah.
and everything like that. And Kuching always had like a bit of a bite to her in the EN dub.
That's the thing that sucks, because I had a workmate of mine who started playing, and they're like, from what I've heard, English is in a really rough spot, so they started playing in Japanese.
Mm-hmm. The Paimon change wasn't that bad. I still.
Oh wait, has Paimon changed?
Yeah, it's. I don't know who it is. I don't know her name, but it's a new lady, and it's not.
Has it better than before, or is it worse?
In my opinion, it's. I think it might be objectively better, but in my
Okay,
opinion, I think
that's still.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think it's worse because it sounds like somebody trying to sound like Paimon, but she's like way breathier and has sort of like a muffled feel as opposed to Karina's like sharper.
Wait, hold on. I gotta watch this video real quick because I didn't notice it.
Yeah, it's not like it's not original Paimon from like early on. It's just a interpretation of current Paimon. So I was not a huge fan, but it wasn't bad. And there were some lines that sounded better than others. So I mean,
Honestly,
it's all
I actually like the new one way better.
Yeah, I don't know. It
My
might just
opinion.
be how it was recorded, like where they recorded it. If it was
Because
in a studio or
the
not.
one thing I like about sorry, I cut you off there.
No, I was done.
Yeah, the one thing I like about the new voice actor now is that they're more softly spoken. I could actually hear the longer dialogue instead of just screeching in my ear.
I will say that is one benefit. It's just I don't know. Her voice sounds kind of muffled, and that could just be something in the post processing. You know, the balancing or compression, or how it was recorded. I know. It just, and I hate to say this, because they're both professional VAs, but especially Kutching's new voice actor, and I know it's just because she's like English and they're forcing her to do an American accent, but she just sounds like an amateur.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what happened with the first part of
Wuwa.
Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, it sounds like the Wuwa dub acting when they
That's-
were all being forced to do these American accents that they couldn't do.
Yeah, and now that what's it called? In 2.0, they allow them to actually use the
Yeah,
actual accent
they just
themselves.
committed
It sounds
to it.
way better.
Yeah, because they can actually act. It's way harder to try and act when you're trying to do an accent that
Honestly,
isn't your accent.
The reason why I like it because it reminds me of Final Fantasy, because most of the Final Fantasy voice actors either speak American or have a British accent, like
Mhm.
especially in Final Fantasy 16.
And it worked out great for like Rina Sita too, like the Italian place.
Yeah, because they could, well, because it is a European.
Yeah.
If you're gonna voice act in English, British is pretty much like the accent you want.
Uh-huh. Like, just, it worked out perfectly because you're like, here's the place that's like clearly supposed to be Europe, like Western Europe.
Yeah.
So
Honestly, I don't know how they're gonna do New Federation because I feel like they would need to use American accents for that, but it might be restrictive because of the agency that they're using.
yeah, I mean they could always make it solely non-union, or they could just make it union SAG, or they could do something like with sound cadence, like with Amber Lee Connor, Farina's voice actress. Like, because this specifically was like a Hoyo problem with the EN dub.
Yeah.
Plenty of other things that have continued to go on. There's still some weird stuff going on with Nikkei right now.
Oh, wait. Were they using SAG after as well?
Sort of. They weren't like part of this. They weren't really like part of the strike, really. Like there was never like a hard like thing against them. It's just that a couple of the actors just weren't doing lines for various reasons. But the only ones that come to mind right off the top of my head are oh, what's her face? Raiden Shogun. What's her name?
Shogun's voice actor was Ann Yatko.
Yeah, Ann Yatko. She voices Mihara, and new Mihara, the overspec Mihara, I think is voiced by somebody else. She's still credited. It's still like her character. It's just somebody else filling in temporarily. And I don't know if that's related to the strike at all. That could just be like she's doing something else. She's busy or something like that. For example, Amelie gave up one of her roles in Nikkei just because she had 2 roles and she decided to. She has other stuff going on. She's got a lot of other things that she's doing between streaming and other voicing. So she decided to give up Viper to keep Ruby. So the lady who voices Rosanna ended up taking over for Viper. And it's really funny because the first time they did the new voicing was Beautiful Shot, which was the summer event where there was a whole part of the main story where Rosanna and Viper get into this big argument. So it was just her like yelling at herself.
Like,
so that was kind of funny.
It's funny when voice actors do that, because some of them do that for a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, it's Fire Emblem Warriors has that with Ryoma and Chrom, since they're both map.
Oh yeah, you told me about that one.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Oh yeah, you know this voice actor?
I do not. Jennifer English. What a name.
Yep. And the funny thing is, she's English.
Did you ever play Her Majesty's Spiffing?
What was that?
Did you ever play Her
no.
Majesty's Spiffing? The main character, it's like a British thing. The main character is named Frank Lee English.
Yep. There was a movie as well. Yeah, Johnny English.
Johnny English.
Yep.
I can't look up anything, unfortunately.
And it's done by another British person as well. Well, those were some pretty funny movies. Those ones.
Oh, is that Mr. Oh,
that was Mr. Bean. Yep.
Yeah, I clicked on Johnny English, and somehow it opened up the Wikipedia page for Rowan Atkinson, and I was like, that's Mr. Bean. Oh, I was just talking about Austin Powers yesterday.
Oh yeah, that's another classic.
We were trying to figure out what the name of the bald guy was, and I was like, it's Austin Powers.
Dr. Evil.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Dr. Evil, and I was like, it's Austin Powers. It can't be that complicated.
Austin Powers is not bald.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, like, it's the Austin Powers movies. Like, it's not something crazy. It's gonna be something silly like Dr. Evil.
Yep.
But no, I was just thinking
Then he made the infamous Jeffrey Bezos rocket as well.
I was just thinking about the sea bass. Freaking sharks with lasers.
Yep. Alright. Oh, what was I saying about Jennifer English? She's played in like 3 big games in the past 3 years.
Wow.
Which was Baldur's Gate. As one of the main characters. Then it was Wuthering Waves last year. Now this year was Expedition 33, also as one of the main characters.
Nice. On a side note, I hate
Bing so this what was that?
I was just saying, on a side note, I hate Bing so much. I looked up Jenny English, and so you know what I got? I got a bunch of on Bing. I got a bunch of like Facebook profiles, and I got like some like I don't even know, like some charities and some Instagram accounts. So then I put Jenny English BTVA to try and pull up the voice actors thing. You know what it gave me?
What?
Jenny Yokobori. The lady that voices Yoimiya. You know what the next result was?
What?
Officer Jenny. And then, you know what was beneath that? Yakuza 0 Director's Cut. And then I got to Jennifer English.
Yep. This is some Bing.
Yeah, and this is why I hate Bing.
Bing is terrible. Why do you use Bing?
I use Bing because right now I can't open Chrome because I'm doing a window capture on Chrome for the YouTube video. Also, I just use Bing like personally because as my personal browser because I only use it to go to wiki sites and watch YouTube videos, and then when I actually need to look anything up, I just open up Chrome. But I'm also just like, I've got a problem, and I hate like having anything in my search history, so every time I search something, I always open up an incognito tab just because I don't want it in my search history. Even though, like, sometimes I'll open up an incognito tab, and I'll just put in numbers that I'm adding up because I'm trying to figure out something in Nikkei, and it's just me using the calculator in Chrome. It's just my default. I just automatically go to incognito. Like, I don't know. I'll even open up like Perdwen and like wiki sites and stuff like that, or like farming routes and stuff in incognito, just because I don't want them. I don't want it to like show up when I'm typing something. But like, hey, do you want to go back here? And I was like, no, I really don't. But that's just me.
Can you repeat that last bit again?
I'm just like got a compulsion to just always look up things in incognito mode, or like anytime I go to like a game wiki or like a tier list site or like a thing that
Honestly,
shows
I
like
should have
farming
done that
routes.
because otherwise it just goes straight to your recommended on
Yeah.
like YouTube and everything.
Yeah, I mean that's why I do it. I just don't want anything in my recommended. Like I strictly use Chrome.
Honestly, I think I destroyed my recommended because I kept on searching up stuff, and then it's like, where's all my subscriptions and stuff gone?
Yeah, no, like I have
Because
multiple
it
Chrome
only
profiles.
just shows new things.
Yeah. I've got multiple Chrome profiles. I have one that I use for all of my stream stuff. I'm logged into Twitch, I'm logged into YouTube, on Twitter, all in this one profile. And legit, the only thing I use it is to go to Twitch to share the live stream link on Twitter, go to Twitter to post things, and post videos on the YouTube channel. I don't use it for anything else. Like,
Yep. Guess what happened? I've been playing so many grand strategy games in the past like month. Now I just keep on getting recommended ancient history videos because of that. It's like Roman Empire.
It's been really interesting.
The Ottoman Empire.
Really interesting starting the new YouTube channel because I not subscribed to anybody. I don't watch any videos on it. I just upload videos, and it's really interesting looking at like watching my own videos to like and comment and everything, and just seeing all the weird recommendations that YouTube gives me, like on the sidebar or on the home screen. I get the strangest things, and I'm like, what
Honestly,
are you doing,
it's worse now with
YouTube?
AI.
It's so bad.
It's like AI thumbnails that, for some reason, that just makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well, there are whole like shorts channels that just have entirely like AI like videos and stuff like that of just like fake stuff.
AI voice and images.
Yeah, it's an auto-generated script with an auto-generated voice and just a bunch of really bad AI
Wait,
pictures.
Have you watched Dune?
I have not.
Or Dune?
I have not. You talking about the new one or just Dune in general?
In general.
I've not. Actually, I've watched the original fight clip.
There's a quote. Oh, yeah. Thou shalt not make a machine. Wait, hold on. This. What is it? Oh yeah. Thou shall not make a machine in likeness of the human mind.
Right, like. Why can't?
So that's.
Yeah,
you know why they did that in the law?
To prevent Skynet from happening.
Well, because they had a literal war of Skynet and won, and after that they were like, nope, there's different avenues of technology we can go down that is not AI.
Right, there's no more. Also, like,
and yeah, you go.
I don't really want ChatGPT generating me images. I want ChatGPT to be like working in a factory so that like I don't have to, or people
That's
can
what
just
it should
do
have
other
been.
things. You know, like I want like not straight up Detroit Become Human with like the androids and everything. We're just like, yeah, let's just make these androids and let's just make them do like all the manual labor boring jobs, so like things are cheaper and like people can do what they want and like have more free time.
Honestly, and you know the reason why they're not doing it? Nah, that's gonna get in conspiracy territory.
Well,
But
one,
I
it,
do
it wouldn't
think
work.
like,
It wouldn't work with our current economy, but
yeah,
it also means less money for the CEOs and people, which is bad for them.
yeah.
The real reason.
It's probably gonna be the individual businesses that are gonna start doing it, and then they will become the top businesses.
Right? Although some
Yeah,
of
'cause
it is
that's
just
how it would usually work.
yeah. The problem is some of the stuff is just like way too unstable. You know, like all the fast food places that are all just the order kiosks.
Yeah.
They just like, and those aren't like AI at all. It's just they aren't. I don't feel are really capable of handling an order the same way a human is. When you'd be like, I want this and this, but I want this instead of this. A human understands. Oh, they want to
Oh,
get like the number 5, but instead of having like ham on it, they want turkey.
Guess what? I'm pretty sure our ones, because I go to my local McDonald's has a machine, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can, when you select your burger, you can actually customize it on the actual screen itself.
Yes. I was just on a road trip recently, and they had a Panera inside one of the big like rest stops, and they had a thing like that, and I was like, oh boy, I'm gonna get myself a sandwich. And I looked at it, and they were like, yeah, so you can get the Italian, but we're letting you know we don't have any ham, we don't have any turkey, we don't have any beef, we don't have any bacon.
They
You're gonna
just had
get
nothing.
you're gonna get the Italian, and it's gonna be just the Italian dressing and a bunch of vegetables. Also, we don't have any sides except for fresh apple. And I was just like, bro. Also,
Wait,
somebody just
was this
redeemed
at a
me.
like, was this at a chain or was it an individual restaurant?
It was, I guess technically a chain. Panera is a chain, but it was inside of a state rest stop, and also it was like a Friday at the end of the week, so I don't really blame them. We came back to the same place, just on the other side of the highway, coming back, and they had everything ready to order. It was just because it was the end of the week, and it was,
So it was in the middle of nowhere, right?
yeah, pretty much.
Okay, then that is technically fair.
I mean, it was on a toll road in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it was like probably 80 miles. We're in the middle of 80 miles to the next anything.
So within a radius of 80 miles, there's just nothing else.
I mean, it was nothing but like fields and construction. Like half the roads were closed down, and they were down to like single lane, down from like 3 lanes because of construction. You'd love to see it. We actually were delayed like 4 hours coming back.
You know what's funny? Out in our town, our McDonald's closes at like 9 or 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the next town that's only like 20 to 25 minutes drive has a 24-hour McDonald's. So we literally had to do a 20-minute drive just to get 24 hours. But our town doesn't get it, even though our town is way bigger. The small one gets the 24 hours.
That's weird.
That's weird.
24-hour McDonald's. They really just decided, you know, we're gonna be the chain that commits to dealing with the customers that show up at 3 a.m.
Yep.
9 o'clock's crazy though.
Over yours, wait, you guys got less 24-hour stuff after the pandemic, eh?
Yeah, they kind of went crazy with it beforehand, and then like they had to cut back on a lot of stuff. Some of the stuff they kind of rolled around into other things. Some of the stuff stuck around. Bunch of the shopping.
That's
like the
really
grocery
sucked.
store
I
kept
felt
stuck.
like nightlife and everything got obliterated by that.
I mean, yeah, you can't go. Although, some of the states signed temporary. I don't know if they're still hanging around. They might still be hanging around, but signed semi-permanent or permanent laws that allowed the sale and removal of alcohol from like bars and stuff like that. So like during the pandemic, you could you could like place an order for some drinks, and you could then pick them up and then drive home with them.
Damn.
Yeah, they're just like, you know what? We're gonna keep these businesses open. If somebody wants to go to the bar and get like, they want to
That is
go back,
actually pretty good though,
get
because
some
those got
sangrias or
like
something, and just drive home. Let them do it.
those got obliterated during COVID.
Mm-hmm. Trying to keep them open. But no,
Yeah, because that's the thing that I miss. Because like, I became of age during the pandemic, and that was the worst.
You're
Because
just like,
everything that you could do, I
yeah.
couldn't.
You're just like, well, I guess I'll just sit here.
Yep.
Also, hello. Somebody redeemed the bird sentence. Now I have to track down my bird.
Nope. He's cut out.
Somebody requested the bird sound, and I'm not spinning the wheel of birds. I'm just gonna do it. What? Oh no, it's breaking.
I'm thinking about
Oh no.
streaming stuff on YouTube since it automatically just puts the VODs up.
Yes, it is very convenient. OBS, well, Stream Elements version 25 and up with OBS version 30 point whatever and up has a native multi-streaming thing that you can use. I'm using it. I know there's something else. I don't remember what it is. I know Tacti knows what it is, and his. I don't know if he's used it. I think he has used it. But and it's also free to use. But I'm just using the Stream Elements one because I already use Stream Elements.
Yeah. Because honestly, what was it? Well, the way that Twitch is going at the moment, I'd think I'd rather stream on YouTube because I don't think the platform is going to last from what I've seen at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, especially what's like happening with the big creators at the moment.
Yeah. It's fun. I mean, you got to do way less on Twitch for the streaming and everything. They also they've completely murdered the affiliate requirements. It's now like you need 25 followers and 3 average viewers over the past you need 3 streams over the past 7 days, at least 3 streams with an average of 3 viewers and only 25 followers.
Yeah, and advertisements as well have gone worse, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Unless they're worse by default now. You have to do some fiddling around with the settings.
So I'm pretty sure some sponsors and stuff have dipped out of Twitch, but because of the recent controversy.
Mm-hmm. They've changed how the ad split works. They've moved a lot of that to the Plus program for the 60/40, and then it's just buried more with the ads per hour and how that works.
Because it's a good platform, but I feel like it's just in the wrong hands in terms of management.
0 discoverability. Although, I'll be honest, YouTube's not, that much better.
Yeah, they're not that much better, because theirs is meant for more videos rather than streaming.
Mm-hmm.
But if what's it called, Twitch had changes management, and has something good to look forward to in the future, then I'd probably use it more often.
Yeah.
But the thing that that benefits you more on YouTube is the VODs get automatically saved.
Yeah.
The pay split is way better, but I'm not up to that part yet.
Yeah, it's way harder on YouTube than it is on
It is
Twitch.
way harder, but I think it's more worth it in the long term.
Because I think it's 1,000 subs. Actually, no. I think there's like
Especially if you have a lot of watch time.
Yeah.
I think it is worth having.
I think there's 2 levels. I've forgotten what the first level is just because it's not showing up on the second channel that I'm like focusing on for like specifically long-term stuff. But I think the default is 1,000 subs and then 3,000 watch hours.
Because I've almost reached that like twice, because I had a first channel that almost reached it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the current second one had almost reached it as well.
Yeah, but that's like the main one. I think it's like way lower than that. I'll hide this real quick. So I'm gonna check. Because I know
That's
Tacti
lower
hit.
for shorts.
Yeah, there's a shorts one that's like 10 million shorts views plus the things. I'll check. I mean, I
Yeah.
can look at my thing right now.
But
YouTube
short
open.
with shorts, getting those amount of views is pretty easy because the amount of shorts people go through.
Membership
You get more
eligibility.
discoverability.
Membership eligibility is 500 subs, 3 videos in the last 3 months, and then either 3,000 public watch hours over the last year, or 3 million shorts views over the last 90 days. And then the next one, which is the ad revenue, is 1,000 subs and either 4,000 public watch hours or 10 million shorts views. But
the catch with that one is you have to be pumping out shorts like nearly every single day, basically.
Because it only counts the last 3 months.
Yeah, and you gotta lock in.
I think they changed shorts recently. I think they extended how long they could be.
Yeah.
But yeah, the membership is I guess like YouTube's version of affiliate program, because Tacti hit that a while back.
That's how you unlock super chats and stuff.
It was a while ago. Maybe he made a post about it on. I know he had a tweet about it, and I know he talked about it in Discord. I don't remember if he put a thing on YouTube now. He did. It was 2 months ago. Yeah, yay.
Because I'm thinking about streaming on my second YouTube channel. Because it's something that's not gacha related, because I'll just keep that on the main.
Yeah, that's what I'd recommend.
I'm thinking about just doing a gauntlet of games, doing all the Halo games on Legendary. Every single Resident Evil.
You gotta play like all the janky versions of Resident Evil 1. Like the 5 different versions, like the ones with the live action cutscenes, like all the weird ones.
Wait, why does my thing keep on dipping into the red? It always does that. It's always the connection thing on on Discord. It says 5,000 ms.
It's like 50 seconds.
Yep. Oh yeah, you know the game I showed you when I first got my Switch 2?
Yeah.
Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. One of the main characters in that game is so goofy.
Nice.
It's the little sheep character. That's pretty much Paimon, but making the absolute crazy jokes.
Yeah, I see your thing about the pay split. The membership is 70/30.
70/30
Oh,
on YouTube.
actually, it might not actually be 70/30. Because it doesn't say 70/30 of gross. It says 70/30 of net, which means it's 70% of the revenue after they take whatever, like, business fees or whatever they might do, and then an additional 30% for something. I don't know.
Yeah.
It all depends on how that breaks down. I wouldn't know, having never had.
But it also depends on the content as well that you're pumping out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you pump it out, actually, no, it's different off the algorithm. I don't think it's like 10 minutes is optimal, 10 to 15. Any
Yeah.
more than 15.
They gotten like real crazy, like as low as 8, but
Yeah.
also like to a certain extent, it doesn't matter after a certain point.
After a certain point, yeah.
I mean, you look at
that's once you've got like your built up an audience.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it just doesn't matter at all.
Like you look at like Burleezy or like Corey X Kenshin, and they've got like 2-hour videos, or like Corey who had like a 10-hour video where he just
That's
played the
because he's built
entirety
up,
of.
like a huge fan base. That's why.
He also uploads like once every like year and a half, so.
And then still gets.
Yeah, because everyone's waiting for a new video.
And I'm pretty sure he's just been working on his manga stuff.
Mm-hmm. You've been doing like actual things.
Yeah.
But no, I love just like destroying the algorithm with my increasingly longer Uso Natsu videos. The first one was an hour and 22 minutes long, and I was like, dang, that's pretty long. I think this is a good length. The second one was like an hour and 55 minutes, and I cut it down to like an hour and 50. And I was like, okay, that's getting kind of long. And then the third one, I was like, we're just gonna go on based on vibes, because I completed the chapter like 10 minutes into the video, and I was like, this is way too short to be a video. So I was like, we're just gonna keep going based on vibes. And I still haven't finished chapter 5 yet, but I was at like 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I was just like, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. I was just looking over at OBS. I was looking at the timer, and I was like, I don't want to sit through editing this video.
Yep.
Thank you for the follow. I can't see this in OBS.
You know,
Angie,
we
it's
started
me, lol.
Danganronpa a month ago.
I know. Is it wild that we've like haven't done anything? It's crazy. The fourth
Have you
stream.
been on the Minecraft recently? So I haven't in the past few weeks, so I've been past 2 weeks, so I've been busy.
I occasionally log on. The problem is I keep thinking about things I want to build, and then I log into Minecraft, and I just go, I don't really want to build it anymore.
Yep. Honestly, that's why I like using what's it called? The schematic mods.
Yeah, I mean, I just gotta
Sometimes
like really
easier.
think about what I want to build. But I did want to get on so I could start building that that cliffside town in the winter place with that big U shape.
Yeah, I want to make the cliffside town in the that fishing village.
Yeah, that place was crazy.
Yeah, we really hit the jackpot on world
Yeah,
generation.
we
on
really
that.
did. The stream titles for the Danganronpa things have gotten more and more unhinged as they've gone on.
Yeah.
And it's only the fourth one. It's a little bit easier for me to make them just because I know it's gonna happen. So it's easier for me to make titles. But this one it was all caps. It was called "Why Did Toko Is Kill CHIHIRO?"
Yep.
Why did Toko Is kill CHIHIRO?
Oh, you know what comes out in 2 weeks? The new Donkey Kong game.
Oh, new Donkey. Which one is that?
Bonanza. Cause
Banana.
You know what's
Oh
good,
no,
you know
it's
what's
not
good
bone.
about-
It's not Bonanza. It's Bonanza because it's like banana.
Yeah. It's the way I pronounce it. It sounds like that.
Somebody spent a lot of time coming up with Bonanza. for the
Okay,
font.
wait. I'm gonna send this into your DMs.
Alright. I like how I still have the stream open.
Okay.
So I'm just staring at Carlotta.
Yep. What do you call this?
A tomato? Or
It's tomato.
Tomatoes? Tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm solidly in the
No, we say
tomato.
it very differently.
Yeah. I recently had a conversation about whether or not you say Annie Anns or Ani Anns. I'm not really partial to either. I don't ever say aunt, I always say aunt. But when I see Annie Ann,
I know how. Oh.
I
I don't know how we split in English.
The British.
Like slowly, it's been just drifting apart.
Oh, it's drifting apart like in the US. There's I forgot what it's called. There's this Midwest vowel shift that's happening a lot in the US, especially in like well, obviously the Midwest, but in like central parts of the northern US, where people, instead of saying like milkshake or milk, instead of it like the ill sound, they're saying L. So people say like milk instead of milk.
Yeah.
And apparently this is something that comes and goes. People said milk, and then for a while people said milk, and now people say milk again, and maybe in the future people are going to say milk. So, I don't know.
But in history, it's actually normal for that to happen, because
Mhm.
you know, that's because I get recommended history stuff on my YouTube now. The Roman Empire, when they grew pretty big, like a lot of their provinces had just started having their own versions of Latin,
Mhm.
and that slowly evolved into different languages. Like, you know how Spanish is mostly Latin based.
Mhm. That's 100% what
Pretty
happened
much
with
like
England.
that.
Like, what did they expect when they just let the colonies do whatever for like 2 generations?
Yep. And then, us Australia and New Zealand are still colonies, basically.
Mhm. It's like, what do you
we
think?
we got our independence, but we're still underneath the Commonwealth.
Mhm.
Just like Canada.
Yeah. It's just one of those things, like, what do you think is going to happen when you just let a bunch of people just do whatever on the other side of an ocean? Of course they're going to sound different than you.
It's weird how you just have Canada above, and they're basically just what the 13 colonies was basically gonna be.
Mhm. It's really interesting just how many accents get crammed into like so many small places in the US, especially
Yep.
when you get like out on the East Coast and especially down south, but like East Coast and then like the North, when you've got like all these different, you've got the general Midwest accent, and then you've got like all the individual state accents, and then you've got like
And then
all of the border accents, like the people in like Minnesota and like the Upper Peninsula and stuff like that, where
what do you think the most default accent is for America?
for America,
Yep, like the one that gets used most commonly for films and stuff.
transatlantic, the one that Pyra and Mithra use in Xenoblade X, or not X, Xenoblade 2.
Wait, transatlantic?
They call technically it's not really like, and it's like a weird version. It's like a mix of like somebody who grew up in an English and American household. Like one parent had like an English accent, the other one had an American accent. But because it's like the broadcast accent, so you see it on all like the newscasters. I think it's the
You know what? I
default for all
thought it
the
would be the
movies.
Californian or New York, because that's like the biggest, some of the
The
biggest
Valley
cities.
Maybe not the Valley accent. There are
I feel like the
some.
Valley is pretty popular though.
It is pretty. You definitely hear it to varying degrees, and there are definitely some of the speech mannerisms that you hear in like sort of general accents out west, with the always like adding like always saying like, you know, like always, like they always add like to like all of their But I think the New York and the Valley accents are kind of overblown, like the Southern accents. It's like the U.S. version of like the Cockney accent. Of like nobody sounds not nobody, but like it's not like everybody sounds that bad. Like there are some people on the East Coast that have some really thick Boston or Jersey accents, but
that's like how in England there's like there's the really thick country accents, because there's like multiple different ones. I forget how to do them. I think it might be Yorkshire's one of the ones that has like what a thick or was like one of the shires has like has one of those really thick English accents.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite moments.
And then London is like default.
Yeah.
Hello, governor. Yep.
Is in one of the Achievement Hunter Telltale Game of Thrones videos that they did for like Play Pals.
Yeah.
There's a moment where, because it's Game of Thrones, there's a moment where Gavin turns to Michael and he says, "Do you want to know what the difference between?" He was like, "I see Sarah. She has a southern accent, but she's from the north. What's up with that?" And Michael's like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." And Gavin's like, "Well, you want to know the difference between northerners and southerners?" And he was like, "Sure." And he said, "It's the difference between bastard and bastard."
Wait, which accent is this again?
He was just making generalizations between English accents in the southern part of England and the northern parts of England.
Oh yeah. I think the more north you go, the more thicker it gets. You know, I almost sounded Scottish there.
That reminded me. I was watching Hardcore Mini Golf, and one of the guys playing was doing a Scottish accent. He was wearing a kilt and everything like that, and he was pretending he was like talking about his heritage or whatever. And as he was doing his introduction, he's like, "Yeah, I'm losing the accent," and he just stopped doing it and he just started talking normally.
Yep. It's crazy. There's have you watched Lord of the Rings?
I have not.
Damn it. Okay. One of the actors was American, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what was it? He was just constantly in character, so he was never using his like actual accent, but nobody could tell because he did such a good job of the accent that everybody thought it was his default accent. And then when somebody was speaking in a butchered American voice, I think, actually, I'll just pull this up.
Yeah,
it's really funny.
You know who I feel like is really good at that?
Speaks normally, and then everybody was just flabbergasted.
You know, two people I think they're really good at that are Colin Farrell and Abraham, what's his face? Abraham Lincoln? Abraham Lincoln. Andrew Lincoln. The guy who played Rick Grimes, right? Andrew Lincoln.
But
yeah. I feel like he did a pretty good job although I feel like to a certain extent the southern drawl is a little bit easier to do than like a neutral accent, just because you have something to work with, you know.
Oh, here we go. This is the one. I'll send you this video.
I'm updating the stream title, by the way. It's no longer.
And by the way, the director for Lord of the Rings,
but this order
what's it
doesn't
called?
come from me.
Is
It comes from
also
the
Kiwi
king.
as
The
well.
actor who played Grima Wormtongue in the Two Towers, Brad, apparently he never really got out of his role.
Brad's very much a method actor. You know, he had to do this English accent, and I never heard him talking his real voice
So
ever
did you
because
get
he would
the
just not
short I
get out
showed
of
you?
character.
Yeah.
So he was basically Wormtongue. We were like having breakfast and lunch with Wormtongue.
I think it makes total sense. It's probably easier to do that than have to switch accents every 5 minutes. But apparently Peter Jackson didn't actually hear Brad's real voice until they had shot the final scene.
I remember on the very last day of shooting, on the very last shot, I said, "Okay, we've got it." And the first thing he said, he just completely converted into American accent. He said, "Oh, I can talk American again. Thank God for that." And it was like that was the first time I ever heard him talk like Brad.
I think Bernard said some really terrible, phony American accent that just sounded to him to be really awful. Thought I was sending it up.
That's really funny.
Wait, did you watch it?
Yes.
Yep. he did that for the entire time until the last 5 minutes, basically.
He's right though. You know, if I had to do an accent for a film, I would just do it all the time because I'm gonna forget.
Yeah,
I mean,
'cause
you saw.
just...
It's been a week and I can't do
Yeah.
half the voices in Danganronpa, and those aren't even like accents really.
Yep.
Oh man,
You
the
should just be
Mondo voice.
constantly in character in real life. You just start talking to a random person, like you just go
Like
up to like a
Byakuya?
shop, and you just talk like Byakuya.
They'd be like, "What is wrong with you? Why do you sound like that?
People,
What's your
people
problem?"
think you have Chinibio.
No, they're just gonna think I'm super rude. Because that's like the inflection I try to put on Byakuya. Just to differentiate him a little bit. Oh no, I'm just noticing something. I didn't notice this at all editing this video. You can totally see the green outline around my model when I'm zoomed in. I'm just looking at this right now in the video full screen. You can totally see the green around the edges of my hair. That's so funny.
Oh, we got more stuff to claim in Nikkei.
Yeah, Solo Raid got. They closed it again. That's great for you though, because Solo Raid closure is honestly, aside from the fact that Solo Raids, I enjoy Solo Raid. I enjoy competing at the highest difficulty to try and get the ranks, to get the nameplates and stuff like that. But it being closed, honestly, is the greatest thing ever for all the players, because what they do is they just give you free materials that you would have normally gotten if you were competing in Solo Raid, if it was working properly.
What?
But they just give you more materials than you would have gotten if the event was actually working. So the longer it stays closed, the more stuff you get, and you actually get more stuff than it had it actually been working. It's great.
Okay, wait. You know what just happened?
What?
I just got flashed by the new what's it called? Stellar Blade character in Nikkei, bro. Like why?
Oh, Eve?
Yeah, why is the animation playing like that?
Because she'd be like that, you know?
That's how they gotta market it to the players.
She'd be out. She'd be wild. Oh, you were talking earlier about what the load times are horrendous.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I played Destiny Child. Great game. One of the best gacha games I think I've ever played, just because it was so free to play friendly, and it was the perfect thing where I could just set up a team for like the hard content. I could just watch them auto battle, and I could just watch my team do everything it was supposed to do, and it was just so much fun. There was like zero gameplay, but it was just fun watching the numbers.
Yep.
That game had horrible loading times. They weren't nearly as bad as Nikkei, but like they would play the loading transition from the different menus. They would play twice. Like they would play when you exited the menu, the menu you were currently on, and then they would play again when you entered the new menu.
Yep.
It was, but no, I think it's just like a fundamental problem with the code, because there's the Chinese exclusive version, and the load times are like a 50th of the global versions. Like the game launches in like less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, and it's not like a highly demanding game to even run.
No, it has crashed on me like 5 times while streaming though. But it is what it is. I've also dropped I drop crazy frames whenever I stream Nikkei. Like the game just like the performance just goes out the window.
I feel like it's just optimization.
Yeah. I feel like it's fairly well optimized for what's in it. But like Nikkei is so much of a bigger project than anything else Shift F has done in the past. Although actually I'm pretty sure, well, sort of, Stellar Blade sort of predates Nikkei, ironically.
What if they make a 3D Nikkei game like how they're doing with Azure Lane and what was it? The other one?
Brown Dust? Or whatever?
Enfield Arc Knights. There we go. Yeah, because a lot of those games have started.
On one hand, I would say I don't think they're a big enough company. On the other hand, every time they do a major event, they add a mini game, which is basically like its own game inside of the game. So I don't know. I mean, the current Stellar Blade event, the mini game is literally just like a mini version of Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade.
Like you got like perfect dodges and perfect parries, and you fight 5 of the different bosses, and it's honestly so fun. I'm at the top of the ranking for my crew,
Nice to meet you.
just because
I'm Sophistopheles.
I'm sweaty enough. Well, one, this is just right up my alley. I've never been good at the games where you have to like make the barbecue or deliver the orders to the tables. I've never been able to get my fingers to work that way. There's a guy in my union.
For
that's-
Nikkei.
Yeah, there's a guy in my union who's absolutely
You know what you
insane
need to
at the
practice? You gotta play what's
cool
it
math
called?
games.
Nah. What was it?
Played Up.
That's one of them. Overcooked.
Overcooked. Yeah. No, like there's a guy in my
You know
union
what we
who's
should do?
just so
We need to do
insane
that.
at
It's
it.
like Mario Party basically, but just with food orders.
And even more chaotic. There are no winners in Overcooked, only losers.
Yep. Someone
no.
just drops the ingredients.
It's all ruined. No, there's somebody in my union who's just absolutely insane at those. Like, I look at the scores they get, and I don't understand how your fingers move like that. But
So would
with-
you have a better time in Overcooked than than that?
Probably, because at least with Overcooked, I'm just like clicking and moving things. Like the barbecue things it's absolutely insane. You have 8 ingredients that you have to tap, and you get the orders like cool math games, where you get 3 people and they ask for different types of things, or up to like sometimes they.
Oh wait, wasn't that Papa's Pizzeria or something like that? Those
Yeah,
games?
it's exactly like that.
Yeah, that's
And-
a classic. I used to jam that
it's-
all the time.
There's
Wait, so
there's-
you did that in
it's
elementary as
you-
well?
Well, I didn't do it, but I know about it. But they have a version of that in Nikkei under the mini games tab on the home screen. It's called Barbecue Master, and I can't do it. Like even doing it on mouse and keyboard, I can't. My fingers just don't work that way. I can't ever figure out how to do it. But there's somebody in my union who just blasts through it and just gets these insanely high scores, and I just go, "What are you doing?"
You know, that's like me with the piano, even though I like playing the piano. It's just like I need to get my fingers to move in a certain way because I can't play bass notes and thing notes at the same time. It's just because my coordination is just off.
Yeah, I can't. Like, I'm really bad at like octave jumps.
Yeah,
And I have a
think
really hard
my
time
issue is
separating my
more-
hands.
Yeah, because like I have to play everything at the same time with the same things. I've never had like the case to ever separate. Like you kind of have to divide your brain at that point.
Yeah, I can do it on specific like patterns, but like there are some where I can't. I probably could do it if I practice enough because I brute force so
Yeah,
much with playing piano. But
I feel like the easiest way is if the bass is moving in a specific pattern and it stays relatively the same, it's easier to play the what's it called, the normal notes.
Yeah,
the same way.
Yeah. I know, it all depends. Like Ophelia has
But
some
if they're jumping all over
weird
the
stuff.
place at the same time, then
Yeah,
that's
that can get
when it
complicated.
becomes an issue.
Yeah, and it depends on how much jumping you do with both hands.
Honestly, this is the reason why I like doing composition way better. But the only reason why I use my piano is just so I can actually hear the notes all put together.
No, I just brute force so much stuff. It's just I'll sit there and I'll just be like, I'm gonna do this part. I'm gonna practice this one part over and 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 over again. Which I guess is
That's
how
why I
you do
enjoy
anything.
what's it called? Yeah, that's why I enjoy making music more.
Yeah. There's some things.
Well, I'm still waiting on my MIDI cable so I can actually chuck it in.
Oh yeah. You can hook it straight into your program.
Yeah, I can hook it straight into the program.
You know, there are a couple things that break that like solid like pattern of both hands being in sync, but that's just because it's not. I'm not actually breaking the pattern. Like there's a thing in Ophelia right at the end where you go like dun 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 with the left hand, and it's not matching
Yeah.
the right hand at all. But the only reason I'm able to do it is because it's just dun dun dun, and it doesn't matter. I can just do the double tap real quick, and it's still sort of in the same sort of pattern. But like
Yeah,
the big part in Date 2 from Your Name, where you're
everyone
going all
enjoys
crazy
it
with your
here.
hands. You're
Please
literally
follow the
just
stream.
going. It's something that sounds really cool and looks really cool, but like technically is not impressive at all because it's literally me just like going, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, just going up and down, like just moving my hands like up and down and just weaseling them in, slowly moving them down and up a key by one every time. And it looks really cool and it sounds really cool, but that's not hard to do at all. So it'd be like that sometimes.
And I realize every industry becomes a podcast at this point.
It does. It does. But
it's always really funny when we do this. We just talk about the most random stuff.
Right? It comes up. You know, I'm staring at Carlotta still. She has not moved at all. Oh, there's Sandy.
Now it's changed.
Yeah. Oh.
Actually, one for you to stare at.
Yin Lin.
The OG.
The OG. Oh, do you remember? Did you ever hear about the Wuwa trial glitch with Yin Lin?
No.
There was
the
like
trial though.
Where you could set your computer's clock to when the banner would have started, and you could access her trial. Wuwa was such a mess at launch. It was such a disaster.
It's such a mess, but now it's become a masterpiece. From mess to masterpiece.
Right? The performance I still think is kind of bad sometimes.
Yeah.
But like
I feel like the other stuff makes up for a lot of the quality of life features and everything.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, it's not like it's nowhere near as bad as it was on launch.
You know how Honkai Impact 3rd got their rework?
Yeah.
I wonder if they would do that to Genshin one day, but I realize Honkai is like the...
It's like
what's it called? Is the one they care about the most.
Yeah, I still hold the
I feel
opinion.
like that might happen to ZZZ.
Yeah, I still hold the opinion that ZZZ is just baby mode Honkai.
Yeah. I think the company Hoyoverse seems to like Honkai more and treat it better than
It's where all their
the
lore
other
comes
ones
from.
that they make.
Yeah, it's where all the lore comes from. It's called Honkai Impact 3rd for a reason.
That's called Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact 1.
3rd.
Genshin Impact is so good. Why isn't there a Genshin Impact 2? Although technically, yeah,
I feel like
you are right.
Honkai Star Rail and Genshin are at the same thing on the timeline. Because like the whole thing about what's it called? Who are the people with the Path of the Trailblazer again?
Oh, the Astral Express? I mean, they're just trailblazers.
Yeah, what's it called?
Like
the people that went missing.
Oh, I have no idea. I know nothing about Star Rail lore.
Yeah, but
I checked out of that game, and
there's a good connection to what Genshin and stuff like that.
Like
oh wait, you checked out of
Oh yeah, I haven't played Star Rail since the end of Panaconi.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. It was like
honestly,
the
I
event
might come back to see what what's it called, the fake lab's like, because that's still going on at the moment there.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and then I just realized I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
I was sort of excited because Saber's cool, but then I just was like, you know what? I really
But
don't
you have
care.
to go back and do everything else.
Well, yeah, and also I was just thinking, the game is just like so not good that I really don't care whether or not Saber's in it or not, because I'm not gonna have fun with it.
Yeah, the power creep was the biggest issue of that.
It's so bad.
The power creep, like at the start of Penacony, it was fine. Like from from 1.0 to like start of Penacony, and then midway from Penacony all the way up to now, it just feels horrible.
Yeah, like it was already starting to get bad around Penacony, but
it just ramped up.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty bad in Genshin
Yeah.
too. It's not like as bad as Star Rail, I would say, in the sense that like you've just got insane
That's
team
why I
restrictions
stopped
and
playing
damage.
like meta, and I never did Abyss because like every time I would actually be able to do Abyss, I wouldn't be able to do it like the next day later because everything would change.
Yeah.
So I just I had no reason to like build like a proper team at all. So I just have like nothing meta because I could just clear all the mobs normally without using meta.
I'll be honest. I always do it in every single game I play, especially gacha games, because I want my full economy. The only games I don't do it in are games where like it's just not feasibly viable.
Not worth it.
Like Fire Emblem Heroes, I was competitive for a little, not like super competitive, but I was like tier 20 in arena and ether raids, which wasn't like super high, but it was like slightly above average. I put some research into good team comps and stuff like that, but
honestly, you know what I want to see
crazy.
in the next Fire Emblem? I kind of want to see like a multiplayer mode where you can kind of verse each other.
They
like,
had that.
That's what they should have done.
They had that sort of in the DS versions, in Mystery of the Emblem, and maybe in Fates as well.
Yeah, like especially with 3 houses, like you could do like your mate who has like Golden Deer versus Golden Blue Lions.
Yeah, I think the one problem
I
with
feel
3
like
houses
that would
with that is just that 3 houses just fundamentally is just not a well balanced Fire Emblem game. But
yeah, but it doesn't need to be. If they just had it for fun, no rank.
They did that
I feel like it would just be fun to have.
In Shadow Dragon, and I think it was in New Mystery of the Emblem, the DS remakes of the first and third games. You had a thing where you could send you had games through Street Pass, and you could set like a Street Pass team, and what it would do is it would load you into, you could choose your own team of characters, and it would load you into a Fog of War map where the entire map was covered in fog, and both your units and the enemy's units were all scattered equally.
Yep.
And then you would just have to fight it out. But it was controlled by computer, so you didn't get any actual player control.
Yeah, but you could
How are you doing
verse against
today?
their teams though.
Mm-hmm.
That's close, but like, yeah, because like the reason why it works so well is because it's kind of like chess.
Mm-hmm. You just get into like way too many things that would get you the counterplay would be crazy in 3 houses, because you'd think about like Edelgard, who has like 5 actions in one turn if she just burns all of her raging storms, or you think about like Dimitri, who you just can't ever player phase. You just always have to enemy phase him, and if it's another player, like another human controlling, they're just never gonna let it.
In terms of like playable characters, because I know the enemy characters are different to the playable characters.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for Dimitri, it would 100% be you'd have to use gambits on him. You would either have to use gambits on him, or you'd have to nuke him down from 100 to 0, or from 100 down to 51, and then 51 down to 0. Because there's no hardy bearing or anything like it that reverses priority as like available to the player, as far as I'm aware, in 3 houses. So you'd either have to match him against.
Is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Dimitri, Battalion. Oh, actually, Battalion Wrath and Vantage would make him an absolute menace. Killer Lance, Vantage Wrath plus Chalice of Beginnings means that your only counterplay is nuking him, taking him out with a follow-up on Claude using Falling Star, which gives him, or Wind God Strike. No, it is Falling Star, which gives him complete immunity to one attack. He always dodges it.
Yep.
Or Gambits, which prevent counterattacks. Or Yuri Windsweep would kind of go crazy. But you're fighting the weapon triangle. Well, actually, weapon triangle doesn't exist. and you'd have to choose whether or not you wanted to burn a skill on having Swordbreaker with Dimitri, or if you wanted to commit to like all offensive stats. It'd get really interesting with the kind of counterplay you could do, how you allocate stats with the boosters and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Three Houses is just such a wild game when it comes to like player phase is just so overpowered in anything that's not even in maddening. Player phase is just so strong that it'd be
Yeah,
really
in older games, wasn't it enemy phase used to be worse?
yeah. There was
I feel like the enemy phase was like super overpowered in the older games.
it always depended on stuff, like what kind of setups you had. But I think Three Houses definitely has some balancing issues, just in how quickly you can turn it into not a strategy game, unless you're
Yep.
unless you're like intentionally not
Wait,
trying
how
to
would
like munchkin or something like that, or you're playing on
who do you
maddening
think?
mode.
Wait, what was that with the maddening mode again? Sorry,
Maddening
I almost cut you off there.
Maddening early game is, I think, one of the few times in Three Houses, especially going in blind on new game, no new game plus, where you actually have to like play the game like an actual Fire Emblem, like an actual strategy game, because you can't just barrel over everything.
Yep.
But even then, you can get creative. Like that stream where I just decided I didn't want to do the map, and I just did Rescue Warp and just one-shot the boss and ended the map. That's the problem
yeah.
with Three Houses. There's so many maps where you can just end the battle immediately by warp striding, and it's just like, oh, cool, no strategy. I'll just take out the leader. Boom, done.
I've had to do that multiple times in Engage because otherwise my characters just get killed immediately.
Yeah. Oh, the speedruns.
Who do you think in Engage could defeat Dimitri?
Could defeat
from
Dimitri?
Three Houses, like in Engage mode as well.
In Engage mode, like I
Yeah,
assume
which
you
is the
mean
best
like
combination and character.
I assume
to
you mean
defeat
a mix of
Dimitri.
canon and gameplay.
Yep. Oh, well,
'Cause, like,
gameplay wise.
Purely gameplay. Celica.
Yeah, because
Bro's got no res.
Celica.
Like as long as.
But wait, I was meaning like the character plus Engage mode because well, who would be the what's it called? The character that Celica engages with.
I mean, like, Warp Ragnarok, I think would, on any good, like, magic thing, would just, like, delete the or, you can, what's his name, Vander, the Mage Knight guy, the gray-haired guy, with you could, because you can turn him into Fire Emblem Heroes Reinhardt with some very specific combinations of skills, where you can do the whole funny, I will use the Reinhardt thing, where you can just quad with a Lightning Tome, and,
Wait, so you can turn him into a Mage Knight, the Vander.
Yeah. I don't remember if it's exactly Vander. I'm a
And
little
then
fuzzy on the engaged characters.
then you would what's it called? Put the ring on him to get Warp Ragnarok.
I probably wouldn't put it on him. He's kind of a meme, but I think any strong mage plus the Celica engage ring could take out Dimitri, just because, provided he doesn't have setup. If he has 2/3 battalion, or like if he has
But you can just do
battalion wrath
that
advantage,
right off the bat.
yeah,
On the
like
first
if he's
turn.
in
Yeah.
range and nobody else gets to him, I think any strong mage could take out Dimitri just because of his poor res.
How many turns of setup would he need?
For Dimitri?
Yep.
It depends on how quickly you could get to 50% HP, or how quickly you could get to 1/3 battalion endurance. Like in Three Houses, you can just not restore your battalion endurance and just keep it at 1/3. So you can activate Battalion Wrath and Battalion Vantage, and as long as he's not getting hit because he's always one-shotting everything with Vantage before they can attack him, you can just do that for the entire game, barring times when the game forces you to change his battalion or restore the battalion, or you make a mistake and you accidentally restore it. And that's just immediate, everything just dies. Everything that's not a siege weapon or a gambit just dies to Dimitri, unless he can't one-shot it with triple damage. That's why I'm gonna use Dimitri. I just send him out there, you know?
That's why. Is that why Blue Lion's run is one of the most easiest runs in the game?
Well, it's a combination. Dimitri's kind of cracked for Vantage Wrath, which is always strong. You also get Sylvain, which means you get free Lance of Ruin, which is just incredibly broken early on because it's a relic that you get in like chapter 4. So you can dish out some serious damage. Plus he has Night Kneeler, so he can take out the Death Knight. Not that there's really a strong candidate for using the Dark Seal that he drops on Blue Lions. But then you also have Dedu, who has His Majesty's Shield or whatever, where if he takes no action but wait, he gains like 4 defense or something. And he's just so bulky. And since you don't face a lot of offensive magic threats, and you also have Mercedes, who I believe has the 2nd highest res growth in the entire game, Dedu is very good at...
She can tank like magic hits and
A couple, yeah. She has very bad speed, just like Dedu does, and she has very poor strength, which hurts her speed even more. But I think she has the 2nd highest res growth in the entire game, only second to Marianne, who also has very bad speed.
Yeah.
On top of that, you do have to... You've done Blue Lions, right? You've played Azure Moon?
I've done all of Blue Lions, so I'm currently still doing that Silver Snow, and then the last one after that.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, you do have to deal with the final boss of Azure Moon, which is pretty not cool. You know, having like 40 tile attack range is not very cool.
Yep.
And also
that's because
being
there's a
locked...
specific ending that I want to go for. And what's it called?
Silver Snow?
Silver Snow.
Are you gonna save her?
Byleth and Raeo.
You're gonna save her?
Yep. That's why I had to restart the run like once because I messed it up.
You didn't get the supports in time.
Yep.
She like...
And it's weird, like if you think about it, if you do
I saw a
Byleth
write-up
and
about
Raeo,
it.
it's basically him and his grandmother.
Well, no, it's even wilder than that. So Byleth is like the vessel of Rhea's mom, but Rhea is also the mother and the grandmother sort of Byleth, because Rhea's like the pseudo sort of mother of Citri, who may or may not be some sort of homunculus clone that either is based on Rhea or is sort of like a daughter of Rhea, who is also meant to be a
That's
vessel
probably both
for...
a combination of Sothis and Rhea.
Who's supposed to be a vessel for Sothis, but then didn't end up working out. And then the crest stone that she had was transferred into Byleth when they were born. So it's really weird. It's like only slightly less convoluted than Fire Emblem Fates.
Yep. I don't have enough stuff to do this next stage.
I hope we do. Oh, or Nike.
Yep.
Do you play on the... You have the
Not
PC version?
No, I'm just on my phone.
The PC... I like the PC version more, just because you can see more of the screen.
Yeah. Anyways, I need to head off because I gotta pretty much go to bed in like 2 hours.
Yeah. This will be the end. You're all lucky that due to Kawa and the fact that we will just incessantly talk, you got like an almost 8-hour stream.
Yep.
So, thank you all for watching. Luckily, we were able to figure out what was wrong. Well, we didn't actually figure out what was wrong with Discord and Danganronpa. I figure it was just we were on the call so long that Discord started going wonky because we left and we joined this new call and everything was fine. So, I figured that's what was happening. The difficulty does appear to be on hard. I am going to double check. What I'm going to do, actually, before I go back and restart the game, is I'm going to look at other playthroughs of people playing on mean difficulty, just to make sure that the reason why it doesn't look mean is just because we're early on in the game, and the game just isn't ramping things up, and I'm just thinking of later on when things really do get hard. But no stream next week on Friday. I'll remind...
July 4th.
Yes. Obviously, Kawa's here right now. He just heard me. I will, closer to July 4th, I'll mention that in the group chat as well.
You know, the amount of fireworks that's gonna be going across the sea. Like, I think I'll be able to see it.
Have you seen what they do in Alaska?
No.
They have a very, I don't, it's not nearly as flashy, but it's certainly exciting and novel. They get
It'd
times...
be funny if you could actually see that, like, fireworks across the sea, like...
so many.
Couple of thousand kilometers.
You just gotta check, like, some satellite views, see if you see suddenly a lot more light.
Yep.
But no, it doesn't get dark enough by the time you'd normally have fireworks in Alaska in some places. So what they do instead is they take old cars and they paint them all up all nice, like very patriotic like, and then they put something to just keep on the gas, put it in drive, and just send them off cliffs. Because why not?
Wait, send the fireworks off cliffs?
No, the cars. Because it's still too light out for the fireworks to look nice, so you know what? They just say, let's paint some cars and send them off a cliff. Because why not?
Just send them straight off a cliff. That is wild.
It is wild.
Oh yeah, I'll get going.
Yes. I will see you
Otherwise,
all.
the podcast is going to take ages.
Yeah, we're just going to keep going. We don't have time for this.
The Yep Session is crazy.
It really is. This is going to have to be like a whole separate VOD on the VOD channel. Like, this is going to be 2 separate streams. There's no way I'm going to put this on the VOD channel and someone's going to be like, wow, 8 hours of Danganronpa? They're going to get through so much. And what they're going to find out is that, like, nothing happened.
Nothing happens. Alright, I'll catch you later.
Yep. Me too. Oh, he's gone. Well, thank you all for watching. I'll stop this. I can't date my teacher? Yes, I'm gonna shill for the channel. Watch, please. Finally, a game where you can date everything. The 8 lineages of cats that we know of. I really don't care. So, thank you all for watching. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'll be in my recovery period from this stream. I might stream next week on like Tuesday or something. I want to get maybe one more Usanatsu video. I have one recorded ready to go up on Thursday next week. And I have a video to go up next Wednesday, or I guess this Wednesday, on the main channel for a highlight thing. It's just some compilation highlights from the 10th and the 27th of May. It's just me like being goofy. So if you like goofy Neon and you don't really care about the clips of Neon where he's actually trying to accomplish something, and you just want Neon being goofy, ad-libbing things, then that'll be the video for you. It does have one of my favorite moments where I'm complaining about how Little Mermaid is a wind code Nikkei and not a water code Nikkei. It still makes no sense. She's called Little Mermaid. Mermaid. You know? Like water. Why is she wind? Doesn't make any sense. They didn't call her like Little Bird or something. So, anyway. Thank you all for watching. No stream next week Friday for the collab July 4th. Not because it's July 4th. Well, sort of because of July. I'm just not going to be here to stream. So, no stream. It is what it is. So, you'll have to wait yet another week, and we will start Chapter 3 of Danganronpa, Trigger Happy Havoc, the Buggy Mobile Edition. Yay! And, I keep looking over at OBS, and I know I'm not looking at anything. It's because I keep looking at myself in OBS. I should look somewhere over here. I just don't know exactly where. Like, somewhere around here, maybe? Thank you all for watching once again. I know I just keep saying it, because I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But, I want to stream at least one more time next week. At least one time next week before I bail on you all again. So, what I'm going to do, I am unsure. I still kind of want to do Fatal 12. That seems like a really chill stream, but also seems like a bad idea if I'm going to be recording a potentially 2-hour-long video for the visual novel thing. Seems like a really bad idea to just keep doing voices, especially after I just annihilated my throat doing Mondo's voice. like, they're both gone now. Low key, I knew Mondo was gonna be out of here. Like I said before, I've played the game before. I know who's making it to the end. I knew that Mondo and CHIHIRO were gonna get out of here, which is why I was like, hey, we hit both of their social link thingamajigs last time, because I knew that they were both getting out. They were both gonna be gone, and we were not gonna have another chance to talk to them. And like low key, I'm so happy that Mondo is gone because his voice was just murder. And I'm gonna have to figure out something for Nagito. I'm gonna have to figure out something for Nagito if we play SDR2. It's just not happening. I can't go bullying girls the entire time. I'm gonna have to give him a different voice. And I think I know what I'm gonna be doing for Kokichi if we ever play V3. The Kokichi voice I was using is the same voice as the Monokuma voice, so obviously I can't use the same voice. I do think I have an idea for Kokichi, and I know it's probably gonna upset people. I think I'm just gonna do the same thing I'm gonna do with Fuyuhiko, and I'm just gonna give him like the "I'm walking here" voice. It's gonna sound really weird. But I can't think of any other character in V3 that would suit better. Ryoma's voice, I'm just gonna Korekio might be a harder one as well to try and differentiate him. But I think we'll be good. I don't think there's gonna be any particularly bad voices. But so you all know, I am glad that Mondo is gone just so I don't have to keep doing his voice. I really committed at the end there just because I knew that he wasn't going to be around anymore. But future Neon will not appreciate the fact that current Neon did that, or I guess past Neon. Current Neon appreciates that past Neon went to those lengths. Future Neon will not appreciate that past Neon did that. But thank you all for watching. I'm going to press 4 on my numpad. It's going to transition to the ending scene. It's also going to move this video playhead to whatever 4/10 of the video is, because that's how that works apparently. And I will see you all hopefully next week on Tuesday or Wednesday maybe. Bye. Ooh, what a lovely song. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Every time of year. You can make it here. Something, yeah, something, yeah,